576. Peng Yuanji was taken aback. He gave the young green-robed visitor a thumbs up. Those who dared to speak to Peng Yuanji in such a manner were at least nascent soul sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had the most sword cultivators. It was not that Peng Yuanji looked down on the outsider who won 2 rounds in a row. It was just that Peng Yuanji looked down on the entire vast world. Compared to this, there was more disgust. There was also a hint of natural hostility. If not for the existence of the sword cultivators of the northern continent, Liang, and his left and right, Peng Yuanji would have hated that extremely unfamiliar, prosperous and stable world. Therefore, this young sword cultivator who was seen as the most compatible with Ning Yao in the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not speak. Peng Yuanji finished the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Then he stood up and left the table, walking slowly to the street. The one-eyed bearded man's expression was the same as before. He just drank. Peng Yuanji wasn't interested in love, so he didn't care who Ning Yao liked. What Peng Yuanji cared about was his identity as a sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and his identity as the hidden official's disciple. The biggest similarity between the two was that the vast world was a felon and vagrant. This was a mark that had existed for tens of thousands of years. The eldest sword immortal on the city wall lived alone and did not speak. However, the young people after tens of thousands of years were all resentful. After Peng Yuanji walked to the street, his expression was solemn. It was hard to imagine that this was a young man who was only 25 years old. Qin Pingon, I have nothing against you. However, I do have something against the vast world. Perhaps on the mountain of the vast world, at this age, even if he was only a cave abode or sea-viewing cultivator, he would already be a direct disciple of the ancestral hall on an ordinary immortal mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there might be a young talent who had passed the imperial examination. He would be enjoying the glory of his family. He would be in high spirits for the first time in his career. But here in Peng Yuanji's hometown, someone once said that this was a place where even birds didn't want to shit. Because the sword qi was too heavy, it was hard for birds to find it. How pitiful. At that time, the drunken man who was surrounded by many children and youth said that in the future, if you have the opportunity, you must go to the inverted hanging mountain and go to places even further away. In any of those continents, Shuiling girls can be found everywhere, and I can guarantee that no one will be a bachelor. In this place, as long as any child wasn't blind, the number of sword immortals they saw in their lifetime was more than the number of cultivators in the upper 5 realms. This was because one could easily bump into sword immortals buying alcohol or drinking on the streets. From time to time, one would see sword immortals riding their swords towards the city walls. Qin Pingon smiled. I don't have anything against you, Peng Yuanji. But I do have something against a certain theory. The taverns and restaurants on both sides of the street were discussing more and more enthusiastically. Even the arrogant young sword cultivators in their hometowns in the North Continent didn't dare to speak like this when they first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Perhaps after a long time they would become sworn friends. Or perhaps they would continue to dislike each other. But in the past 100 years, there hadn't been such a straightforward young man. The North Continent was the continent that had the most interactions with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, the young people who came here to train would be admonished by their respective sect elders before they arrived at the inverted hanging mountain. Different people spoke in different tones, but the meaning was similar. It was just that when they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they should control their temper and be patient. They shouldn't speak rashly and shouldn't use their swords as they pleased. There were very few rules at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The more it was so, the more troublesome it would be if they got into trouble. The only thing that could make the sword cultivators of the North Continent so cautious was the Great Wall of Sword Qi that was sandwiched between the two continents. The round-faced Dong Bud stood on the second floor. Beside him was a large group of girls of similar age. There were also some young girls who were not yet mature and still had a childish air about them. Most of them looked at Peng Yuanji with sparkling eyes. Since Sister Ning did not like him, all of them still had a chance. Dong Bud was actually a little worried. He was afraid that his one-track-minded younger brother would be involved in a random chaotic battle. Qi Shou had his own faction. Whether it was the power of the family behind the young man or the accumulated combat power of the young sword cultivators, they weren't inferior to Ning Yao's faction. In fact, they were even more powerful. It was just Ren Yi who had left in embarrassment. If there was a conflict, there would be a fight. Therefore, while Dong Bud was worried, he was also eager to fight and fight. She was Dong Huafu's sister. A young girl with baby fat tiptoed and leaned on the windowsill. She nodded vigorously and said, "This guy is quite handsome. You guys can go ahead and like Peng Yuanji. Anyway, from today onwards I'll like this guy called Chen Pingon. Sister Dong, if Sister Ning doesn't want him anymore, remember to remind me immediately. I'll take advantage of the situation and get married early. The wedding clothes from Corner Mountain House are really beautiful. They're so smooth to the touch." Dong Bud lifted her leg and kicked the young girl's butt. She laughed and said, "Usually girls who are muddle-headed go crazy thinking about men. You, on the other hand, have gone crazy thinking about wearing wedding clothes." The young girl rubbed her buttocks and shook her slender shoulders. She pushed away a girl of the same age who was snickering beside her and shouted, "Sister Dong, my mother said that you're the one who's the most clueless old girl." Dong Bud smiled and said, "Is that so?" Then she reached out and pressed the young girl's head, knocking it against the windowsill. "Old girl, right?" After Dong Bud stopped, the young girl rubbed her forehead and turned her head. She grinned and said, little girl, Sister Dong who's 18 every year." The young girl cursed in her heart, an 80-year-old old girl. In the end, Dong Bud pressed the young girl's head and knocked it again. 80, right? Your little thoughts are almost written all over your face." Dong Bud suddenly let go of her hand. "I knew it." Qi Shou spent so much effort so he wouldn't give this opportunity to Peng Yuanji for nothing. The young girl couldn't be bothered to argue with Dong Bud. She pressed the head of the eyesore beside her and stretched her neck to look. She said in an old-fashioned manner, "If I were Qi Shou, I would have flipped the table and fought." Someone appeared from the tavern at the end of the street. It was Qi Shou. He was tall and had an imposing appearance. He wore a long robe and carried a sword on his back. Qi Shou smiled. "Yuanji, this is my family affair. Let me do it. Otherwise people will mistake me for a coward." Peng Yuanji turned his head. He seemed to be in a difficult position. Qi Shou looked past Peng Yuanji and looked at the unarmed foreign martial artist. He was young and was said to be from a small place like the Aquarius continent. About 10 years ago he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi once. But he hid at the city wall and practiced his fist techniques. In the end he lost to Xianxia 3 times. This was one of the 2 things that were worth mentioning. The other was a joke that was spread among the ladies. It came from the Dong family. Ning Yao said that she could beat 100 Chen Pingon with one hand. Whether it was losing to Xianxia or being teased by Ning Yao, it wasn't considered embarrassing. But when Qi Shou heard it he felt uncomfortable. Peng Yuanji laughed. "Between you and me only one of us can fight. Why don't we use this opportunity to decide who will be the host?" Qi Shou was in a difficult position. Whistles rose and fell one after another, urging the 2 to fight first. Some people had already begun to plan to be the banker and let people bet on who would win or lose, as well as how many moves could be used to determine the winner. These methods were all learned from Aoyang. A gambling house could easily have more than a dozen bets. In Aoyang's words, if you bet, the toilet paper would turn into silk. If you bet, the bald man would grow hair. Previously, when the young man with the surname Chen was the banker, some of the bachelor gamblers were betting on whether or not he would go out. Most of the time they did not have much hope. Who would have thought that not only did this guy go out, he even fought 2 rounds and won 2 rounds. Only then did the crowd realize that without Alliance as the banker, it was indeed boring for them to gamble. In the early days when Alliance was the banker, those who went to the gambling table felt satisfied regardless of whether they won or lost. It was just that their gambling behavior was a little bad. Back then Alliance teamed up with an old gambler who was popular among the crowd. The old gambler won big time after time. In the end there was one time when most of the people bet with the old gambler, swearing that they would make Alliance lose so much that even his pants would be left on the gambling table. Not only did Alliance earn back his money in one go, but he also earned money for half a year's worth of drinks. The crowd only heard about it after the incident. The poor old gambler who fainted under the gambling table on the spot, who seemed to have lost all his money, received a large amount of dividends. He took a few dozen grains of grain rain money and went into hiding. Then in the dead of night, Alliance secretly escorted him all the way to the gate. The 2 of them said goodbye reluctantly. If it were not for the fact that the old woman in the saber room could not stand it anymore and leaked the secret, the old and young gamblers who went through the ordeal together and lost everything together would probably still be in the dark. Even so, the men at the Great Wall of Sword Qi still felt that without that bastard, drinking on a daily basis was not as fun. Qin Pingon watched Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou's short journey one after another. The size of their steps, the weight of their landing, the stretch of their muscles, the ripples of their qi and the speed of their breathing. It was just a small matter of looking at them. Pang Yuanji was more of an expert, so it was harder for him to see through them. Of course, it was also possible that Qi Shou did not bother to disguise himself, or that he was better at disguising himself. Qin Pingon was purely out of habit. He had nothing to do, so he found something to do. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry at all. He gently twisted his wrist. He would let Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou come to a decision first. It did not matter who came first. It was just a matter of picking out the one that was most suitable for the current situation. It was that simple. On both sides of the street, they noticed that the young outsider had actually closed his eyes to rest. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was clenched into a fist and pressed against his abdomen. He wore a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a slender figure. That was why he had the air of a handsome man. Curses and curses rose from all around, but there were also more cheers. Ning Yao did not have anyone else in her eyes. Stack Zhang gently tugged at Ning Yao's sleeve. It was the dark green robe. When Sister Ning left Vast Heavens, she was dressed like this. When she returned, she was still dressed like this. Although there were benefits to a robe, she almost did not look like a woman at all. Ning Yao turned her head. "What's wrong?" Stack Zhang pointed at the figure in the distance with his chin and then gave him a thumbs up. Ning Yao's face was stiff as she raised her eyebrows. It was as if that fellow's words and actions on the street were what Qin Pingon was doing. "I, Ning Yao, am not surprised at all. You would feel strange because you are not me, Ning Yao." Xianxia reached out and gently patted Fatty Yan's cheek. Someone demonstrated a good set of fist techniques at the training field. Yanzua slapped Xianxia's hand away and said proudly, "What did I say before? A famous martial arts grandmaster. My eyes, tsk. Ren Yi and Pu Yu were obviously deliberately arranged by Qi Shou so that no one could find fault with them. Ren Yi is the youngest sword cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm and his flying sword is fast. If Qin Pingon loses, he will lose all face. If he wins against Ren Yi, Pu Yu is the most showy among the Gold Core realm cultivators. If he wins against Pu Yu, it will be easy for him to be careless. Qin Pingon can also be considered to be quite famous. Then Qi Shou, who is full of evil tricks, will get rid of Qin Pingon." Yanzua rolled his eyes. "Even you, Dong Haiten, know. How can we not know?" Dong Huafu said, "I'm afraid that Qi Shou will go crazy and be ruthless." Xianxia nodded. "That's the biggest problem. Because of the three people on the street, excluding Pang Yuanji, who went from being a spectator to being a spectator, Qin Pingon and Qi Shou were no longer young people of the same age. Why would they fight based on personal feelings? Qin Pingon indeed should not have mentioned Ning Yao and the dragon beheading platform. This gave Qi Shou an excuse to not follow the rules. It involved the matters between men and women and also involved the family. Qi Shou's fight this time was ruthless. The old men of the big families might not be happy, but if Qi Shou's sword was soft, it would be even more unbearable. Anyone would know how to choose. Yanzua rubbed his chin. "That's right. It's my brother Ping Yan's fault." Among them, Dong Haiten was the dumbest, but he was not really stupid. He was just too lazy to use his brain. Of course, compared to Yanzua, Dong Haiten was still inferior to Xianxia. Xianxia gave it some thought before he smiled and said, "Let's not bother about all this nonsense. Anyway, since Qin Pingon dares to say such things, call out names in one breath, and call out Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji as if he's ordering food. I'll acknowledge Qin Pingon as my friend. Because I don't dare. What's the point of making friends? Isn't it just to freeload food and drink? Friends can also do things that they can't do themselves. Roping in a bunch of idle lackeys by my side is something I can't do. If Qi Shou dares to break the rules, we're not incompetent. We'll kill our way over. Dong Haiten, you can fight halfway, then pretend to be dead and intentionally get injured. Your sister will definitely help us. Once she helps, her friends will definitely help out for the sake of brotherhood. Even if it's just for show, it'll be enough for Qi Shou and his pack of scoundrels to eat a big pot of rouge wine." Ning Yao said, "Qi Shou is much stronger than all of you. I can't stop him even if he's far away, let alone the few of you. That's why I'll keep an eye on Qi Shou's choice of battlefield. Once Qi Shou deliberately lures Qin Pingon to the Folded Peaks shop, it means that Qi Shou is going to be ruthless. Anyway, you don't have to care. Just watch the show. Besides, Qin Pingon might not give Qi Shou a chance to hold his sword. He should have sensed something strange. Ning Yao glanced at the sword on Qi Shou's back. Xianxia was speechless. Folded Peaks was worried sick. She knew that she was the worst at these things. Sometimes Folded Peaks, who was meticulous and sensitive, had to admit that Xianxia and the other disciples of big families were fine if they were good people. However, if they used their intelligence in the wrong place, they were really bad. That was because they had a higher vision. At such a young age, they were able to look down on those complicated affairs that would only make them feel like a mess. Furthermore, they were able to peel back the layers of silk and find the most crucial connections. Many difficult problems could be easily solved. Alliance had said that this was one of the sword arts in the world. Alliance had also said to Folded Peaks that if you were friends with Xianxia and the others, you should watch and learn more. You would probably have to cross 2 hurdles in your heart. Only after crossing them could you become long-term friends. If you couldn't cross them, there would be a day when there would be no need to go through life and death. The two sides would naturally have less to talk about. From best friends they would become nodding acquaintances. This kind of ending was not a happy one. It had nothing to do with whether the two sides were right or wrong. If such a day really came, they would just drink. A good-looking girl who drank often with a beautiful face and a slender figure would be able to stay together for a long time. Ning Yao suddenly turned and asked, "Do you think Qin Pingon will definitely lose?" Xianxia said helplessly, "That's a lie. I think Qin Pingon can defeat Qi Shou with one hand. To be honest, if Qi Shou didn't have that sword on his back, I think Qin Pingon still has some chance of winning." Ning Yao did not comment. She turned and looked in a direction with a frown. On the edge of the roof of a restaurant sat a little girl in a loose black robe. Her hair was combed into 2 cute ponytails and she yawned for a long time. She seemed a little impatient and finally couldn't help but say, "Pang Yunji, why are you so slow? You'll break a few pieces of sh*t when you're taking a dump. Don't you feel ashamed? Kill Qi Shou first and then fight that person. Isn't it over?" Qin Pingon and Ning Yao looked at the roof almost at the same time. It was a powerful existence who looked unruly and could split open the skin of an Ascendant Realm demon with one punch. The Dong family's sword cultivator's bad temper could only be ranked second in the Great Wall of Sword Energy. It was because she was here. Qin Pingon once saw her falling straight down from the top of the city wall. Then she ran to play with a demon near the Great Wall of Sword Energy. That was a real Immortal Realm demon. However, the Sword Immortal boss said that she felt that she had lost if she couldn't kill the demon. On the street, except for Ning Yao and a few Sword Immortals who deliberately ignored the little girl, Qin Pingon and a few others, almost everyone's hair stood on end. No one asked for a rebuff and tried to please her. The Hidden Official was not her real name. It was an ancient official position that had been passed down from generation to generation. In the Great Wall of Sword Energy, the Hidden Official was responsible for military supervision and punishment. In history, there were many hidden officials who were useless and ended up as puppets. However, after she took over this position, the Great Wall of Sword Energy's contempt for the Hidden Official disappeared. Not only was she the person who had killed the most Middle 5 Realms monsters in the past 1,000 years on the southern battlefield, there were also many sword cultivators who had been beaten to a bloody pulp by her fist and died on the spot from her own side. Back then, in the Battle of the 13, the first person sent out by the Great Wall of Sword Qi was none other than the famous Hidden Official. But in the end, her opponent was a greater demon who was famous for his close combat prowess. When he saw her, he immediately admitted defeat and fled. After that, the two sides stood in a stalemate and watched as a young lady smashed the ground for a full quarter of an hour. Peng Yuanji nodded. "I'll listen to Master." Qi Shou cupped his fists and lowered his head. "Please, Hidden Official, let me make the first move. No matter who wins or loses, I will fight with Yuanji. I'm willing to fight to the death." Hidden Official's eyes lit up. She waved her hand vigorously. "That's a good idea. Then let's hurry up and fight. Just fight to the death. I'll help you follow the rules. I'm the fairest when it comes to fighting." Then she looked at the table where Peng Yuanji was drinking. She frowned. "That blind wretch threw a pot of wine over. If you don't do me the honor, I'll hammer you." Suddenly, the entire tavern exploded. The roof tiles flew everywhere and the room was in a mess. All the sword cultivators in the tavern had fainted. When she looked again, she saw that the bearded man who was a sword immortal in the raw jade realm had been kicked in the head by her. He crashed into the wall and flew out. He was covered in dust and did not return to the tavern after he got up. She stood on the only undamaged table. She lightly stomped her foot and the wine pot bounced up. She held it in her hand and sniffed it. Then she said with a bitter face, "It smells like urine. But it's still wine. It's still wine." At the end of her sentence, this high and mighty hidden official was actually gritting her teeth with a sorrowful expression. The moment hidden official left the roof ridge, Qin Pingon took a step forward but immediately retracted it. Then he looked at Qi Shou and twitched the corner of his mouth. Peng Yuanji leaned back and rushed back to the ruined tavern. He raised his hand to catch a falling tile and said with a smile, "Master Boss, the sword immortal said that you're not allowed to drink." Hidden official said angrily, "I just smelled it. What's wrong with that? Is it against the law? Who's in charge of the punishment in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Is it that old bastard Qin Qingdu?" In an instant she sat on the table and tossed the pot of wine to Peng Yuanji. "Keep it for me." Qin Pingon turned his head. A streak of rainbow light flashed past his ear. It was just sword qi, but it cut a small wound on Qin Pingon's face. He bent over slightly and with a tap of his foot his figure disappeared. A huge spider web instantly appeared on the ground. Not only that, there seemed to be muffled thunder echoing in the depths of the ground. A green-robed man was standing on a street far away from where he had been standing. His body suddenly tilted to the side and an even faster sword light flashed past. If he hadn't dodged, the sword light would have pierced through his back. The hidden official sat on the table and nodded her head lightly. It was a small reward for the two juniors for not deciding the winner so quickly. He was bored to death. She raised her hands and grabbed her two ponytails and shook them gently. Peng Yunji stood respectfully at the side and laughed softly. "Can all the golden body warriors in the world run so fast?" Hidden official thought for a while and gave an answer that she thought was very insightful. "Probably, maybe it's rare." Peng Yuanji was not surprised. However, Peng Yuanji did have a question that he could not figure out. He said telepathically, "Master, you don't seem to have a good impression of Qin Pingon?" Hidden official curled her lips. "Even Qin Qing doesn't like him." "I don't like him." She flicked her finger. A nascent soul sword cultivator from another continent who accidentally overheard her on the street had a thunderous sound on his forehead. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. He would not be able to get up from the hospital bed for at least half a month. He could lie down and enjoy life. He even had someone to serve him. How good was that? She felt that she was very considerate and had a good temper. Hidden official suddenly said, "According to that person's martial arts level, he would not be able to dodge the flying sword twice. He is mainly relying on guesses." Peng Yuanji laughed. Qi Shou is also far from using his full strength. Hidden official was slightly disappointed. "Boring." She stood up and regretted her words. He shouted, "Continue. I don't care about you anymore. Remember, a fight that doesn't determine life and death is never a good fight." Hidden official disappeared in an instant. Only a disciple with a bitter smile was left. Peng Yuanji collected his thoughts and looked at the street. Qi Shou did not move at all. However, that green-robed man was closing the distance. Among all the fights in the world, Qi refinement warriors were most afraid of sword cultivators. At the same time, sword cultivators were also the least afraid of pure martial artists getting close to them. This was especially so for Qi Shou. This was because Qi Shou had more than one intrinsic flying sword. The one that had already appeared was called Flying Kite. As for the faster heartstrings, it was waiting for a golden body realm martial artist to charge in recklessly. Yenzhua watched with trepidation. Even Stack Zhong and the others had unnatural expressions on their faces. Ning Yao's heart was as calm as still water. She was the most involved person in the situation, but she was the most like an outsider. This was probably the difference between her and Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon was always thoughtful while Ning Yao was always straightforward. When Qi Shou summoned his second intrinsic flying sword, he felt a little regretful. The Qi family's sword cultivators had always been good at fighting in a small area. They were especially good at ending a confrontation quickly. The flying sword heartstrings was always fast and accurate. Both parties were only 10 steps apart. Even though that green-robed man had already dodged the fatal attack, he still could not escape the fate of having his shoulder pierced through. His figure could not help but stagnate slightly. In just a split second, the intrinsic flying kite brushed past Qin Pingan's neck. That green-robed man seemed to have been completely enveloped by the sword lights of the two flying swords. He was trapped in a cage. Just as many spectators thought that the outcome was certain, Qin Pingan disappeared into thin air. Qi Shou remained motionless. The third and most bizarre intrinsic flying sword was the jumping pearl. It split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and so on. It seemed to weave a spider web around Qi Shou. Every intersecting point of the spider web had a jumping pearl, flying sword hovering over an inch long. It was very different from the golden core sword cultivator from before, who only had to rely on illusory and corporeal flying swords. The Qi family's patriarch was rather satisfied with this. He felt that this flying sword was a flying sword that Qi Shou could truly polish carefully for thousands of years. It was the most suitable flying sword for him to rely on. After all, it was an intrinsic flying sword that could achieve true offensive and defensive capabilities. The higher the realm of the flying sword's master, the more jumping pearls it would have, and the closer it would be to an immortal weapon. Once Qi Shou could support the formation of thousands of jumping pearls, he would be able to verify the prophecy of the Daoist saint of the early years. Sitting on the Milky Way, rain falls on the mortal world. Qin Pingan, who appeared 5 steps away from Qi Shou's side, seemed to have retreated in the face of difficulties. He once again used the immortal technique of distance shrinking. Qi Shou knew that this fellow would appear behind him. A few of his key aperture acupoints hummed faintly. The jumping pearls, which were originally few in number behind him in the blink of an eye, seemed to have been scattered and turned into soldiers. At the same time, the flying sword heartstrings, which could naturally chase after the enemy's soul, followed closely behind the green-robed man like a shadow. As for the flying kite, it moved even more freely. Qi Shou just had to stand there and not move, and he would be able to play around with this fellow. A golden body martial artist? If you make an enemy out of me, Qi Shou, then you can only let me walk your dog. One side was unharmed. The other side punched non-stop, twisting and turning for half a day. In the end, he tired himself half to death. Was it fun? Qi Shou thought it was very fun. Yenzhua muttered, if this continues, the situation won't be good. Although the flying kite is more or less like this and can't change any more tricks, if I remember correctly, Qi Shou can support at least 500 jumping pearls now. Right now he has less than 300. Moreover, the longer this drags on, the more familiar the heartstrings will become with Qin Pingan's soul. It will only become faster and faster. That's really fast. This fellow's heart is really black. He's clearly doing this on purpose. Qin Xianxia smiled bitterly. Many flying swords and proper coordination. This is how unsolvable it is. At this point, Qin Xianxia couldn't help but glance at Ning Yao's back. The battle in the distance was one-sided, but she was still indifferent. The extremely wretched green-robed figure in everyone's eyes suddenly stopped. The fist intent all over his body flowed violently and violently. It was practically a condensed phenomenon that was almost visible to the naked eye. Even some cultivators of the lower 5 realms could see it clearly. Qi Shou, whose back was facing Qin Pingan, didn't hesitate. He didn't deliberately pursue some unmoving result of victory. Taking a step forward, Qi Shou, who was facing Ning Yao's group, directly rushed several dozen feet away. The number of jumping pearls in the small world of Fangzhong increased once again, making the sword formation even denser and heavier. A fist chased after him. Qi Shou had just turned around when his mood became more solemn. He chose to retreat again. However, in the eyes of everyone, it was as if Qi Shou was still taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, extremely satisfied. The flying kite and the heartstrings. They were also hit by 2 sword lights. The 2 flying swords that appeared out of nowhere were simply embroidered pillows. They only slightly obstructed the flying kite and the heartstrings attacks before they were sent flying. However, this was enough. Qi Shou watched as the green-robed figure broke the jumping pearl sword formation with a punch. The other party's fist was badly mangled and his bones could be seen. Similarly, it was slightly obstructed. It was enough for Qi Shou to control the flying kite and the heartstrings. The faster heartstrings drew a mysterious arc and the tip of the sword was pointed at Qin Pingan's chest an inch below. After all, it wasn't killing. Otherwise, whether Qin Pingan was dead or half dead, Qi Shou would have lost. A lowly life that relied on luck to get to where he was today was not worth being laughed at by others. The flying kite stabbed towards the green-robed figure's spine. Qi wanted to see how much weight was left in the punch after the two swords pierced through the body of the golden body realm martial artist one after another. One had to know that the physique of a sword cultivator was tempered day and night by the flying sword. Among the thousands of Qi refinement warriors, it was almost comparable to the toughness of a military cultivator. With 3 intrinsic flying swords, it was only natural that Qi physique was extraordinarily tough. In an instant, Qi instinctively circulated the abundant spirit Qi in all the Qi abodes. In the small world of his body, there was a water abode with clouds and rosy clouds. There was a mountain with grass and trees. The other major acupoints with intrinsic items all had phenomenons. As a result, many auras flowed out of the small world of his body, causing Qi to be enveloped in a layer of resplendent brilliance. Qi eyes were even suffused with ripples of golden light. It turned out that not only did Qin Pingon have 2 dogs-hit flying swords, but he also had an intrinsic flying sword. He also had an actual intrinsic item flying sword. It was an eerie green sword beam that was extremely fast. With the tip of the sword meeting the tip of the sword, it pressed against the heartstrings. Both sides staggered apart as though they were taking the initiative to make way for Qin Pingon. He continued punching. As for the flying kite on the green-robed figure's back, it failed to catch up to Qin Pingon and successfully pierced his spine. After the bone-bearing punch, although blood seeped out of the corner of Qi mouth, he still felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, the punch was not heavy. He used the cavalry to open up a path. Then he used the Godman drum beating stance. Qi vision blurred. Even though he had already made use of the strength of the other party's punch to retreat and move horizontally, there was still another punch that did not make sense. Not only was the flying kite unable to do anything, even the heartstrings that was connected to him seemed to be a little dazed. Then the dark green sword beam caught up to him again. In the air on the street, the 2 sword beams were entangled endlessly. Every time they collided, it would stir up ripples of aura of different heights. It was filled with killing intent, but it was pleasing to the eye. Isn't my brother a Realm 4 Qi refinement warrior? Why does this guy have 3 flying swords? Yanzuar and Xianxia looked at each other with doubts. Every dog had its day. Qi, who was originally limitless, was finally exhausted from running for his life. A peak golden core sword cultivator with rich combat experience was actually reduced to fighting fist to fist. It was not that he could not fight back at all. After the other party's 2 punches landed on him, Qi aura became more and more intense. Coupled with the solid foundation of his body, he fought fist to fist with Qin Pingon several times. After that, Qi also began to be ruthless. He simply exchanged punches with that guy. One of his punches caused the other party's head to sway greatly. However, the other party still looked indifferent, as if he did not feel the pain at all. Every time he punched, he did not bother to choose a place to punch, as if he would be satisfied as long as he hit Qi. The flying sword heartstrings was fast enough, but it was matched by the dark green flying sword. The flying kite was always a little slower. In a battle between sword cultivators, a little difference was forever the difference between heaven and earth. The jumping pearl sword formation was already on the verge of collapse. The threat of the mysterious green-robed man was becoming more and more ignored. The onlookers on both sides of the street finally came back to their senses. There was an uproar. After 15 punches, Qi had no choice but to be punched until his back was pressed against the ground. He slid back dozens of feet away. However, during this process, Qi, who was wearing a Daoist robe, took out a military armor pill from his sleeve. A golden armor instantly covered his body. Even so, just as Qi was about to get up after slamming his palm against the ground, he was punched in the face by the green-robed man who was running close to the ground. Qi, who was wearing a military armor and a Daoist robe, was once again pressed against the ground. The 17th punch was so powerful that Qi fell to the ground and bounced back up. Then that person raised his arm and punched him again. This punch caused Qi to bleed from his 7 orifices. Peng Yuanji sighed. Qi should have taken a step back and truly unsheathed his sword. Other than the natal flying sword, as long as a sword cultivator carried a sword and was not some boring decoration, it was the same person. There were 2 types of sword cultivators. Everyone was puzzled as to why the green-robed man had suddenly stopped attacking. A moment later, another Qi Shou appeared 30 steps away from the other Qi Shou on the ground. His Yin spirit left his body and traveled the world. Qi Shou had clearly used a secret technique. Otherwise, when an ordinary cultivator's Yin spirit left their body, sword cultivators who were best at detecting auras would be able to detect even the slightest movement. That Qi Shou Yin's spirit expressionlessly reached out his hand. He unsheathed his sword and held it in his hand. The sword Qi was one of the Qi family's half-immortal weapons. Its name was Gaozhu. It was said that this half-immortal weapon's true body was once the spine of a fire sect god from the ancient heavenly court. Its corpse was lost in the mortal world and was accidentally obtained by the Qi family's ancestor. He carefully refined it for more than 100 years. When Qi Shou was born, he became the new owner of this half-immortal weapon. After Qi Shou Yin's spirit grabbed the Gaozhu, he asked, "Do you still want to fight?" What happened next made even Stack Shang's eyelids tremble, let alone the onlookers who had long forgotten to drink. Qin Pingan's bony right hand grabbed Qi Shou's true body like hooks and slowly lifted it up. Then he casually threw it at Qi Shou Yin's spirit. Qin Pingan stood up straight with his left hand behind his back and his right hand clenched in front of him. Blood slowly dripped from his mangled arm to the ground along his bony fingers. Without hesitation, Qi Shou Yin's spirit returned to his body and floated to the ground. Qin Pingan raised his arm that was too horrible to look at and said indifferently, "Come." A golden light beam shot up into the sky from the Ning mansion in the distance. Accompanied by thunderous sounds, it broke through the air and was gently grabbed by Qin Pingan. The golden line that started from the Ning mansion and ended on this street was extremely eye-catching. Due to the shockingly dense sword Qi, the golden line didn't disperse even though the sword was already in the hands of the green-robed swordsman. Qi Shou, who didn't wipe off the blood on his face, instantly turned ashen. "Who lent you the immortal weapon?" The immortal weapon in his hand, called Sword Immortal, seemed to be excited for a long-awaited battle. It vibrated and emitted strands of golden light. This made the green-robed swordsman feel as if he was holding a sun. "High candle. How high is the candle flame?" "The sun hangs in the sky. What dares to compete with me?" The green-robed young man smiled leisurely. "If your surname wasn't Qi, you would still be lying on the ground sleeping. That's why you have a half-immortal weapon, because you reincarnated well. I'm different from you. I fought for this sword immortal with my life." At this point, Qin Pingan stopped smiling. "The Qi Shou of the southern battlefield is worthy of this surname. However, we still have to fight. As long as you dare to use your sword." At this moment, the bearded man who had returned to the tavern and sat down put down a big white bowl that he had picked up from the ground. He said to Qi Shou, "If you lose, you have to admit it. Your Qi family's direct descendant has never died in the north of the city wall." Qi Shou raised his hand and sheathed his sword. He walked forward and brushed past the green-robed man. "Do you dare to set a time for another battle?" He had the chance to become the first sword cultivator to reach the nascent soul realm among his peers on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was even faster than Ning Yao. This was because there were too many things she needed to do. It wasn't Qi refinement, which was nothing to Ning Yao. She needed to refine items, which slowed down her breakthrough. However, as long as Qi Shou reached the nascent soul realm and fought with Qin Pingan again, there was no need to talk about his chances of winning. Qin Pingan asked back, "You decide on the location and I decide on the time. How about it?" Qi Shou's Adam's apple moved slightly. He almost couldn't hold back that mouthful of blood. Qi Shou didn't say anything else and didn't leave on the wind. He walked to the end of the street and slowly left at the corner. Behind him, a group of friends who looked worse than Qi Shou silently followed. Qin Pingan glanced at Ning Yao and smiled. Ning Yao glared at him. Qin Pingan looked around. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was very strange. In Qin Pingan's life, other than his ancestral home in his hometown and the bamboo house in Desolate Mountain, it was the place where he felt the most unscrupulous. Therefore, it was also the place where Qin Pingan, who was greedy for life and afraid of death, dared to fight to his heart's content the most. This was because the Great Wall of Sword Qi was very pure. There were good and evil, joy and anger, but it was far less complicated than the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was also the Sword Celestial who had personally told him how to be unreasonable. The old man also personally demonstrated With a casual wave of his hand, a sword aura descended from the sky and instantly killed a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms from a big family. Here the sword celestial Qin Qingdu was the biggest reason. Qin Pingon sincerely acknowledged the old celestial. Therefore when he fought with his fists and sword here he could reach the realm that he dreamed of. He didn't have to worry about the consequences and he could fight without any restrictions. Moreover, this was a place where Alliance stayed for many years. It was a place where Alliance stayed and drank so much wine over the years. If Qin Pingon's fists and sword were not strong enough, he would be letting this place down. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and felt a little satisfied. However, it was still not enough. Peng Yuanji was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the green-robed swordsman turned around and smiled at Peng Yuanji. Peng Yuanji smiled and asked, "Don't you think you're at a disadvantage?" After a tough battle, the other party didn't win easily. Qin Pingon's subsequent actions. The sword celestials who weren't sitting together all laughed and drank. Everyone saw the person on the street nail the immortal weapon named Sword Celestial into the ground. Then he let go and extended his right hand, indicating that the other party could attack. Then the person said, "I'm afraid you'll feel that you're at a disadvantage." Peng Yuanji was in high spirits. He smiled and strode out of the tavern. Standing in the middle of the street he cupped his fists and said loudly, "Great Wall of Sword Qi Peng Yuanji." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and cupped his fists in return. He answered seriously, "The person Ning Yao likes Qin Pingon." 8. 577. Peng Yuanji clasped 2 fingers in front of him and smiled. "I don't have many flying swords. I only have one. Fortunately it's fast enough. I hope it won't disappoint you." Sword qi filled the streets. Then streams of swords flowed over. They twisted and turned without any order. In the end they spread out and gathered into a river of sword qi. Sword qi was everywhere. The customers in the taverns on both sides could clearly feel an icy coldness slowly pouring in from the streets. Peng Yuanji clearly wasn't chosen as a disciple by the hidden official out of sheer luck. Everyone knew that Peng Yuanji was indeed the person most likely to inherit the hidden official's legacy in the 100 years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Where there are the most demons is where I strike. Which sword cultivator wouldn't be fascinated by this realm? For a sword cultivator, especially a prodigy with the reputation of an innate sword embryo, the quality of their life-bound flying sword would indeed determine their final achievements. After Peng Yuanji said those words, taverns of all sizes and taverns were filled with jeers and jeers. Peng Yuanji's life-bound flying sword was called Time. Time was like water, which was why it flowed unpredictably. The sword was formless. If Qi Shou's most fundamental life-bound flying sword was a display of quantity, then Peng Yuanji's life-bound flying sword was truly unreasonable. What was most unreasonable was not just the power of his life-bound flying sword. After obtaining the Time flying sword, Peng Yuanji was known as the Master of Swords. Not only could the flying sword temper the body, it could also nourish the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Cultivating spells would yield twice the results with half the effort. In addition, Peng Yuanji had shown astounding talent in cultivation since he was young. He could comprehend many things by analogy. Therefore, Peng Yuanji was also known as the Master of Swords. Peng Yuanji didn't have a single robe. He didn't have a half-immortal weapon like Qi Shou that followed his surname. He also didn't have any extra armor pills. Qin Pingon walked forward lightly. His fist energy flowed like a waterfall. Walking on the street, it was as if he was rowing a boat against the current. As he walked, the pure martial artist's fist intent clashed with the pure sword qi, making it so that the spectators who did not have high enough realms could not see the face and figure of the green-robed swordsman. The scene on the street was like the wine in the bowl, and the person was like a copper coin thrown into the wine. The person who drank the wine shook the white bowl, making it impossible for others to see the copper coin at the bottom of the bowl. Ning Yao, who had been standing in place all this time, said softly, "How did Qin Pingon win that fight? Why did Qi Shou lose? I'll tell you the details later." Yen's eyes lit up as he stared blankly at that figure's back. He sighed and said, "As long as my brother is willing to fight, I guarantee that he can beat anyone." Then Yen's turned his head and said with a grin, "Right, Sanchio? Who was the one who said, 'If you lie, you can knock down Qi Shou with one hand'?" Qin Sanchio said blankly, "Dong Haitan must have told him." Dong Huafu said angrily, Screw your mother's balls. Stack Zhang felt a little helpless. Dong Haitan was actually the one who had interacted with Alliance the longest among all of them. He was probably the only supreme expert on the Great Wall of Sword Qi who had pissed on Alliance before. Therefore, Dong Haitan either kept quiet or scolded people with profanities that he had learned from Alliance. If the listener really took offense, they would die of laughter and anger. A middle-aged sword immortal who had quietly arrived at the dilapidated tavern sat beside the one-eyed, bearded man. He wiped the dust off the table and nodded with a smile. His fist aura is pure and his fist intent is profound. I can't imagine that the Xianxia of the past could actually beat this person 3 times in a row. The bearded man who had been kicked by the hidden official did not feel uncomfortable at all. He continued drinking and said hoarsely, "You're late. If you had seen Xianxia practicing his fist technique on the city wall with your own eyes, you wouldn't be so surprised. Xianxia was so strong and broke through so quickly. I thought it was natural." At this point, the bearded man looked at Qin Pingon who was walking leisurely in the torrent of sword qi. Of course this young man is really good. I've seen him practicing his fist technique on the city wall before. At that time I didn't expect him to have the martial arts realm he has today. Even if the sword immortal boss told me, I might not have believed it. The middle-aged sword immortal who had just arrived from the South Swirl continent smiled. I heard that he came from the Pearl Grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent. I wonder if he has anything to do with the Dali vassal Song Zhangqiang. The bearded man shook his head. I'm not sure. He's obviously young, but he looks like a veteran who is used to fighting. Do you have so many fights for a pure martial artist in your vast world? Even if there were experts who taught him fist techniques, he wouldn't be able to achieve this without being in a life-or-death situation many times. He doesn't look like a foreigner. Instead, he looks like the most authentic young man from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The male sword immortal from the South Swirl continent raised his wine bowl and clinked it with the man's. He took a sip of wine and sighed. The world is so big. Even someone like me who doesn't like to drink has developed an alcoholic bug in my stomach when I came here. The man twitched the corner of his mouth. This taciturn, unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal revealed a rare look of resentment. He sneered. It's all because of that bastard. If a bachelor doesn't drink, he'll be a bachelor for thousands of years. Sword immortals don't drink. Nascent soul cultivators go for a walk. The 3 fights were over. The 4th fight was about to begin. It was really satisfying. The little girl with some baby fat patted the windowsill with her hand. Her face was flushed and she was very excited. Did you see that? Did you see that? I have good taste, right? Don't be shy, say it out loud. No one paid attention to her. This made the little girl a little annoyed. She suddenly realized that Sister Dong beside her was a little abnormal. She asked curiously, "Sister Dong, did you suddenly realize that Sister Ning picked such a good man? Then you look at yourself and realize that you're not young anymore. You can't find a suitable one. Is that why you're so upset? Then learn from me. If you're happy, say it out loud. If you're upset, say it out loud. I'll drink with you. I'll lend you some of my happiness." Dong Bud leaned on the windowsill and rubbed her face with both hands. She sighed and nodded. "I'm really upset. After so many years, I can't compare to Ning girl in anything." The little girl comforted her. "Sister Dong, you're old. In this matter, Sister Ning can't compare to you. You'll definitely win." Dong Bud turned her head and reached out to grab the little girl's neck. She gently lifted her up and smiled. "Say it out loud. I didn't hear you clearly just now." The little girl's feet left the ground. She was extremely annoyed and said angrily, "Sister Dong, from today onwards, you have to be more respectful to me. If you're not careful, I'll become Qin Pingon's little wife. At that time you won't be able to bear the consequences. When he sees that I'm used to being bullied by you, he'll be angry and want to hit you just like how he hit Chisho. At that time I won't be able to stop him. I want to, but I'll be powerless. I can only watch Sister Dong bounce around on the ground." Dong Bud pushed the little girl to the ground and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about? Say this in front of Ning girl." The little girl stood still and shook her shoulders. "I'm not stupid. Can't I see that he and Sister Ning are flirting with each other? It's just casual talk. My mother often says that the man you can't get is the best man in the world. I know that my mother deliberately said that for my father to hear. Every time my father looks as pitiful as if he's eaten shit. I don't dare to scold him, but I can't beat him. I don't think there's a need to be angry. Dongbud pressed down on the little girl's head and made her kowtow. He scolded jokingly, "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You don't even have a lock on your mouth. Aren't you afraid that your parents will spank you?" After Dongbud stopped, the little girl rubbed her swollen forehead. Without looking at Dongbud, she clenched her fists and knocked heavily on the windowsill. I've decided. When he defeats Peng Yuanji, I'll learn from him. If he doesn't teach me, I'll kneel in front of Sister Ning's door for a few minutes. I'm very sincere. When I learn the fist, Sister Dong, you have to be careful when you walk at night. Even Dongbud was helpless against the little girl. There was a hole in her brain that could not be filled with logic. Dongbud suddenly sighed. There are too many sword immortals watching the battle. Just as the little girl was about to speak, Dongbud wrapped his arm around her neck and pulled her to his side. The little girl tilted her head and rolled her eyes. She stuck out her tongue and pretended to be dead. On the street, the young martial artist in green robes with a white jade hairpin did something strange. He did not rely on his sturdy physique and agile body. He did not try to wade through the water, at the fastest speed possible to approach Peng Yuanji. Instead, he shook his arms slightly and grabbed a stack of yellow paper talisman of ordinary quality. He threw it out. In an instant there were 40 to 50 talisman of various colors. Almost all of the talisman were instantly shredded by the sword qi. However, Qin Pingon continued. He did not walk quickly, but the speed at which he threw out the talisman was dazzling. Peng Yuanji smiled. He formed hand seals with 2 fingers and stepped on astral energy. Behind Qin Pingon, ripples appeared. A Peng Yuanji appeared. On the rooftops on both sides of the street, 12 more Peng Yuanji appeared. Every Peng Yuanji, on the high ground, was either performing Daoist spells or performing Buddhist seals. A rune array appeared below their feet. Between the Peng Yuanji and between the rune arrays, thin threads in different colors were slithering like dragons and snakes. They connected with each other and eventually formed a rune array that covered the entire street. Not only that, the 2 Peng Yuanji standing in front of and behind Qin Pingon also began to move forward slowly. As they walked, they casually tapped and drew talismans. The talismans hovered in the air. They were all strange ancient seal scripts and cloud patterns. Many of the talismans were written in the air. The talismans glowed brightly. Some of the talismans were rippling with spiritual qi and water light. Some of the talismans were intertwined with lightning and fire dragons. Qin Pingon threw out more than 100 yellow paper talisman one last time. He stood still and raised his fist again. The thick fist intent that had been flowing around his body was like a sword returning to its scabbard. He withdrew his fist and threw out a quick punch. His fist was like a rainbow. It was as if thunder was born from the ground. The river of sword qi on the entire street trembled. Most of the sword qi and sword intent in the river gathered around a green-robed figure. It was as if a massive army had surrounded a city. The 2 Peng Yuanji on the street did not slow down. They continued to strengthen the talisman array. Peng Yuanji did not watch the 3 fights for nothing. Qin Pingon had too many tricks up his sleeves. Most importantly, he was still hiding his true strength. For example, his left hand that had yet to punch with all its might. Also, Peng Yuanji could not figure out how fast Qin Pingon's true speed was. In the battle with Qi Shou, Qin Pingon had actually set up many illusions. Those below sword immortal level, apart from Ning Yao and Peng Yuanji, and those nascent soul sword cultivators could only watch the show. Peng Yuanji actually felt helpless deep in his heart. You, Qin Pingon, are a pure martial artist and a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 states. It is one thing for you to have a natal item after the great refinement, but what about the other 2 fakes of the sword immortal flying swords that are very frightening? Who knew if this guy was still hiding another one? Peng Yuanji felt that this guy would do something so immoral. Other than that, Peng Yuanji was even more vigilant. The talismans that Qin Pingon threw out were, in fact, precisely inspecting the various minute details of the sword energy river. Therefore, Peng Yuanji did not hesitate to withdraw the sword qi, not giving him a chance to investigate further. After Qin Pingon and the others left the Ning mansion. On the training field, Nalan Yeshing, the old servant of the Ning family, had been diligently protecting the 3rd-generation master of the Ning mansion. At this moment he squatted on the ground and stretched out his fingers, gently rubbing the ground. Bai Lianshuang, the old woman of the Yao family who had accompanied her mistress to the Ning mansion in the early years, stood aside and said angrily, "Old dog, why don't you keep an eye on that side? What if something goes wrong? Can you afford to pay for it with your life?" Nalan Yeshing said indifferently, "No matter how dangerous it is, can it be more dangerous than the battlefield in the south?" Bai Lianshuang was even angrier. "People's hearts are vicious. How can it be worse than the battlefield? Old dog Nalan, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Nalan Yeshing stopped and looked up, remaining silent. Bai Lianshuang sighed and said slowly, "Has it ever occurred to you that a promising young man like young Master Chen wouldn't need to spend so much effort on him if he were the legitimate daughter of any other major family on the Great Wall of Sword Qi? They would have nurtured him carefully and treated him as a comfortable son-in-law. On our side there are only you and me in the Ning mansion. As for the Yao family, they still choose to wait and see. Since the Yao family has not said anything, it means that before something happens, no one will support our mistress and our master. Something goes wrong, it will be too late." Nalan Yeshing said. Old Yao is holding back his anger. Bai Lianshuang hesitated and asked tentatively, "How about we leak some information about our master's betrothal gifts to the Yao family?" Nalan Yeshing rarely spoke to the old woman. He turned his head and said in a low voice, "Don't insult Qin Pingon and the Yao family." Bai Lianshuang nodded and didn't talk back for the first time. Nalan Yeshing explained, "Since you said that Qin Pingon chose our mistress, then there is no other way. If he can persuade us, it should be Qin Pingon who can persuade others. If he can't, then we will beat him into submission." Bai Lianshuang complained, "I didn't ask you to get involved and help Qin Pingon. I just asked you to keep an eye on them in case of accidents. You talked for a long time and didn't get to the point at all." Nalan Yeshing said helplessly, "Okay, then I will break the promise and tell you the truth. I can only stay here and scratch my heart and lungs. It is Qin Pingon's idea. Otherwise, I would have gone there to drink in a corner." Bai Lianshuang was confused. "Did he tell you in advance?" Nalan Yeshing nodded. "Even if I have the courage, I dare not fool you about this kind of thing, right? It is Qin Pingon's idea." The old man stood up and said with a smile, "The reason is very simple. If no elders of the Ning mansion go there, then the Qi family won't have the face to go there. As for the fight with Qi Shou, even if he loses, it won't be an ugly loss. It is destined that Qi Shou will never think that he has really won. If Qi Shou dares to break the rules, it will not be as simple as winning or losing. Instead, he will have to suddenly make a move at a certain time and cross the line. Then Qin Pingon will be able to force the ancestor behind Qi Shou to come out and clean up the mess. By then, how much face the Qi family can get back from the ground will depend on whether the spectators at that time agree or not." Bai Lianshuang fell into deep thought and thought about these words carefully. Nalan Yeshing added, "You and Miss may not know this, but Qin Pingon came to me twice in private. Once he asked me about the details of Qi Shou, Pang Yuanji and Gao Yeho in detail, from the names of the 3 sword cultivators' flying swords, temperament, fighting habits and their preachers. Qin Pingon asked them all about the fighting on the battlefield and in pairs. The second time he asked me to help him imitate their flying swords. He would fight each of them separately. There was only one thing: my sword must be faster than their flying swords. Of course I wouldn't refuse. I was in Qin Pingon's room where it was hard to move around. Of course I didn't need to hurt anyone." Qin Pingon said with a smile that once he really let go and punched with all his strength, he would at least let these heaven's favorites fight with Qin Pingon. It is not something that can be done easily. At the end of the fight they would have no choice but to fight to the death. Bai Lianshuang's expression was weird. Nalan Yeshing's smile was even weirder. He pointed at the stacking mountain shop and said, "Are you still worried about Qin Pingon? Shouldn't Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji be worried about Qin Pingon? If Qin Pingon is your opponent, you will be disgusted to death by Qin Pingon if the gap between their realms is not big. You, Bai Lianshuang, have punched Qin Pingon before. How can you not know how tough he is?" Nalan Yeshing paced back and forth slowly. He was in a good mood. "This kid is easy to talk to, right? He knows etiquette, right? When he came to my side I helped him feed his sword. After that we drank some wine. It was rare for him to talk so much. You didn't see it. At that time Qin Pingon drank some wine, took off his boots and sat cross-legged like me. Look at the expression in his eyes and the words he said. What kind of scene was that?" Nalan Yeshing seemed to be reminiscing. The Ning mansion indeed needed a master. Otherwise it would be too boring. Bai Lianshuang glared at him and said, "When you see him, call him young Master Qin. In my place you can call him young master. You keep calling him Qin Pingon. Is that appropriate? Who gave you the guts?" Nalin Yeshing couldn't help but feel aggrieved. It wasn't easy for him to earn some face from Qin Pingon, but in front of this old woman he had to give it all back. The old woman said to herself, "Old dog, do you think young Master Qin can win 3 rounds in a row?" Nalin Yeshing already had a plan in mind. "Of course I want to. But if the 3rd round is Peng Yuanji, Qi Shou or Gao Yeho, it will be difficult for one of them to jump out. Qi Shou is the most likely one. As long as this kid doesn't overestimate himself, Qin Pingon will have a chance to fight him." Sure enough, the 2 old men clearly sensed the abundant presence of an ancient sword echoing on the street near the Stacking Mountain shop. Then the immortal sword that Qin Pingon put in the side room of the small house left the Ning mansion on its own. The old woman kicked Nalin Yeshing's knee and said, "Go and check the situation. Don't jinx it." Qi Shou unsheathed Gao Zhu. Although Nalin Yeshing looked calm, he was actually a bit anxious. In a normal fight, life and death weren't decided. Why would they need a half-immortal weapon to fight an immortal weapon? Nalin Yeshing didn't care about the agreement. However, the old woman didn't expect that she would calm down at the last moment. Although she looked serious, Bai Lianshuang still shook her head and said, "Forget it. We have to believe that young master has expected this." Nalin Yeshing asked tentatively, "You really don't need me to go?" In other words, if something happened, Bai Lianshuang could order Nalini around, but Bai Lianshuang couldn't blame him for neglecting his duties. Bai Lianshuang nodded. "I said it." Nalin Yeshing glanced at her. The old woman said angrily, "Old dog, watch your eyes." Nalin Yeshing knew that she wasn't in a good mood at the moment, so he endured it. Anyway, he wouldn't argue with her for a year or 2. Not long after, a golden core sword cultivator hurried over with the wind and landed on the training field. After bowing to the 2 seniors, he said, "Qin Pingon has already won 3 matches. The 3 of them are Rin Yi Puyu and Qi Shou." This young golden core sword cultivator, who was nearly 100 years old, was called Cui Wei. He was Nalin Yeshing's unofficial disciple. Nalin Yeshing didn't take it seriously, but Cui Wei had always abided by the etiquette of master and disciple. In fact, in the past 10 years, because of the disaster in Ning Mansion, Cui Wei didn't change his mind. The old woman cheered loudly. Nalin Yeshing asked, "Qin Pingon is seriously injured? Then why didn't you protect him? Why did you come here to take the credit first?" Cui Wei said with a smile, "It seems that there will be another fight. After I tell you the news, I have to go back to watch the fight." Nalin Yeshing grabbed Cui Wei's shoulder. "Tell me the process of the 3 fights in detail." Cui Wei said with a wry smile, "Master, in the 4th fight, Qin Pingon fought with Peng Yuanji, and it was Qin Pingon who took the initiative to fight. It would be a pity if I didn't watch it. When I rushed to Ning Mansion, I found that 2 sword immortal seniors from the North Continent had rushed there." Nalin Yeshing asked, "What about Gao Zhu?" Cui Wei smiled knowingly. Sword immortal Gao Kuei made the final decision and revealed the secret of heaven. Therefore Qi Shou just held his sword and didn't attack. He had already put away his sword and left. The old woman didn't have time to be happy. Her face changed slightly. "What? Master wants to fight with Peng Yuanji again?" Nalin Yeshing smiled. "I'm relieved." The old woman pointed. "Go and watch." Nalin Yeshing shook his head. "No need. Winning against Qi Shou has already proved that Qin Pingon not only knows what's going on, but also knows how to fight." As an unofficial disciple, Cui Wei still had to talk about the elegance of a senior. However, Nalin Yeshing quietly moved his feet. The old woman waved her hand. "Cui Wei, please go and watch. Something goes wrong, summon your flying sword and send a message to Ning Mansion." Cui Wei hurriedly left on his sword. The fight at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was an earth-shattering fight between 2 sword immortals. Both sides' sword qi covered the sky, so it was naturally not to be missed. However, Cui Wei didn't think that the fight between Qin Pingon, Qi Shou and Peng Yuanji wasn't exciting. In fact, it was very exciting. Otherwise, the 4 sword immortals of the upper 5 realms, including Gao Kuei, wouldn't be drinking there. In addition, there were also sword immortals who rushed over to witness the last fight between the juniors. Cui Wei even guessed that there would be less than 10 sword immortals gathered on that street. Back then, when Chao Ci of the Central Divine Continent appeared at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and caused a conflict, how many sword immortals were willing to show up? Although this had a lot to do with the fact that Chao Ci's martial Dao realm wasn't high at that time, and her punches were fast. However, putting all these reasons aside, just the number of sword immortals watching the fight, Qin Pingon, who had just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi a few days ago, had unknowingly caught up with a certain someone back then. However, the latter's fight was a chaotic one. It had nothing to do with the heroic spirit of a sword immortal. The old woman murmured, "How good would it be if Master and Madam were still here?" Nalan Yeshing was speechless and could only sigh. The old woman rubbed her eyes and smiled. "It's very good now." On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were 2 thatched cottages of different sizes. A young man with a jade-like face walked out of the small thatched cottage and came to the nearby northern city wall. Looking at the city in the north, he smiled and said, "Seniors, would even Master Hidden Official ran over to join in the fun. Are you sure you don't want to take a few glances?" There was a man sitting cross-legged at the top of the city wall. His sword was placed horizontally on his knees and he was resting with his eyes closed. There were sharp sword qi crisscrossing all around him, and it seemed as if it had solidified from the void into reality. The sword qi suddenly appeared and disappeared. Fortunately, the man standing next to him was Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin. Wei Jin was a rare genius of the Aquarius continent after Li Tuanjing and before Ma Kuxuan. As for the 3 of them, Li Tuanjing, who was recognized as a sword immortal realm sword immortal before his death, was not inferior to Wei Jin. Unfortunately, he was trapped by love and lost the possibility of becoming the first sword immortal realm sword immortal in the history of the Aquarius continent. Therefore, overall he was inferior to Wei Jin. As for Ma Kuxuan, the military cultivator of Martial Mountain on the Aquarius continent, it was believed that his aptitude was slightly inferior to Li Tuanjing and Wei Jin. However, his great Dao opportunity was too good. His future achievements might be higher than Wei Jin's. As for the previous owner of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing, since he had already passed away, everything was over. Zhuozhuan never opened his eyes. He said with an indifferent expression, "There's nothing to see. It's meaningless to fight for a moment." Wei Jin knew seniors was temper, so he didn't hold back. He smiled and said, "This is really not the attitude a senior martial brother should have towards a junior martial brother." Zhuozhuan shook his head and said, "I have never admitted this. What's more, according to the rules of the orthodoxy, he didn't hang the portrait of the ancestor, nor did he kowtow to me. He is not my junior martial brother." Wei Jin didn't say anything else. Seniors wasn't someone who liked to talk. It was as though it was more difficult for him to speak than to use his sword to fight an enemy. Zhuozhuan and Wei Jin were 2 sword immortals. One came from the Central Plains Divine Continent, while the other came from the Aquarius continent. Zhuozhuan was already far away from the mortal world. He was like a lonely ghost drifting on the vast ocean. For more than 100 years, the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other. Besides knowing Alliance and Qin Pingon, they both had nothing to do with each other. Zhuozhuan found Wei Jin's swordsmanship and character pleasing to the eye. This young man, Wei Jin, who had once received great kindness from Alliance, was one of the few remaining sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi that Zhuozhuan was willing to talk to. However, Wei Jin was only a sword immortal who had entered the unpolished Jade realm not long ago. On the other hand, Zhuozhuan, who was already famous 100 years ago, addressed him as Senior Zhuo. Wei Jin was a little emotional. Every sword immortal had a sword immortal that they admired the most in their hearts. For example, the immortal foundation of the Snow Wind Temple. His master, who didn't have a high cultivation but was respected by Wei Jin for his entire life, had always admired Li Tuanjing, who had single-handedly suppressed Jingyang Mountain. His greatest wish when he was alive was to have the chance to ask Li Tuanjing about the way of the sword. Even if Li Tuanjing only said one word, he would have no regrets in life. However, his master was thin-skinned and had a low cultivation. He couldn't fulfill his wish. When Wei Jin wandered the pugilistic world and met that bladesman with a bamboo hat, he went into seclusion to break through. When he wanted to ask about the Wind and Thunder Garden as his master's disciple, Li Tuanjing had already passed away. To Wei Jin, his life had always been like this. If he didn't ask for something, it might be filled to the brim. If he asked for something it would be fleeting. Fortunately, when he reached the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Wei Jin's state of mind was broadened. There was the eldest sword immortal who had lived alone in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 10,000 years. There were also fellow cultivators from the North Continent who were willing to die for him. Of course, there were also seniors who had reached the peak of swordsmanship and seemed to be superior to all sword cultivators in the world. In the previous battle, left and right each wielded a sword and went deep into the demon army's hinterland. They used their sword aura to open up a path. There was no need for them to use their swords. Treasures that came close to them would automatically turn to dust. It was only when they met the great demon that they picked at first glance that left and right began to fight seriously. The battle between the immortals involved countless innocent bystanders. After all, the area within 100 miles was filled with demons. It was a magnificent battle. Just this battle alone made left and right the most popular foreigner among the native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After the battle ended, left and right sat alone on the city wall drinking wine. The eldest sword immortal, Qin Qingdu, appeared and said, "Your swordsmanship is high, but it's not enough." Even when facing the sword immortal that Alliance respectfully called eldest sword immortal, left and right only replied with one sentence. That is, "Your swordsmanship is not high enough." At that time, Qin Qingdu put his hands behind his back and turned to leave. He shook his head and laughed. "How did that flexible old scholar teach a student like you?" Left and right could not be bothered to speak. The reason was simple. He could not beat this old man. Otherwise, he would have used his sword to do the talking so that this convict with the highest seniority would have to be more polite when talking about his teacher. Wei Jin lowered his head and stared at his open palm. He smiled and said, "Qin Pingon won the first battle. It was very easy." His opponent was a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm. Left and right remained silent for a moment. He still did not open his eyes. He only frowned and said, "A sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm?" Wei Jin thought that left and right felt that Qin Pingon's opponent's realm was too low. He said, "The second battle is this young golden core." Unexpectedly, left and right frowned even more. "It's only been 10 years? Has it been 10 years? He can already fight a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm?" Wei Jin's mood was a little complicated. Did left and right have too little confidence in his little junior brother? Wei Jin quickly remembered something. When left and right were studying under the Wind Saint, his realm was indeed not high and he was not an innate sword embryo. Left and right said indifferently, "You don't have to tell me the situation of the battle." Wei Jin only observed the mountains and rivers by himself. Left and right continued to use the unyielding sword intent of the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi to temper his own sword intent. When one was young, it was not a good thing to be distracted by things like martial arts and swordsmanship instead of studying. After experiencing so many things, it was difficult for one to understand some simple principles when one turned to study. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to get along well with the world. He was picky, and only knowledge that was useful to him and could solve his urgent needs was considered good knowledge. Such knowledge, no matter how much he knew, would naturally be of great benefit to ordinary people. After all, he was an individual and had to have a peace of mind. But for his teacher's student, especially his last disciple, it didn't have much meaning. Wei Jin was silent for a long time. After watching the second battle, he noticed the subtle changes around him. He could not help but ask, "Since left and right still have concerns, why are you unwilling to see him?" Left and right frowned and said, I don't think he is my junior." That young man could be his teacher's disciple and could be Qi Jingquan's junior. Even so, it did not mean that he was the junior in left and right's heart. Otherwise, why would left and right call himself the eldest senior and treat Cui Dong, the first disciple of the Wind Saint, as if he was nothing? Taking a step back, was there a junior brother in the world who would only care about being intimate with his wife and ignore his eldest senior brother? "I don't treat you as my junior. Is that a reason for you not to treat me as your eldest senior?" Wei Jin quietly watched the battle from afar. Left and right suddenly opened his eyes and squinted, looking at the city's main street. Wei Jin held back his laughter and did not speak. At this moment, the Qi family disciple unsheathed his sword. Left and right quickly closed his eyes. Wei Jin smiled knowingly. The Wind Saint's lineage was the most reasonable. Elsewhere in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lady Hidden Official landed on the city wall with the wind. With a leap, she stepped on the wall and walked up. Her footsteps did not seem fast, but she reached the city wall in an instant. An elderly sword immortal from the North Continent who was guarding the nearby area saluted her with his fists. The hidden official nodded and stood on the north side of the city wall. He took a big step forward and arrived at the south side of the city wall. He reached out and grabbed his two ponytails. He lifted them up and wobbled as he slowly rose into the air. Then she frowned and reluctantly turned around to ride the wind. Like an arrow, she shot toward a certain city wall beneath her feet. The thick sea of clouds above her head was dispelled, and in an instant she appeared beside a thatched cottage. "What are you doing?" "I didn't drink." An old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. "I have something to discuss with you." Lady Hidden Official said, "I didn't drink. I don't have the strength to fight recently. I won't go to the south." The old man laughed. "You're so naughty and mischievous. Do you really not plan to marry in the future?" Lady Hidden Official, who was wearing a loose black robe, looked like a little black cat with its hair standing on end. Her big sleeves fluttered and black clouds surrounded the little girl. It turned out that as the old man spoke, he was already standing beside her. He bent down and reached out to press her little head. That fluttering black robe instantly loosened. She lowered her head and moved forward. She said in a low voice, "Speak." The old man waved his hand. "Go and play by yourself. It's fine." She said angrily, "Qin Qingdo. Are you kidding me?" Qin Qingdo laughed. "Judging from Our Lady Hidden Official's tone, you're not convinced?" Her face darkened. The next moment. First, a small world suddenly appeared on the great wall of sword aura near the thatched cottage. Then almost all the sword cultivators on the city wall felt the entire city shake. In that small world, the eldest sword Immortal pressed down on Lady Hidden Official's head with one hand. Her feet were in the air and her back was against the city wall. She was full of murderous intent, but she could not break free. Qin Qingdo said indifferently, "It's not that I can't control you. It's just that I feel guilty and can't be bothered to care about you. You're young and immature, so I'm especially tolerant of you. Do you remember?" Lady Hidden Official was silent for a long time and nodded. Qin Qingdo let go. Lady Hidden Official slid to the ground. The old man said, "Go and play." Lady Hidden Official made an "oh" sound. She turned around and swaggered away, her two sleeves flying in the air. The old man stopped and looked at the desolate world in the south. He smiled. The human world was like wine. Drunk before the flowers, drunk under the moon, drunk for 10,000 years. Qin Qingdo looked back to the north. In a situation where their realms were not too far apart, he had to be careful when fighting against that kid. The talisman had no place to be used. Qin Pingon still had 15 Pine Needle and Dark Thunder flying swords. They could help him confirm many things about Pang Yuanji's life-bound flying sword. The two Pang Yuanji on the street had an easy time dealing with it. One of them stopped and controlled 3 strands of sword aura to tangle with Qin Pingon's 3 flying swords. The other person was controlling the sword energy, which was consuming Qin Pingon's true energy and condensed fist will, as well as Qin Pingon's true energy and fist will. As for the 12 Pang Yuanji on the roof, they began to create a new talisman formation. Pang Yuanji chose the dumbest method. Step by step he turned the entire street into his own little world. It was like a saint overseeing a college or an immortal overseeing a mountain. His cultivation base was a level higher. In the end, a nascent soul sword cultivator would attack. Victory would be decided in an instant. His opponent clearly understood Pang Yuanji's thoughts. Unfortunately, he did not seem to have the strength to do so. Even the momentum of his punches was enough to make the onlookers tremble in fear. The energy fists and sword auras collided again and again, causing the entire street to crumble. However, both sides had a tacit understanding. No matter how much chaos there was, Pang Yuanji's sword aura did not enter the tavern at all. The same went for Qin Pingon's energy fists. Just as Pang Yuanji was about to succeed, the young martial artist no longer held back. In the blink of an eye, he parted the river with his fists and arrived in front of Pang Yuanji. Moreover, a snow-white flying sword suddenly appeared. Without any warning, it shot toward Pang Yuanji, who was controlling his sword aura to deal with the 3 flying swords. This was nothing. His white robe rose from the ground and his Yin spirit flew into the clouds. When he attacked, Peng Yuanji was smashed into pieces. The first flying sword crushed the second Peng Yuanji. Qin Pingan's spirit suddenly stopped and looked down from above. He used the Great Swamp of Clouds technique and threw energy fists at the roofs like a torrential downpour. Each and every Peng Yuanji appeared. At the same time, Qin Pingan's true body, who was retracting his fists on the street, bent his knees slightly like a collapsing boxing ring. A fist intent that had never been seen on Qin Pingan before erupted from his body. It was like a thunderclap in spring or a dragon's spine moving. The entire street beneath his feet seemed to have sunk from top to bottom. Qin Pingan was high up. He had already passed over his spirit's head and delivered the most powerful punch he had ever delivered in his life. In the sky above the city, the fist intent shot forward like a knife cutting through a piece of white paper. Then the commotion caused a rumbling sound above everyone's heads. Peng Yuanji, who had appeared out of thin air, immediately retracted his flying sword in the face of the incoming fist aura. A golden body dharma power that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of Peng Yuanji with its arms crossed. The avatar was not majestic, but its golden radiance was as thick as water. Peng Yuanji and the golden avatar retreated to a higher place. When Peng Yuanji stabilized himself, the golden avatar transformed into a mustard seed. It grew to several hundred feet tall and stood behind Peng Yuanji. It held an dermic seal in one hand and a huge sword in the other. Qin Pingan stepped on the 1st and 15th. In the face of such a majestic phenomenon, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced at an extremely fast speed. At the window and outside the tavern, heads craned and necks craned. They were dumbfounded by what they saw. These two fellows were fighting a little lawlessly. Yen's was said softly, "Ning Yao, aren't you going to persuade him? There's no need to go to this extent. Peng Yuanji isn't a bad person and Qin Pingan is a good person. If it were Qishou, I'd love for Qin Pingan to punch Qishou's brains out. If this continues, it'll be a matter of life and death." Ning Yao said exasperatedly, "I can't persuade him." Dong Huafu was dumbfounded. Was there anyone in the world that Sister Ning could not persuade? Whether it was Alliance or eldest sword Immortal, Sister Ning had a whole new level of respect for them. Moreover, Sister Ning had matured early. Even those two had never treated Sister Ning as a child. Among them, she was the first and only one who could discuss important matters with Alliance and eldest sword Immortal. Dong Huafu's sister admitted that she was far inferior to Ning Yao in this regard. Ning Yao added, "I don't want to persuade him." Dong Huafu quickly understood. That was what Sister Ning would say. Peng Yuanji raised his hand and pressed it down heavily. The golden avatar behind him, which was as tall as a mountain, slammed down with a mystical seal made of intertwined lightning. The young martial artist broke the seal with a punch. He still had some strength left and punched Peng Yuanji. Peng Yuanji was unmoved. He swiped with 2 fingers. The avatar swept out with its sword, and the huge sword smashed into the waist of the young man in green. Qin Pingan's feet were rooted to the ground. Not only did he not fall to the ground, he was only moved a few dozen feet away by the sword. When the force of the giant sword in Fa Xiang's hand decreased slightly, he continued to climb up and threw out another punch with his left hand. This scene sent chills down the spines of all sword cultivators below the earth immortal realm. The seal was formed again and the huge sword was raised high and brought down again. Qin Pingan's figure disappeared into thin air twice. He appeared slightly higher between Peng Yuanji and the golden avatar and punched Peng Yuanji's head. Bam! Peng Yuanji crashed into the ground from the sky. He was nowhere to be seen. Dust flew everywhere and he did not appear for a long time. A man in green slowly landed on the street, standing on 2 flying swords. His left arm hung limply. As for his right hand, it was needless to say. Coincidentally, the sword Immortal was beside him. He stood at the edge of the crater, covered in blood. He slowly turned his head and looked at his beloved girl in the distance. The young swordsman in a green robe and a white jade hairpin gently pressed against the sword hilt with his bare palm. He blinked at her with a bright smile. 578. Peng Yuanji slowly walked out. Other than the dust on his body that he did not intentionally brush off, there was nothing out of the ordinary about him. Qin Pingan exchanged glances with him. Peng Yuanji nodded and walked past Qin Pingan towards the tavern. Peng Yuanji remembered something and said loudly, "You bet on me." Sorry, but the money for your drinks today. Peng Yunji smiled and said, that has nothing to do with me. If you want to pay, pay. If you want to, pay on credit. At this point, Peng Yunji covered his mouth. He opened his hand and shook it. It was covered in blood. At the tavern, the local sword Immortal Gao Kuei handed over a bowl of wine. The sword Immortal of the South Swirling Continent, Yuan Qingshu, smiled but said nothing. Peng Yunji said helplessly, sorry about that. Gao Kuei said, you just lost. It's fine as long as you're not dead. Yuan Qingshu nodded and said, you're much better than Qi Shou. Peng Yunji turned around. The group had already left. Yenzhou took out a core condor and transformed it into a luxurious carriage. He left the street with his friends. In the spacious carriage, Qin Pingon sat cross-legged. Ning Yao sat beside him. The sword Immortal was connected to Qin Pingon. It had already returned to the Ning residence. Yenzhou took up a lot of space. He sat opposite Qin Sanqiu, Dong Haitan and Stack Cliff. The atmosphere was silent. Qin Pingon asked, does the Ning residence have any elixirs that can regenerate flesh? Ning Yao nodded. Fatty Yen glanced at Qin Pingon's arm and asked, doesn't it hurt at all? All the sword cultivators in the carriage were familiar with injuries. Stackcliffe's arm had been chopped off by demons before. However, it was rare to see someone like Qin Pingon, who did not even frown from beginning to end. Qin Pingon smiled and said, it's all right. It's just that Peng Yunji's time flying sword and the remaining sword Qi from Qi Shou's leaping pearl flying sword are a little troublesome. Ning Yao said, stop talking. Qin Pingon then closed his eyes to rest. When they arrived at the Ning mansion, Mammy Bai and Nalan Yeshing were already waiting for them at the door. Seeing Qin Pingon's appearance, even Bai Lianshuang, a warrior who was familiar with the pain of body, felt a bit sorry for him. Nalan Yeshing only said one sentence. He would not help to remove the remaining sword Qi and sword intent from their flying swords. It would be a great benefit for young Master Qin to do it himself. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded, saying that he had such a plan. The old woman led Qin Pingon to the Ning Mansion's medicine storehouse to get some medicine for treatment. Ning Yao and her 4 friends were sitting in a pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. Except for Dong Haitan, who was still sitting there in a daze, Fatty Yen and the other 3 were staring at each other. They had thousands of words to say, but they could not say them. Ning Yao said slowly, if Qi Shou was not arrogant and did not want to win in a good way, he would have used his 3 flying swords at the beginning. Especially, he would have controlled the leaping pearl sword formation to not give Qin Pingon a chance to get close to him. With the heartstring that could stare at the opponent's soul, Qin Pingon would have lost. When a warrior and a sword cultivator compete with each other, Qi Shou would have the advantage in terms of the length of pure Qi and the amount of Qi accumulated in the Qi residence. If it was a life-and-death battle, both Qin Pingon and Peng Yunji would have died. Ning Yao then added, but in the end Qin Pingon still won the 2 tough battles. It was not that Qin Pingon was lucky, but that he was smarter than Qi Shou and Peng Yunji. When it comes to timing, location and people on the battlefield, Qin Pingon would have won as long as his fist and sword were fast enough. However, there's a big premise here. Qin Pingon could catch their flying swords, but the rest of you could not. Your foundation as a sword cultivator is far from Peng Yunji and Qi Shou's. Therefore, when you fought them, it was not a fight but a struggle. To put it bluntly, you dared to face death in the southern battlefield. When it comes to killing demons, you are not cowardly at all. Death is death. Therefore, with 10% of your cultivation, you usually have 120% sword intent. Your sword attacks are not stagnant. This is very good. Unfortunately, if one of you were to fight Peng Yunji and Qi Shou, you would be afraid. Why? There is a saying that pure martial arts have the guts. According to this saying, your guts are too weak. Ning Yao continued, against Qi Shou, the critical moment when the battle situation changed was the instant Qi Shou brought out his heartstrings. Qin Pingon gave Qi Shou the illusion that Qin Pingon's speed stopped there. Therefore, after Qi Shou took the punch, especially when the flying kite was always a hair's breadth away from hurting Qin Pingon, he understood that even if the flying kite was a hair's breadth faster, it would still be useless. It was obvious who was walking the dog and who was walking the dog. However, Qi Shou only showed it on the surface. He looked cool when facing his opponent, but in reality he was squandering his advantage bit by bit. Qin Pingon was even more subtle. His moves were interlocked, all for the sake of opening the path with the first punch. The second punch is called the God's drumming stance. It is a fist technique that trades injuries for lives. It is also Qin Pingan's best fist technique. As Ning Yao spoke, Yenzhua and the rest didn't even ask anything. They just listened quietly. Ning Yao said seriously, "Now you should be clear. From the very beginning, the battle with Qishou was a setup for Qin Pingan to fight Peng Yuanji. Yenzhua, you've seen Qin Pingan's mind talisman, but have you ever wondered why Qin Pingan used the mind talisman a total of 4 times in the 2 fights on the street? Why is the difference between the power of the mind talisman when facing 2 opponents? It's simple. The same talisman in the world will have different talisman paper materials and different talisman galls with different divine intent. The logic is simple. It's something that everyone knows. Was Peng Yuanji stupid? He wasn't stupid at all. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi knew how smart Peng Yuanji was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been nicknamed Peng Baijia. But why did he still fall into Qin Pingan's trap and use the mind talisman to turn the situation around and secure victory? Because in the battle between Qin Pingan and Qishou, the 2 ordinary distance shrinking talismans were used on purpose for Peng Yuanji to see. The most ingenious part was that the mind talisman appeared in the first fight, but it didn't have much effect on the outcome of the battle. We're all inclined to believe what we see, so Peng Yuanji had to lower his guard. If that was all, Peng Yuanji would be more careful when competing with the mind talisman. However, Qin Pingan had more tricks up his sleeves. He purposely let Peng Yuanji see 2 things that Qin Pingan didn't let others see. Compared to the mind talisman, those are more important. For example, Peng Yuanji noticed that Qin Pingan's left hand hadn't actually punched. For example, Qin Pingan might be hiding a 4th flying sword. Yenzhua and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Xianxia's head began to hurt, especially when she tried to calm her mind and condense her qi to carefully review all the details of the battle on the main street. Only then did she realize that Qin Pingan had spent a lot of effort and set up a lot of traps in those 2 battles. It turned out that every time he punched, he had his own desires. Xianxia suddenly realized something. When the 4 of them first heard that Qin Pingan was going to stay until the next battle on the city walls, they were actually very worried. They were worried that with Qin Pingan in their team, they wouldn't be able to increase their battle prowess. Instead, it would restrict everyone's movements. Now, it seemed that she had underestimated Qin Pingan. Dong Huafu was fine because he didn't think too much. At this moment, he was worrying about how to deal with his sister and mother when he returned to the Dong family. Ning Yao was silent for a moment. Looking at her 4 friends, she smiled and said, "Actually, Qin Pingan knew from the start that Charcoal and Xianxia were sparring with each other. He also knew why you Fatty Yen provoked him. He knew that all of you were thinking for him. It was just that all of you didn't believe that he could win 3 rounds, so he couldn't say much. However, I know that in his heart he will appreciate it. He has always been this kind of person." Ning Yao smiled and asked, "Are you relieved? Do you feel that Qin Pingan is actually very scary deep in your heart? If someone of the same age as you is so shrewd wants to play you to death, it seems like you will only be toyed with like a fool. Will you be cheated by him and even help him count the money?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Indeed, a little." Ning Yao shook her head. "No need. Qin Pingan has a bottom line with whoever he interacts with, and that is respect. If you are a sword immortal worthy of respect and an expert, Qin Pingan will sincerely respect you. If you are a weakling with a weak cultivation base and a bad background, Qin Pingan will still interact with you calmly." Facing Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalan, in Qin Pingan's eyes, the 2 elders' most important identities were not the former martial artists of the 10th realm, nor the sword cultivators of the Immortal realm in the past, but the elders of Ning Yao's family. They were the family members who had protected Qin Pingan as he grew up. This was the order that Qin Pingan cared about the most. It means that even if Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalan are just ordinary old people, Qin Pingan will still respect and be grateful to them. "To all of you, you are my life and death comrades, my best friends. Then there is you, Yenzhua, the only son of the Yen family. Xianxia, the eldest son of the Qin family. Xianxia, the good girl who owns a shop and knows how to earn money. Dong Huafu, the quiet Dong Haitan." Ning Yao said no more. Qin Pingan came from afar. Qin Pingan changed into a fresh green robe. It was an old robe from the Ning mansion that Mama Bai had found. Qin Pingan hid his hands in his sleeves and walked up the Zhanlong cliff. His face was pale, but he didn't look dispirited at all. He sat beside Ning Yao and asked with a smile, "Are they talking about me?" Dong Huafu nodded and was about to speak when Ning Yao said, "Did you just say you don't talk nonsense?" Dong Huafu tactfully shut up. Qin Pingon raised his left hand and took out 2 contraction talismans. One was made of yellow talisman material and the other was made of gold material. Yen's eyes widened. It was not because of the talisman, but because of Qin Pingon's natural raising of his left arm. There was no trace of the dejected and dispirited look from before on the street. Qin Pingon put away the 2 talisman and smiled honestly. "I did not use my full strength in the last punch, so the injury on my left hand was not serious." Peng Yuanji was also interesting. He purposely stayed at the bottom of the pit on the street for a while before coming out. Both of us were putting on a show. I did not want to really fight to the death with Peng Yuanji because I am sure that Peng Yuanji also has a trump card that he did not use. So I got the upper hand. Peng Yuanji was willing to admit defeat. He's a very kind person. In the 2 fights, it was not that I could defeat Qi Shou and Peng Yuanji with my cultivation. I relied on the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and my rough understanding of their temperaments. Together I was able to beat them by luck. The sword immortals who were watching the fight from afar and near could see the true strength of the 3 of us. So Qi Shou and Peng Yuanji lost, but it was not to the extent of damaging the reputation of the Qi family and Master Hidden Official. This was my escape route. The punch had to be fast, the landing had to be accurate, and the retraction had to be steady. It was the same if he attacked with his sword. Xianxia smiled. "There are some things that you do not need to reveal to us." Qin Pingon shook his head. "There is nothing that cannot be said. Before the fight, no matter how much I say, you will probably think that I am boasting shamelessly and do not know the severity of the situation. I am fine with it as I do not care about these things. But you will inevitably doubt Ning Yao's judgment, so I might as well keep my mouth shut. As for why I am willing to talk about things that should be hidden, the reason is simple. It is because you are all Ning Yao's friends. I believe in Ning Yao, so I believe in you. This might not be pleasant to hear, but it is the truth." Fatty Yen said, "It is pleasant to hear. How is it not pleasant to hear? Brother Qin, your words have warmed my heart. It's as if I've drunk wine on a cold winter day." Qin Pingon smiled. "I really can't drink wine recently. My injuries are not light. I estimate that I will need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate." Ning Yao squinted and said, "Look at you now, jumping around and talking so much. Do you want to fight another Marquis Gao Yi?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Marquis Gao Yi, I am not bragging. Even if I did not walk on the street, as long as Marquis Gao Yi is willing to show his face, I can really deal with him. Because he is the easiest to deal with among the 3 of us. It is not a problem to fight Marquis Gao Yi. In fact, Qi Shou, Peng Yuanji and Marquis Gao Yi. This order is the best. Regardless of face, it will allow me to win 3 rounds in a row. But I am just thinking about it. Marquis Gao Yi will not be so considerate." Fatty Yan's knees went soft. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Huafu felt that only such a man was worthy of Sister Ning. Staxiang was also happy for Ning Yao. Ning Yao stepped on Qin Pingon's foot and twisted the tip of her foot. Qin Pingon smiled. "I admit defeat. I was wrong. I will shut up." Fatty Yen felt that this good brother of his was an expert. Xianxia smiled. All right. Let Qin Pingon recuperate well. "Oh right, Qin Pingon, remember to come to my house when you have time." Dong Huafu was stubborn and said directly, "Don't go to my house. If you go, my sister and mother will annoy you to death. I guarantee that they will be more troublesome than you dealing with Peng Yuanji." Qin Pingon stood up and nodded with a smile. The 4 of them were about to leave the pavilion at the top of the mountain when Grandma Bai stood below and said with a smile, "That little girl Lu Duan was outside the gate just now. She said that she wanted to learn from young Master Chen. She would only stop if she learned young Master Chen's peerless fist technique. Otherwise, she would kneel at the gate and wait for young Master Chen to agree. Looking at her attitude, she seems quite sincere. On the way here, she bought a few bags of pastries. Fortunately, Miss Dong dragged her away. However, with that little brain of Lu Duan's, our Ning residence will not be peaceful in the future." Yan Zuo and Xianxia were gloating. They were familiar with that girl. She was famous for being difficult to deal with. Ning Yao said, "Drag her in and beat her up. Then she will be obedient." Qin Pingon did not speak. After Qin Sanqiu and the others left the Ning residence, they did not return home. Instead they went to a familiar wine shop to drink. Only Qin Pingon and Ning Yao were left in the pavilion. Qin Pingon said softly, "I'm fine. You can rest assured." Ning Yao snorted. Qin Pingon leaned against the railing and raised his head. "I really like it here." Ning Yao stretched out 2 fingers and gently twisted Qin Pingon's right sleeve. She glanced at it. "Don't try to be brave in the future. Man has 1,000 plans but God only has one." Ning Yao gently let go of his sleeve and said, "Are you sure you don't want to meet the left and right people on the city wall?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after I meet Boss and the Sword Immortal. Besides, it's hard to say if Elder Zhou is willing to meet me." Ning Yao suddenly said, "This meeting with Grandpa Qin is the most dangerous Q-sword. It's easy to draw legs on a snake. This is something you really need to be careful about." Qin Pingon nodded. Ning Yao asked, "When are we going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Qin Pingon smiled. "There's no hurry. If we go too early, Peng Yuanji and Qisho, especially the elders behind them, will lose face." Ning Yao frowned. "Why are you thinking so much? You said it yourself. This is the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There aren't so many twists and turns. If they lose face, it's their own fault. If they gain face, it's earned with your own abilities." Qin Pingon said, "I'm used to it. If you think it's not good, I'll change it in the future. Except for one thing, there's nothing I can't change. That thing that I can't change, and this habit that I can change anything, is the reason why I can walk step by step until now." Ning Yao glanced at Qin Pingon, who was sitting on her left. Qin Pingon immediately stood up and sat on Ning Yao's right. Ning Yao didn't say anything. Qin Pingon held her hand gently and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything either. 3 days later. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and the city wall had been chatting with the youngsters of the Ning residence for almost 3 days. Qin Pingon went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone in the night. He saw the 2 familiar thatched cottages. Qin Pingon put away the talisman boat and said with a smile, "Greetings, Boss, Sword Immortal." Qin Qingdo stood on the city wall and nodded. He seemed to be gratified. Not coveting small gains from the world is the prerequisite for cultivators to reach greater heights. "Last Ning didn't come with me. That means you want to talk business with me?" Qin Pingon was hesitating about which of the 2 important matters to talk about first. Qin Qingdo said with a smile, "Let's talk as we walk. If you have something to say, just say it." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Old senior, have you seen the ending?" Qin Qingdo grunted. "I'm calculating the time." Qin Pingon asked again, "Old senior, have you never thought of bringing all the sword cultivators back to the vast world?" Qin Qingdo said with a smile, "Of course I have." Qin Pingon's face was pale. Qin Qingdo walked slowly and said slowly, "In the 10,000 years I have seen some very interesting outsiders, young people. The most recent is the one with excellent sword skills. A few years ago it was that young man Chao Xi. Before that it was Alliance. Before that, it was the scholar Qin Chunan from the South Swirl continent. Before that, it was a scholar from the Central Divine continent. Back then it was a high-spirited scholar, not at all down and out. Before that there were some. In total there were about 10 of them. Every time I see them I am not so disappointed in the vast world. But how can it be done by relying on these young people who have long been considered outsiders? There are too many people and things that disappoint me." Qin Qingdo raised his hands and opened his palms. They were like the 2 ends of a scale. He said to himself, "The founder of the school of swordsmanship in the vast world once came to find me. You can say that he asked for the sword with his Dao. Young people all have lofty ambitions and are willing to speak bold and visionary words." Qin Qingdo smiled. Some of the principles that he felt were the greatest can become the foundation that will not be shaken by the ways of the world. In my opinion they are childish. But some unintentional words are not bad. As the ways of the world move forward, their weight will become heavier and their roots will be deeper. It is just that he did not realize it at that time. That is good. Only then will there be room for growth. Qin Qingdo pointed to the wasteland in the south. "There was once a demon grand ancestor who made a suggestion for me to consider." Qin Pingon, take a guess. Qin Pingon said, "The wasteland belongs to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The vast world belongs to the demon race." Qin Qingdou did not seem surprised that this young man had guessed the answer. He asked again, "Then why do you think I rejected it? You must know that the other party promised that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi only need to make way for them. When they reach the vast world, we do not need to help them draw our swords." Qin Pingon answered, "This is where the other party's intentions are the most sinister. In the process of making way and opening a path, the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi will fall apart. At this moment, there are a few sword cultivators who are hostile to the vast world. On that path, there will be even more sword cultivators who will lose confidence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They will choose to leave, or they will draw their swords in anger and stand against the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Perhaps the Great Wall of Sword Qi would eventually be able to occupy the entire wildlands, but it definitely wouldn't be able to defend such a vast piece of land. Thousands of years later, the unremarkable demon race that was left behind in this world would eventually rise to prominence. Sword cultivators who no longer had a reason to sacrifice themselves would gradually wear down their sword intent in their peaceful lives. In the end, the world of the wildlands is still the world of the demon folk. Senior, if you're willing to keep an eye on the world and kill every demon folk from the upper 5 realms that shows up, you'll be able to kill them with your sword. If I were the demon folk Grand Patriarch, I wouldn't even need to sign an agreement. I'd just let you attack with your sword. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, there will come a day when your mind won't be able to focus and you'll be exhausted. You'll still have energy, but your sword attacks will become slower and slower." Qin Qingdou nodded and said, "Well said." Qin Pingon slowly deliberated and pondered. He continued, "But this is only the reason why Sword Immortal Boss did not agree. It is because Senior is used to looking at things that happened thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Only by purposely distancing yourself from your family can you ensure that you are truly pure. However, other than Sword Immortal Boss, everyone has their own selfish motives. My so-called selfish motives have nothing to do with good or evil. As long as one is human, it is normal for humans to have such emotions. The ones who are guarding this place are the saints of the 3 religions. There will be survivors of Sword Immortal Sword from every major family. There will also be people who have been in contact with Inverted Hanging Mountain and Haoran World." Qin Pingon looked around. If not for the sword cultivators of the North Continent, if not for the fact that there were so many foreigners from Haoran World who took the initiative to come here to kill the enemy, Sword Immortal Boss would not have been able to protect the hearts of the people on this city wall. Qin Qingdou nodded and said, "You are right." Qin Pingon said, "I was only thinking about some things and saying some things. But Sword Immortal Boss has done a truly magnificent feat, and he has done it for 10,000 years." Qin Qingdou smiled. "You are even more eloquent than Alliance." Qin Pingon was speechless. Qin Qingdou said, "I will personally attend to the matchmaker's marriage proposal." Qin Pingon blushed and said, "Sword Immortal Boss, I have yet to make the request." Qin Qingdou turned his head and asked with a smile, "Embarrassed?" Qin Pingon shook his head vigorously and said, "Not at all. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Qin Qingdou nodded. "You are indeed the last disciple of that sour scholar. You have inherited all his teachings." Qin Qingdou waved his hand. "Little Ning secretly followed us. I won't disturb the 2 of you." Qin Pingon was silent for a moment. He stretched out his tightly wrapped right hand and solemnly cupped his fists and bowed. "Qin Pingon of Haoran World, may I be so bold as to say something on behalf of the entire Haoran World? I dare not refuse a gift from an elder." Qin Qingdou smiled and said, "I am afraid of you." The old man waved his hand. In the Ning mansion, the immortal weapon Sword Immortal was still forced out of its scabbard. In the blink of an eye, as if it had broken through the restrictions of heaven and earth, it silently appeared on top of the city wall. The old man casually held it in his hand. He held the sword in one hand and 2 fingers of the other hand together. He slowly stroked it and said with a smile, "Haoran Qi and Taoism always fight like this. It is not good to be unreasonable." The old man held the sword for a moment. After he withdrew his hand, the hand holding the sword gently shook and the immortal sword was thrown into the scabbard on the table in the Ning mansion. Qin Pingon was stunned. Qin Qingdou had already turned around with his hands behind his back. He said, "Go about your business. Be brave." On top of the lonely city wall, Ning Yao and Qin Pingon walked side by side. Ning Yao held up the jade pendant. Under the moonlight, it shone brightly. The words peace were engraved on the front. Therefore, this was the world's most authentic peace jade pendant. She gently turned it over. On the back, for words were engraved, I am innocent. She held the jade pendant high and looked up. As she walked, she asked casually, what did you talk about? Qin Pingon walked beside her and said, Boss, the immortal sword Immortal, asked me to be brave. I don't understand what it means. Ning Yao held the jade pendant and stopped. She gently tapped Qin Pingon's forehead with the jade pendant and scolded, where is the honesty of someone back then? Qin Pingon suddenly squatted down. He turned his head and patted his back. Back then, Ning Yao carried Qin Pingon on her back at the immortal tomb of the heavenly deity in Liju Cave. Ning Yao's face was full of disdain, but her ears were red. Qin Pingon didn't get up. He smiled and said, so there are things that Ning Yao doesn't dare to do? Finally, on top of the city wall, Qin Pingon carried Ning Yao on his back and walked slowly. In the night, Qin Pingon carried the woman he loved on his back. It was like carrying all the beautiful moonlight in the world. As they walked, Ning Yao's face suddenly turned red. She grabbed Qin Pingon's ear and twisted it. Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon cried out and quickly turned his head. Ning Yao hit the back of his head with a chestnut and said angrily, if you keep doing this, I'll really get angry. Qin Pingon felt wronged and said, okay. On top of the city wall, an old man with a stern face suddenly appeared. Put Ning Yao down for me. Qin Pingon was stunned and said angrily, why do you care? Ning Yao said softly, he's my grandfather. Qin Pingon was about to put Ning Yao down in anger. Carry her. Unexpectedly, someone in the distance spoke. The first sentence was directed at Qin Pingon, and the next sentence was directed at the old man. Why do you care? As expected, they were the senior and junior brothers of the sage of literature. (579) After the foreign sword Immortal spoke, the patriarch of the Yao clan Yao Chongdao fell into a dilemma. As expected of left and right, his words and actions could easily cause others to be in a dilemma. 100 years ago, those innate sword embryos whose sword heart had collapsed would most likely be able to empathize with Yao Chongdao's current situation. For example, when he first drew his sword, the South Swirl Continent genius Chao Jun, whose sword heart was like a pond full of lotus flowers, ended up in a miserable state. Only a lake of withered lotuses was left. He fell from the altar and became the laughingstock of the entire South Swirl Continent. In the end, he could only quietly leave the Aquarius continent, and in this period of time he wasted 100 years, and was still unable to break through to the unpolished Jade realm. One had to know that Chao Jun was publicly recognized as a once-in-a-century sword genius in the South Swirl continent. There were already sword immortals from other places who noticed the abnormality here. All of them smiled and planned to watch the show. Those who liked to drink had already opened their wine jugs. They were not the sword immortals who were watching from the street. Those who were stationed on the city wall were all experienced sword immortals. Naturally, they would not shout or whistle. Of course, they were also afraid that if left and right were unhappy, they would call for a group fight. Left and right sword techniques were too high, their sword chi was too strong, they were more unreasonable and were least afraid of one person fighting a group. Yao Chongdao's expression was ugly. As the patriarch of the Yao clan, the anger in his heart had accumulated for many years. Just as Yao Chongdao was about to call for left and right to go to the south of the city wall for a fight, Qin Pingon braced himself and acted as the peacemaker, gently putting down Ning Yao. He called for old Mr. Yao, and then asked Ning Yao to accompany the elders, while he went to see Senior Zhou. Ning Yao took her grandfather for a stroll. Qin Pingon's body was like an arrow. In a flash he went to find left and right. Without the reckless young man and with only his granddaughter by his side, Yao Chongdao's expression became much better. Towards his daughter and son-in-law, the old man's emotions were complex. Sadness, regret, resentment, anger, disappointment. It was difficult to truly describe them. But towards Ning Yao, who was a generation away from him, the old man only felt pride and guilt. On the other side of the city wall, Qin Pingon stopped 10 steps away from a middle-aged sword immortal who had his back turned to him. He was unable to get any closer. Almost all the apertures in his body were brimming with sword chi. It was as if he was facing a greater world around him at all times. It was already not easy for ordinary sword cultivators and chi refinement warriors from the other 3 sects and 100 clans to store their vital items in their acupoints to be filled with spirit energy. They could then expand their territory slightly. Looking around, Qin Pingon cupped his fists and said, "Junior greets seniors." Left and right remained indifferent. Qin Pingon took a slight detour and leaped onto the city wall. He turned around and sat cross-legged facing the left and right. Countless sword chi crisscrossed and cut the void. This meant that the sword chi contained in every wisp of sword chi had reached the legendary realm of refinement and pureness. Could break open a small world at will. In other words, at places like the border between the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Region Valley, left and right did not need to use his sword or even control the sword chi. He could enter a place where there was no one and the door to the small world would open automatically. Qin Pingon saw that left and right did not want to speak, but he could not just leave. That would be too impolite. Since he had nothing to do, he simply calmed down and stared at the circulation of the sword chi, hoping to find some rules. After about half an hour, Qin Pingon, whose eyes were sore, was slightly moved. However, his state of mind quickly returned to still water. Just now, he saw a wisp of sword chi that seemed to be on the verge of breaking free from the restraints of the left and right. That kind of terrifying feeling in that instant was like an immortal holding a mountain that was about to smash into the lake in Qin Pingon's heart. It made Qin Pingon very nervous. Left and right still did not open his eyes. He finally opened his mouth and said, "Is there something you need from me?" Qin Pingon asked, "Old Mr. Wenxing, where is he now? If I have the chance to go to the Central Divine Continent in the future, how should I find him?" Left and right's expression softened. He said indifferently, "Mr. Wen has already left Sui Mountain to open up an ancient place that the Confucian sages have been unable to break through for a long time. There is a senior from the Central Divine Continent who is holding a sword to open the way. Mr. Wen is in charge of consolidating the path. Both are indispensable." Qin Pingon nodded. "Thank you, Senior Left, for clearing my doubts." Left and Right asked, "How's your study going?" Qin Pingon answered, "When it comes to studying, I have never slacked off. My heart has never stopped." Left and Right said, "The results are not very good." Qin Pingon said, "Studying is a long-term thing. It is fast and abundant. My aptitude is not good enough and inevitably superficial. It is better to go slow and right and seek a profound understanding." Left and Right were silent. On the opposite wall, Yao Chongdao was somewhat jealous. He said helplessly, "There is nothing to see over there. They are separated by so many realms. They can't fight." Ning Yao wanted to say something but stopped. Few people on the Great Wall of Sword Chi knew about the relationship between Qin Pingon and Left and Right. Ning Yao did not even mention it to Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalen. This was the most interesting part. If Qin Pingon did not have any connection with Left and Right's temper, he might not even bother to open his eyes, let alone speak up for Qin Pingon. Therefore Yao Chongdao was actually confused at this moment. He did not understand why Left and Right, this eccentric sword cultivator who had nothing to do with the sword, would fight with him for an outsider. Wasn't Left and Right meddling too much in the family affairs of the Yao and Ning families? Therefore, if it were not for that brat surnamed Qin who mediated between them, Yao Chongdao would have personally experienced whether Left and Right swordsmanship was really that high in the vast battlefield to the south of the city wall. As for winning or losing, it was not important. He would lose anyway. Although Yao Chongdao was a great sword immortal in the immortal realm, he was past his prime and had no hope of breaking through the realm. For hundreds of years, he had been in constant wars and accumulated more and more disadvantages. Yao Chongdao himself admitted that he was becoming more and more unworthy of the title of Great Sword Immortal. Every time Yao Chongdao saw those young Earth immortal children of different surnames, each of them full of vigor and vitality, he felt both gratified and sad at the same time. Only when he looked at his granddaughter from afar, who was the well-deserved leader of those young geniuses and was nicknamed Sour Face by Alliance, would he smile. Once, someone was drunk and said that when he saw old Yao's sour face, which seemed to be engraved with the words, "Pay up if you owe money," he would have a conscience and remember the money for those years of wine on credit. After that, all the restaurants and taverns under the name of the Yao family never sold half a pot of wine to that guy again. He did not need to pay back the money for the wine he owed. Yao Chongdao asked casually, It seems that the two of them knew each other before. Ning Yao could only say one thing. When Qin Pingon came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time, the cross-continent ferry was obstructed at the Jiaolong Gully. It was Left and Right who opened the way with his sword. Sword Qi Great Wall of Sword Qi had heard of this matter, but most of the information was incomplete. Firstly, Inverted Hanging Mountain kept it a secret. After the incident at the Jiaolong Gully, Left and Right had a hearty fight with the Great Heavenly Lord, the second direct disciple of Daoist elder of Inverted Hanging Mountain. Secondly, Left and Right never seemed to need a reason to open the way with his sword. The old man and Ning Yao did not meet much and chatted even less. Therefore, compared to Left and Right and Qin Pingon, he was not much better. Qin Pingon said, "Senior Left killed the Jiaolong at the place where the Jiaolong gathered and saved my life. I have always remembered it in my heart." Left and Right said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I know that Senior Left does not see me as a junior." Left and Right said, "Don't think too much about it. Those who can enter my eyes can be counted with one's fingers." Qin Pingon said again, "I also don't think that I should acknowledge Senior Left as my senior apprentice brother." Left and Right smiled and opened his eyes, but he looked into the distance. "Oh." Qin Pingon's expression was calm. He shifted and sat cross-legged facing the distance. "It's not that I was young and ignorant. Now that I'm young and rash, I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart." Left and Right still didn't get angry. Instead, he said something that was thousands of miles away from the topic. In life, other than determining whether the world is as big as the sky, high and vast, or as small as a mustard seed, the most important thing is to prove the truth of oneself. Qin Pingon said slowly, "Then I'll say a few more words from the bottom of my heart. It might be unreasonable, but I can't not say it. Senior Left's life was full of learning and practicing the sword. In the end, he accumulated a lot of experience and had many ups and downs. First, he made countless Xiantian sword embryos bow their heads. Then he went out to the sea to visit the Immortals. Then he went to the North Continent alone with his sword. Finally, he went to the Tongyi continent and killed Du Mao to stop him from ascending. After doing so many things, why didn't he go to the Aquarius continent to take a look? What Mr. Qi thinks is Mr. Qi's problem. What eldest senior brother should do is what a eldest senior brother should do." Left and Right were silent. Qin Pingon stood up. "This is the only thing I wanted to say when I came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I heard that Senior Left is here." Qin Pingon was about to leave. Left and Right said, "Don't stand so high up when talking to Senior." Qin Pingon could only swallow the words of farewell back into his stomach and obediently returned to his seat. In truth, Qin Pingon was already prepared to be beaten up. At most, he would just lie down in the Ning residence for a month. Both of them were speechless. Qin Pingon asked, "Senior Left, do you have something to say?" Left and Right shook his head. "I'm too lazy to reason with you. This is not something I'm good at. So I'm hesitating on the strength of my sword. Your cultivation is too low and this is troublesome." Qin Pingon did not think that Left and Right was joking, so he said, "Mr. Wenxing, you love to drink and travel. Have you never been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? The wine here is actually not bad." Left and Right seemed to be sullen for the first time. Since the senior has spoken, the junior will follow." Qin Pingon immediately stood up and called out to Ning Yao. He took out the talisman boat and stopped outside the city. Yao Chongdao nodded to Ning Yao. Ning Yao rode the wind to the talisman boat, and together with Qin Pingon, who was pretending to be calm, they returned to the city that was still lit up in the night. Left and Right glanced at the green-robed young man on the talisman boat, especially the familiar white jade hairpin. Left and Right closed his eyes again and continued to sharpen his sword intent. Complain to Mr. Every complaint was correct and he could still be in the right. This kind of thing when everyone was still young. Who was the best at it among the fellow disciples? Yao Chongdao came to Left and Right and looked at the small talisman boat in the city and asked, "Left and Right, do you think highly of this young man?" Left and Right said indifferently, "My impression of the Yao family is very ordinary. So don't talk nonsense with me just because you're older." Yao Chongdao was almost furious. Did he really think that he was a clay bodhisattva with no temper? "Let's fight, I'm not afraid of you." "Left and Right, can you really beat me to death?" In the end, the eldest sword Immortal walked out of the cottage with a smile and stood at the door. He looked up and said softly, What a rare guest. Qin Qingdou quickly walked back to the cottage. Since the visitor was a guest and not an enemy, there was no need to worry. Qin Qingdou just stamped his foot and immediately set up a restriction. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi was isolated into a small world so as to avoid unnecessary spying. Apart from Qin Qingdou, who was the first to notice the traces, the other sages and the hidden official also realized that something was wrong. No one could silently pass through the sky canopy restriction of the two worlds and come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi without going through the inverted mountain gate. Not only the Daoist Great Heavenly Lord guarding the inverted mountain couldn't do it. Perhaps even the accompanying sages in the vast world who were in charge of guarding the territory of a continent couldn't do it with the jade token in their hands. Many sword immortals guarding the city wall didn't realize that someone had sneaked in, let alone those outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It would be extremely difficult to find out when a strange phenomenon appeared on the city wall. Moreover, no one dared to act rashly. Many sword immortals continued to cultivate. Left and Right was stunned for a moment and then wanted to stand up. In the end, he was slapped on the head. How can you talk to your senior like this? Where are the rules? Left and Right hesitated for a moment and still wanted to stand up. Since Mr. was here, he had to stand up and bow. In the end, he was slapped on the head again. You still don't want to listen, right? You want to talk back, right? If I don't teach you a lesson for 3 days, you'll become a troublemaker, right? Left and Right could only stand there without really sitting down. He said to Yao Chongdao, "This junior has been rude. I apologize to Senior Yao." Then Yao Chongdao saw a shabby old man who looked like a Confucian scholar. He stretched out his hands to help his uneasy Left and Right while grinning at him. "Family head Yao, you're great sword immortal Yao, right? I've heard so much about you. You gave birth to a good daughter and helped me find a good son-in-law. Great sword immortal Yao, you're really lucky. I can't help but be envious of you. You've only taught a few disciples which are just passable." Left and Right could finally stand and talk. He took a step back and bowed. "Mr." The shocking sword qi around him had no effect on the old Confucian in a green robe whose figure was faintly discernible. Yao Chongdao's face was full of disbelief. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Wenxing?" The old scholar looked embarrassed. "What Wenxing? It's long gone. I'm still young, so I don't deserve to be called Mr. It's just that I'm lucky to have a little bit of my past glory. Let's not talk about it now. I'm not as old as family head Yao, so just call me little brother." Yao Chongdao was a little stunned. He didn't know how to deal with this famous scholar of the Confucian school of literature. The Great Wall of Sword Qi sword cultivators just happened to be the most disdainful. The old scholar looked around and said anxiously, "I came in a hurry and have to leave. I can't stay for long. Big sword immortal, let's have a chat?" Qin Qingdu sat in the thatched hut and nodded with a smile. "Then let's have a chat." A scholarly sage in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi took the initiative to appear and bowed. "Greetings, Wenxing." The sages of the 3 sects would take turns to guard this place. The length of time was indefinite. This scholarly sage used to be a famous Buddha. After he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he learned the divine powers of 2 sections. His spells were extremely powerful, and he was an existence that even the reclusive official didn't want to provoke. The old scholar sighed. "You just lost in an argument. It's because your knowledge isn't deep enough. It's not like you Buddhists aren't good enough. I advised you not to do that back then. Why did you have to join us Confucians? Look at you now. Do you really think that you can handle the fundamental knowledge of 2 sects? If there's such a simple thing, why bother fighting? Isn't it because the Daoist ancestors and Buddhist ancestors aren't that good at persuading people to fight? Besides, you're only bad at arguing, but you're good at fighting. What a pity. What a pity." When these words fell into the ears of the Confucian disciples of the Confucian temple, they might be considered disgraceful and rebellious. At the very least, they were siding with outsiders. The scholarly sage who changed sects after losing the debate smiled and said, "Immeasurable time is the place of freedom." His words caused the sky and earth of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to change color. However, it was quickly dispersed by the Sword Qi. The old scholar shook his head and sighed. In a flash he came to the cottage. Qin Qingdou extended his hand and said with a smile, "Sage of literature, please take a seat." The old scholar calmed down. "The Confucian temple needs to borrow 3 people from you." Qin Qingdou asked, Why are you here? Why aren't you the more legitimate sage of rites or the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple in Middle-earth? The old scholar chuckled. I'm thick-skinned. Even if they come, they'll be covered in dirt. Qin Qingdao shook his head. No. The old scholar muttered, that's not good. The left and right arrived outside the cottage. Not long after, the old scholar walked out of the cottage with a melancholic look. It's hard to talk to him. But no matter how hard it is, we still have to talk. The left and right asked, when will you leave this place? The old scholar scratched his head. I have to try again. If there's really no room for discussion, there's nothing I can do. I'll still have to leave. There's nothing I can do. I'm destined to be a scapegoat for the rest of my life. The left and right said, don't you want to see Qin Pin gone? The old scholar said angrily, why do you care? The left and right said nothing. No wonder he was the founder of the Sage of Literature. The old scholar seemed to have a guilty conscience. He patted the left and right shoulder. The left and right, the teacher and the scholar you respect, have finally opened a path together. It's a vast territory comparable to the fifth world. There are many things but not many people. In the future there won't be many people. Isn't that what you want? Don't you want to go there and take a look? The left and right shook his head. Teacher, there aren't many people here either. It's even better than the fifth world because there are fewer people here. They won't swarm in. The old scholar complained, I feel wronged as a teacher. My students and disciples don't listen to me. The left and right said softly, no, there's still Qin Pin gone. The old scholar said earnestly, left and right, if you continue to poke at the teacher's heart, it won't be right. The left and right were puzzled. Why is it not suitable for the teacher to meet Qin Pin gone? The old scholar smiled and frowned at the same time. He had a strange expression. I heard that your junior brother has just built a hall of patriarchs in his hometown. He has my statue in the middle and the highest position. It's actually not suitable. He can just secretly hang it in his study. I'm not someone who cares about such trivial matters. You see, when the Confucian temple kicked me out, did I care? I didn't care at all. There's no reason for fame and gain in this world. It's like salted peanuts that go with wine. The left and right said, I'll have to trouble the teacher to wipe the smile off your face. The old scholar replied with an "oh." Realizing that old Yao was no longer on the city wall, he rubbed his face and jumped up. With a backhanded slap, he hit the left and right side of his head. You still have the nerve to talk about other people's nonsense. Aren't you full of nonsense yourself? Among the disciples, you're the least enlightened. The left and right side said helplessly, after all, he's an elder in Ning Yao's family. I can't help but be restrained. Puzzled, the old scholar said, I didn't say that your hands and feet were tied. You can't even move your hands and feet, but you have so much sword qi. Sometimes, if you're not careful, you won't be able to control it and run towards Old Man Yao. Old Man Yao will shout a few words and then the two of you will spar and learn from each other's swordsmanship. If you win against Old Man Yao, you can open your throat and flatter him. Can't you understand? The left and right side nodded. I'm stupid. Peter, you're right. The old scholar turned and ran to the hut. Think of something. Then I'll go and negotiate. The left and right side of the city wall. After a while, the old scholar sighed again and returned to the left and right side. The left and right side asked, Teacher, do you think we're standing on a speck of dust and walking to another speck of dust? That's the limit of a cultivator. The old scholar smiled and said, A tree greets another tree in the wind. A mountain greets another mountain in silence for thousands of years. A river greets another river. When they grow up, they will collide with each other. All living things are silent and content. The left and right side pondered for a while. I implore you to speak more simply. The old scholar said, I don't know the answer to your question. I can only fool you. The left and right side had nothing to say. The old scholar sighed. Immortals sit on the peak of the mountain, scribbling their own paths. The left and right side said, Teacher, you're reprimanding your student. The old scholar shook his head and said in a low voice, I'm asking for a sage and a hero. The left and right side accompanied his teacher and watched the scenery for the whole night. They didn't say anything else. When the sun rose, the old scholar turned and walked to the hut. If I can't convince Qin Qingdao this time, I'm going to make a scene. The left and right side quietly waited for the result. At noon, the old scholar left the hut. He stroked his beard and didn't say anything. The left and right side whispered, Qin Pingon wants to propose marriage to the Ning family. The eldest sword Immortal agreed to be the matchmaker. The old scholar was stunned. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. Qingqingdo, that old thing, shameless. What does it have to do with him? Does he think I'm dead? Fine, let's just say I'm half dead. There was a bang. The old scholar's already faintly discernible figure turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared from this world. The left and right sides squinted, holding the sword hilt and facing the hut. But in an instant there was a slight ripple. The old scholar stood still, looking travel-worn and exhausted. He stretched out a hand and patted the arm holding the sword. The left and right side still didn't let go of the sword hilt. The old scholar smiled. Fine, it's not a big deal. Qingqingdo appeared at the door of the hut and asked with a smile, You're not going to leave? The old scholar sighed. Even if I wanted to stay for a long time, I can't do it. After drinking the wine, I'll immediately pack up and leave. This was the pressure of heaven and earth. When Lu Chen went from the Qingming world to the Haoran world and then to the Lizhu Grotto heaven, it wasn't easy either. Qingqingdo reminded him with a smile, We don't have Mr. Wenxing's belongings here. I advise you not to do this kind of shady business. The old scholar suddenly understood. That's right, that's fine too. The great wall of sword aura that didn't fight was actually very peaceful. There were also streams of horses and carriages outside the noble houses and the barking of chickens and dogs in the small alleys. It was just that there were no civil and military temples or city god pavilions. There was no custom of putting up door gods or spring couplets. There was also no custom of worshipping ancestors. The ruined street was being renovated. The craftsmen were busy. The biggest culprit was sitting on a bench in front of a grocery store, basking in the sun. Ning Yao was chatting with Fan Zhang. Business was quiet and ordinary. Qin Pingon saw that Fan Zhang didn't seem to be in a hurry. He was a little anxious. However, they had only met a few times. Qin Pingon didn't want to speak so easily. He had to be careful when it came to the woman he loved. A big kid came closer and rubbed his nose with his fist. He mustered up his courage and asked, You're Qin Pingon, right? Qin Pingon smiled and asked, What? Looking for a fight? The kid was so scared that he took a few steps back. He was still unwilling to leave and asked, Do you teach me fist techniques? I can pay you. Qin Pingon shook his head. No. The kid insisted, If you think the money is too little, I can owe you. After I learn fist techniques and kill demons, I can pay you back time and time again. Anyway, you're so capable and your fist is so big. I don't dare to owe you money. Qin Pingon folded his hands in his sleeves. Languid, he asked, What's the point of learning fist techniques? Shouldn't you practice sword techniques? The kid was annoyed. I'm not an innate sword embryo. There's no point in practicing sword techniques. No one is willing to teach me. Even Sister Fan Zhang thinks I'm not talented enough and wants me to be a bricklayer. I've been looking after her shop for a few months for nothing. Qin Pingon smiled. Practicing martial arts and fist techniques is similar to practicing sword techniques. They both cost a lot of money. It's also about talent. You'd better be a bricklayer. The kid squatted on the spot. Perhaps he had already guessed that this would be the result. He sized up the young man in green who was said to be from the vast world. Since you're speaking so harshly, don't be impolite. So he said, You don't look that good. Why would Sister Ning like you? Qin Pingon was a little amused. He asked, If you like someone, you only look at their appearance. The kid asked back, What else? Qin Pingon smiled. I'm not ugly. The kid squatted there, shook his head and sighed. Qin Pingon was a little hurt. He was not as handsome as Qin Sanqiu and Pang Yuanji, but he was not ugly. He raised his hand and used it to touch the stubble on his chin. It was probably because he had not shaved. With this bold kid taking the lead, a large group of people of the same age gathered around. There were also some youths and some girls further away. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked at the foreigner who had fought 4 rounds in a row. The vast world was in spring. Here at the Great Wall of Sword Qi it was autumn. Separated by a door, it was a different world. Different seasons had different customs. It was not difficult to survive at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the weakest kid could do it. However, if he wanted to live well here, it would become extremely difficult. Therefore those who could drink often even on credit were not ordinary people. Of course, the descendants of the major clans did not have to worry about food or clothing. It was also very simple to live a life of luxury. Their ancestors had accumulated good karma. They were all sword immortals and sword cultivators who had exchanged their lives for a life of luxury. Moreover, they had to go to war. If they could walk down from the top of the city alive, they deserved to live a good life. Perhaps they felt that Qin Pingon was easier to talk to. Soon, Qin Pingon's stool was surrounded by a large group of people. They chattered and bustled. Those who could enter the city from the inverted mountain usually stayed with the major clans. They did not like to come here. This was the first time Qin Pingon had come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and he had chatted with Ning Yao about many things in the city. He knew that the young people who were born and raised here had different attitudes towards the vast world that was just a stone's throw away. Some said that they had to go there and eat a bowl of the most authentic Yangchan noodles. Some said that there were many good-looking girls in the vast world. They were really just girls. They were weak and had willowy waists. They swayed left and right. In any case, they did not have a single strand of sword chi on them. They also wanted to know what kind of life the scholars there were living. At this moment there were many questions around Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon answered some of them and pretended not to hear some of them. There was a child who had never been to the south side of the city in his life. He said, "Are there really countless green mountains in your hometown? They are especially green, especially after the rain. When you take a deep breath, you can smell the fragrance of flowers and plants." A slightly older youth asked Qin Pingon about the mountain gods and water immortals getting married. Lord Xingwang solved cases at night. What were the mountain spirits and water ghosts like? There were also people who hurriedly took out wrinkled but treasured picture books. They asked if the pictures in the books were real. They asked if the mandarin ducks were hiding under the lotus flowers to avoid the rain. They asked if the big houses over there were really nets under the eaves to stop the birds from using them as nests to poop. They also asked if the courtyard of the Four Waters Gathering Hall would really not freeze people in the middle of winter when it rained and snowed. Also, the wine over there was like a pebble on the side of the road. Could one drink it without paying? Wasn't it unreasonable that they had to pay for their drinks here? Also, what kind of place was that brothel filled with women? What kind of wine was the flower wine? What was the matter with the planting of seedlings over there? Why did the people over there have to have a place to stay after they died? Were they not afraid that the living would not have a place to stay? Was the vast world really that big? Finally, a youth grumbled, "You don't know much. You answered 3 questions and 1 answer. To think that you are a member of the vast world." Qin Pingon quietly twisted his wrist and took out the sword nurturing pot. He drank a mouthful of wine and waved his hand, "Disperse, disperse. Don't disturb your sister Xianxia's business." The kid who first spoke to Qin Pingon squatted beside the small stool and said, "The shop doesn't have much business. Let's talk some more." Qin Pingon laughed, "I chatted with you for half a day, but I didn't earn a single copper coin." Complaints rose everywhere and the birds and beasts scattered. The kid ran far away, then turned around and shouted, "Sister Ning, this guy is stingy and stingy. Why do you like him?" Qin Pingon pretended to get up. The kid turned into the corner of the street and stuck his head out. He shouted even louder, "Sister Ning, I'm really not lying to you. Just now, Qin Pingon secretly told me that he thinks Sister Xianxia looks good. I don't like this kind of playboy." Ning Yao was inside the shop, leaning against the counter. She smiled at Xianxia. Qin Pingon sat back on the stool and raised his middle finger toward the street. After the hustle and bustle, the sun was warm and quiet. Qin Pingon drank wine, still not used to it. Qin Pingon suddenly stood up. It turned out that an old scholar was standing beside him. The old scholar patted the young man's shoulder. "You've grown up. It's been hard on you." (580) There weren't many scholars in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There weren't any schools here, so there weren't any teachers. For people like Xianxia, the children in the shabby alleyways could only learn to read by relying on the large and small slanted stone tablets that were randomly placed in the corners of the streets and alleyways. They could only learn a few words every day. After a long time, if they really put their heart into learning, they could also flip through books and read books. As for more knowledge, they wouldn't be able to learn anything more. Although Ning Yao had never seen the sage of literature, she could vaguely guess the identity of the old man. She did not feel much about it. The only thing she felt was that when she was traveling around the world, she had seen some portraits of the sage of literature in books that had not been completely banned. Those books were mostly the same. Whether it was a half-length portrait or a portrait, the sage of literature was portrayed in a dignified manner. Looking at it now, it was actually a thin old man. Xianxia was a little puzzled. Ning Yao said, "Let's talk about our own business. Don't worry about them." Outside, it was an unexpected reunion after a long separation. Qin Pingon smiled and did not say anything. The old scholar turned his head to look at the two girls in the shop and asked softly, "Which one?" Qin Pingon whispered, "The prettier one." The old scholar was very pleased. He clenched his fist in front of his chest and gave a thumbs up. Qin Pingon asked the old man to wait for a moment. He went inside to inform Xianxia and took a chair out. Xianxia said that there were no dishes in the shop, so he asked Ning Yao if she could help him buy some. Ning Yao nodded and quickly went to the nearby wine shop to get a meal box. There were a few dishes, cups and bowls. Qin Pingon and the old man were already sitting on a small stool, using the chair as a table. It looked a little funny. Qin Pingon stood up and wanted to take the meal box and open it himself. However, he was glared at by Ning Yao. She arranged the dishes, placed the wine bowls and put the meal box aside. Then she said to the old scholar to invite the sage of literature to drink slowly. The old elementary scholar had already stood up and was standing next to Qin Pingon. He was grinning from ear to ear. This was the so-called blooming of flowers. Ning Yao called Xianxia to leave the shop and go for a walk together. The old elementary scholar slurped down his wine and took a deep breath. "I've worked myself to death, but I've finally returned to being an immortal." Qin Pingon drank slowly and smiled at the old man who didn't seem to have changed much. The old scholar picked up some food with his chopsticks and saw that Qin Pingon did not move. He raised the chopsticks in his hand and said vaguely, "Move your chopsticks, move your chopsticks. You can't just learn how to drink wine. If you don't eat the food, you will feel bored." Back then, I was so poor that I could only rely on the books of the saints to accompany my dishes. Cui Dong, that little bastard, was so stubborn from the beginning. He mistakenly thought that reading while drinking wine was something elegant. Later on he followed suit. Who would have known that if I had money in my pocket, I would have filled the table with dishes long ago? Damn the books of the saints. Only those who scolded themselves the fiercest would be able to say the most reasonable things. Qin Pingon picked up some food with his chopsticks and chewed slowly. He took a sip of wine and was very skilled at it. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but that he didn't know how to open his mouth. He didn't know what to say and what not to say. The old scholar's chopsticks flew and he drank without stopping. Fortunately, Ning Yao had bought enough. When the old man's bowl was empty, Qin Pingon bent down and helped him pour wine. After eating and drinking, Qin Pingon put the dishes and bowls back into the food box. The old scholar used his sleeve to wipe the wine stains on the chair. In a flash, he landed in front of the shop. The old scholar asked, "Why are you here?" He answered, "I want to see more of you." The old scholar pointed to the empty chair and laughed angrily. "Your swordsmanship is the best. Why don't you sit here?" He glanced at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon had no choice but to give up his small stool and walk around the chair to the old scholar's side. The old scholar could only sit on the chair. Qin Pingon then sat down. The old scholar asked, "Have you two recognized each other as brothers?" He said, "I don't think so." Qin Pingon said, "Same." The old scholar sitting on the chair was obviously biased towards his last disciple. He slapped the head of Zhou Xian, who was shorter, and said, "What kind of brother are you? You just wanted to learn from a master earlier. Are you blind? How many years have you been single? Let's not talk about other things. Just talking about this important matter, the line of the sage of literature is now relying on your little brother. Will I be able to warm your bed or serve you tea if I run around with this sword?" Qin Pingon said, "Seniors will wanted to teach me swordsmanship at the top of the city wall. He was worried that my state was too low, so it was a bit difficult for me." Without any suspense, he was slapped again. Zhou Xi's face darkened. He thought that when the teacher left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he wouldn't be in a difficult position anymore. Qin Pingon added, "However, when seniors were first met old Mr. Yao, he still supported this junior." The old elementary scholar made a sound of acknowledgement and turned his head. He casually said, "Then the slap just now was a mistake. Why didn't you explain yourself? You've been like this since you were young. You should change it in the future. You won't hold a grudge against me for hitting you wrong, right? If you feel wronged, remember to say it out. If you know you're wrong and can change, don't be stingy." Back in the day, I used this sentence to come up with a lot of profound principles. Even the Buddhas and Daoists were stunned when they heard it. Am I right? Of course, the teacher was right. So he didn't say anything. However, he decided to teach the kid 2 rounds of swordsmanship. 1 round was definitely not enough. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "The deputy hill master of the Cliff Academy has always missed. Teacher." This was the first time Qin Pingon had addressed the sage of literature as a simple teacher. The old scholar burped and pricked up his ears. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Who, what? Say it again." So he rolled his eyes. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Senior Mao misses you very much." The old scholar turned around and leaned on the armrest of the chair. He looked at Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "Xiaodong, he's most willing to use the stupidest method to teach and educate people. He's very patient and is most like me. He's just like Sui, stubborn and can't change his mind. Back in the day, I was just short of tying him up and stuffing him into a gunny sack and throwing him into the Liji Learning Palace. I was willing to throw away my old face and secretly help him build a good relationship, but he refused to go. As his teacher, I couldn't do anything about it." So he suddenly asked, "Why didn't you want to admit that you were a teacher back then? Now that you've reached a higher level, you're acknowledging him as your teacher?" Qin Pingon replied, "Back in the day, I didn't even study. How could I acknowledge you as my teacher? Just because you're the sage of literature? If the sage of rites or the sage of literature appeared in front of me and they were willing to accept me, would I acknowledge them? If you're willing to accept a disciple, the disciple has to pick a teacher before entering the school. After reading the books of the 3 religions and 100 schools of thought, I'll finally acknowledge you as my teacher if you're the most knowledgeable. Even if you don't acknowledge me, I'll still diligently acknowledge you as my teacher. That's the only way to show my sincerity." So he was stunned for a long time. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone so shameless. "Qin Pingon, is your family running a shop?" 3 rounds. The old scholar kicked Sui. "Why are you standing there? Bring me some wine." Sui said helplessly, "Teacher, I don't like to drink. Besides, Qin Pingon has plenty of it." "Sui, you're a bachelor. You don't have to be afraid of owing money." The old Shutsai used a sincere tone to persuade him and patiently said, "Your younger brother is different. He has his own mountain and is about to marry a wife. How much will his expenses be? Back in the day, you helped me manage the money. How could you not know how hard it is to support a family? Show some of your senior brother's demeanor. Don't let others look down on us. If you don't want to bring wine to me, that's fine. Go to the top of the city wall and shout. Say that you're Qin Pingon's senior brother, so that your junior brother won't be bullied when I'm not here." So he pretended to be deaf and dumb. In his previous life as a student, this was Sui's biggest protest against his teacher. Qin Pingon took out 2 jugs of wine and handed them to the old scholar. They were all glutinous rice wine from Longchuan's hometown. All the immortal wine was given to the guard at the inverted mountain. The old scholar handed a jug to Sui. Sui didn't refuse. Qin Pingon took out a jug for himself. The old scholar smiled and asked, "Sui, how does it taste?" Sui could only say something that didn't go against his conscience. "It's okay." The old scholar shook his head and said, "This is something that only people who don't know how to drink wine would say." The old scholar turned his head and looked at Qin Pingon. He didn't let the old scholar down. Qin Pingon smiled. "Free wine tastes the best." The old scholar laughed loudly. After laughing for a long time, he found that Qin Pingon was looking at him. The old scholar coughed a few times. "Don't worry. In the future, let your senior brother treat you to wine. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as you drink, whether it's by yourself or with friends, it's all on Sui." Sui sighed. "I know." The old scholar shouted again, "Sui." Sui said, "It's okay." Only then was the old scholar satisfied. Qin Pingon drank the wine. He felt that the more he drank, the more difficult it would be for him in the coming days. Unexpectedly, the old scholar said considerately, "Your senior brother Sui has good swordsmanship. But if you don't want to learn, you don't have to." If you want to learn, you can tell him how you want to teach. He won't go too far. Zhou Xian said, you can start learning now. Qin Pingon said immediately, there's no hurry. Zhou Xian leaned forward and stared at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon looked at the old scholar. The old scholar understood and immediately pressed his hands on Zhou Xi's head and pushed him back. He scolded, give in to your junior brother. Zhou Xian began to drink. It was strange. The sage of literature seemed to treat Zhou Xian the most rudely, but this disciple was always the one who accompanied him the most. Even an unnamed disciple like Mao Xiaodong was puzzled by this. It was just that Zhou Xi's personality was too reclusive. Mao Xiaodong, Ma Zhan and the others didn't dare to take the initiative to talk to him. At that time Cui Dong, who hadn't betrayed his master yet, was the most dazzling disciple of the sage of literature. All the academies and scholars of the Central Plains were overshadowed by him. His knowledge was high, his cultivation was high, and his chess skills were top-notch. Even so, he was often scolded by Zhou Xian. As for whether Cui Dong was unwilling or not, Mao Xiaodong and the others had no chance to find out. As for Zhou Xi's knowledge, the fact that he was a direct disciple of the sage of literature was enough to explain everything. It was a pity that his swordsmanship overshadowed it. As a result, when people talked about the late bloomer Zhou Xian, they only talked about whether his swordsmanship was very high, extremely high, or the highest in the world. Many people even forgot that he was the disciple of the sage of literature. One person could suppress all the innate sword embryos in the world. This was Zhou Xian. But today Zhou Xian, who was sitting on the stool in front of the shop in the old scholar's eyes, was just that tall youth with clear eyes. When he came to visit, he said that he didn't have money, but wanted to read books and learn some principles. If he owed money, he would acknowledge Zhou Xian as his teacher and would pay him back. But if he studied, became the top scholar and helped Zhou Xian attract more disciples, then he wouldn't pay him back. When the youth said those words, he was very serious. At that time, the poor scholar who was not too old had not become an old scholar, nor had he become the sage of literature. He had just published a book, so he had some money. It wasn't to the extent that he couldn't afford to drink, so he agreed. He thought that it would be ridiculous if Zhou Xian didn't have a junior brother by his side. Moreover, the poor scholar felt that his biggest wish in life was to have students all over the world. If he had a first disciple, then he would have a second disciple. It would be a good thing. After all, it was a good saying that one couldn't travel 1,000 miles without accumulating silicon. At that time he was only a scholar, so he didn't think too much about it. He didn't think too far ahead. He even thought that having students all over the world was just an unattainable dream. It was just like when he was in a shabby alley, drinking half a kilo of turbid wine that he bought at home and thinking about the fine wine that was sold in the big restaurants. Many years had passed, but he could still vaguely remember that there was a restaurant manager's daughter who seemed to be very beautiful. Looking at her from afar was like drinking wine. You couldn't look at her for too long or you would be intoxicated. Therefore, in the future, there was a Confucian sage who interpreted one of the old man's books. He described the old man as a sanctimonious man and was too old-fashioned. He changed the original meaning of the book a lot, which made the old scholar very angry. It was natural for men and women to be attracted to each other. Humans were not plants and couldn't be emotionless. Moreover, even plants and trees could turn into spirits. Humans were not sages, so how could they not make mistakes? Moreover, sages also made mistakes, so they shouldn't expect ordinary teachers to be sages everywhere. If such knowledge became the only one, it wouldn't pull scholars closer to sages, but gradually push them away. The old scholar went to the Confucian temple and tried to reason with them. The other party was also very stubborn. Anyway, he listened to everything the old scholar said, but he didn't quarrel with the old scholar. However, it was precisely this kind of saint, who was suspected of being unreasonable, who, at the cost of exhausting his own cultivation, forcibly held up the entrance to the vast world. It was only when the old elementary scholar and the scholar holding the immortal sword appeared in front of him that he finally put down his burden and quietly passed away. He smiled knowingly at the old elementary scholar and passed away. His soul was completely scattered and there was no afterlife to speak of. Life was so sudden. They looked at each other and smiled. The old scholar finished a pot of wine. He didn't hurry to get up and leave the chair. He hugged the wine pot with both hands and basked in the sun of another world. Zhou Xian said softly, "Teacher, you can leave now." Otherwise, the Ascendant Realm monsters in this world may come together to stop you from leaving. Qin Pingon was just about to get up and speak. The old scholar raised his hand and gently pressed it down. You don't have to say anything. Teacher knows. Teacher has many things to say, so I won't say much to you for the time being. The old scholar leaned back in the chair leisurely and murmured to himself, let's sit for a while more. Teacher hasn't had two students sitting beside him at the same time for many years. There were two students on his left and right. Teacher sat in the middle. Teacher finally didn't only have Zhou Yu and Zhou Yu beside him. "581. Autumn went and winter came. Time passed. If he did not raise his head and see the outline of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the south, Qin Pingon would have mistakenly thought that he was in paper white blessed land, or that he had drunk yellow Liang blessed land's worry-free wine. Even though Qin Pingon practiced diligently and did not slack off every day, and could even be said to be very busy, Qin Pingon still felt that it was not enough, so he asked Grandma Bai to help him. Unexpectedly, Grandma Bai was not willing to give her all, and at most taught the future son-in-law some boxing moves. Qin Pingon could only reluctantly practice boxing, and called Grandpa Nalen to the practice field in the mustard small world to familiarize himself with the flying sword of a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator. At the same time, he roughly learned the art of concealment and stealth from this assassin, who had fallen from the Immortal realm, and many exquisite techniques that involved the fundamentals of cultivation. Close in the day is like moving in the night. Only sword cultivators could do this, which made Qin Pingon feel a little regretful. Besides this, whenever he was free, Qin Pingon tried to go to the wine shop every day to take a look. Every time he would stay for a few hours. He did not help to sell wine and just hung out with a bunch of big kids and young girls, continuing to be his storyteller. At most, he would be the calligraphy teacher and recitation teacher, and did not involve himself in imparting any knowledge. Although Qin Pingon had become a hands-off shopkeeper, the head shopkeeper Xianxia did not complain. This was because second shopkeeper Qin was the one who was responsible for making money. Now it was time for him to be lazy. In the end, Xianxia had only taken out some capital and put in some rigid effort. Moreover, after the successful opening of the wine shop, there were many more tricks. For example, after hanging the couplets, there was a new horizontal scroll. Those who drink my wine can break through the realm. The shopkeepers of the restaurants and wine shops on the street were about to collapse. Not to mention that they had stolen a lot of business. The key point was that they had obviously lost their momentum. This led to almost everywhere in the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to hang couplets and horizontal scrolls. But after looking around, many drunkards and sword cultivators felt that this place was the best, or the most shameless. After almost all the wine shops began to copy, this shop began to have a new method. Inside the shop, there was a pile of small wooden plaques in the style of safe and sound. They were all calligraphy treasures left behind by sword cultivators who had come to drink wine. All of them were hung on the wall, saying that it was a good omen. It was not based on cultivation level. Whoever wrote first would be able to hang up their wooden plaque first. The front of the plaque would be written with the name of the wine shop's customer. If they were willing, they could write on the back of the wooden plaque. They could write whatever they wanted. The wine shop did not care how much they wrote. Now there were 4 customers who hung safe and sound boards on the wall of the wine shop. There was Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent, Gao Kuei of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Sword Immortal Yuan Qingshu of the South Whirlpool continent, and Tao Wen, a sword cultivator of the Raw Jade realm from the North continent who came to drink alone in the middle of the night. They all wrote on the back of the safe and sound board. They didn't want to write. Originally, the 4 sword immortals only wrote their names. Later, Qin Pingon found an opportunity to catch them and forced them to write. Even if they didn't write, there was always a way to make them write. It was an eye-opener for the shy Xianxia. It turned out that business could be done this way. So Wei Jin wrote, "Trapped by love, the sword can't be drawn." Gao Kuei, a man with one eye and a big beard, wrote, "The flowers are beautiful, the moon is round, and the people live long." The elegant and carefree Yuan Qingshu wrote, "Here the world knows that I, Yuan Qingshu, am a sword immortal." Tao Wen, the sword immortal, was the most tactful. When he heard that he could drink a jar of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine for free, he wrote, The wine here is cheap and excellent. It's even better if you can buy it on credit. Among the genius sword cultivators of the youngest generation, there were more than 10 people including Pang Yuanji, Yan Zhui Qianxia and Dong Huafu. Of course there was also the little girl Guizhujiu. Other than writing her full name Guizhujiu and her nickname LV Duan, she secretly wrote, "Master sells wine, disciple buys wine." The relationship between master and disciple is touching and everlasting. There were also many sword cultivators of the Earth Immortal realm who couldn't bring themselves to write, but most of them just left their names and didn't write anything else. What's more, Qin Pingon didn't take care of the business, so Xianxia really didn't know how to open his mouth. Later Qin Pingon felt that this wouldn't do, so he gave Xianxia a few slips of paper, saying that if he saw any sword cultivators of the nascent soul stage who were pleasing to the eye, especially those who were actually willing to leave behind their calligraphy but didn't know what to write, he could pass one of the slips to them when they paid the bill. Therefore, an old sword cultivator of the nascent soul stage who had a rough personality and didn't know much about literature saw one of the slips of paper. Originally, he was still pushing Xianxia to put on airs with the shopkeeper, but he didn't expect that he would immediately change his attitude and secretly keep the slip of paper. He asked Xianxia to quickly bring him a wooden token and wrote the poem with the serious attitude of facing a big demon. When he left, he even bought an extra jar of the most expensive green Immortal mountain wine and deliberately suppressed his sword aura. As he drank to his heart's content, he staggered away and sang loudly. Over and over again it was the poem, "The Emergence of New Ideas, I wrote it myself. In the past it's not enough to praise me for being a romantic. After drinking to my heart's content, Xing Mengqing came to pour wine for me." After a night among the drunkards and gamblers of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, this nascent soul stage sword cultivator who could write poems for no reason became famous. However, it was said that in the end he was hit by a sword Immortal's flying sword that came out of nowhere and was bedridden for a few days. There was also a relatively young nascent soul stage sword cultivator of the North Continent who claimed to be drinking under the moon. He wrote a sentence on the wooden token, "Half of the sword immortals in the mortal world are my friends. Which woman in the world isn't shy? I used wine to wash my sword. Who doesn't say that I'm a romantic?" The wine shop's Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine was divided into 3 grades. A jar of snow cost money and had the lightest taste. Even better was a jar of wine that cost 5 snow. However, the wine shop announced to the public that in every 100 jars of wine, there would be a valuable bamboo leaf from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. The sword Immortal Wei Jin and the little girl Guizhujiu could prove that this was true. The first-class green Immortal mountain wine cost 10 snow and it was not guaranteed that one would be able to drink it. This was because the wine shop only sold 1 jar a day. After it was sold, no one would be able to drink it. The customers would have to come again the next day. For a time the small wine shop was overcrowded. However, after the hustle and bustle passed, there were no longer many sword cultivators squatting on the ground to drink and fight to buy wine. However, the 6 tables were still full. Although Xianxia was already very satisfied with the shop's income, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. As Qin Pingon had expected, after the shop became famous, it became very difficult to buy wine. Many restaurants and wine shops would rather break the contract and compensate Xianxia than sell the original wine. It was obvious that they wanted the shop to cut off its source of income. Once there were a few customers who bought wine but did not sell it, the business would go downhill. It would be a short-lived hustle and bustle and the business would not last long. Xianxia could see the imminent problem, and the second-in-command who had left everything to him was naturally even more aware of it. However, Qin Pingon did not say anything. When he arrived at the wine shop, he would either chat with some of the regular customers and get some wine to drink, or he would be a storyteller at the corner of the street and hang out with the children. Xianxia did not want to trouble Qin Pingon with everything, so he could only think of a way to break out of this situation. Late one night, Qin Pingon and Ning Yao came together to the shop that was about to close. There were no customers drinking wine. Xianxia took out the account book. Qin Pingon sat to the side and took out a piece of snow to spend money. He ordered the cheapest jug of wine. When the shopkeeper drank, he had to pay. This was the rule. As Qin Pingon drank, he carefully checked the account book. Yan Zhui and the others had already agreed to drink together today because it was rare that Qin Pingon was willing to treat them. Qin Pingon and Ning Yao sat on a bench. Yenzhua sat alone. Dong Huafu and Qin Sanqiu sat together. Yenzhua looked at Qin Pingon, who was carefully flipping through the account book, and then looked at Stackshong, who was sitting to the side. He could not help but ask, Stackshong, do you feel that Qin Pingon does not trust you? Qin Pingon smiled. He did not raise his head to speak. He just raised his wine bowl and took a sip. He admitted that he was not honest, so he was willing to punish himself. Stackshong said exasperatedly, What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you have to follow the rules when doing business? We are friends in the first place, that's why we're doing business together. Don't tell me we're not friends if we settle our accounts clearly? Who doesn't make mistakes? When the time comes, whose fault is it? If you make a mistake, it's fine. It's fine. If you are not wrong and I am not wrong, then the business will be ruined. You can't live with the money. Yenzhua felt wronged. Stackshong, you are too biased. How can you be friends with Qin Pingon and do business together? Didn't I get beaten up in the past for nothing? Stackshong smiled. Didn't I say sorry to you? Yenzhua was a bit resentful. You were right. I was quite happy. Now I feel that you are not sincere enough. Qin Pingon flipped through the account book and joked, A friend having a new friend is always so annoying. Yenzhua waved his hand. It's not like that at all. Qin Pingon passed over the wine bowl and clinked it with Yenzhua's. He smiled and said, I saw that you, the young master of the Yen family, have big shoulders and big round shoulders. Everywhere you are filled with money, but every time you are stingy to buy the cheapest wine. You are not as generous as a young girl, so I casually talked about you. Stackshong seemed to hesitate. Finally, he gathered his courage and said, Yenzhua Sanqiu, can I discuss something with you? Yenzhua was a bit puzzled. Qin Sanqiu seemed to have guessed it. He smiled and nodded. It can be discussed. Yenzhua's eyes brightened. Pull us in. Like I said, those jars of wine in your house, I glanced at them and then I thought about the customers coming in and out every day, and I knew that there were only a few jars left. Now all the restaurants, big and small, are jealous, so the source of wine has become a big problem, right? You don't even need to look for Xianxia. He's a pampered young master who doesn't do any household chores. He's a master who only knows how to lie down and enjoy life. He doesn't understand these things at all. I'm different. I've helped out a lot of my family's businesses. It's not difficult for me to help you get some lower-cost raw wine. Don't worry, Stackshong, we'll do as you say. We'll follow the rules. I won't lose too much of my family's business. Stackshang's expression was complicated. Qin Pingon felt a little helpless. He closed the account book and said with a smile, There are two kinds of happiness when a shopkeeper makes money. The first kind is when the celestial coins are safely in his bag. Every day when the shop is closed, he calculates the profits on the abacus. The second kind is when he enjoys the feeling of being able to make money even though it is not easy. Fatty Yen, tell me, isn't this the truth? You are carrying a sack of silver to the shop. I don't think Stackshong is willing to calculate. Fatty Yen, you can just tell me the number. Yenzhua suddenly understood. You should have said it earlier, Stackshong. If you had said it earlier, I would have understood. Stackshong angrily said, Blame me? Yenzhua drank the wine and begged for mercy. Blame me, blame me. Qin Pingon began to change the topic. He told Stackshong about the reasons for profit and loss and things to pay attention to. In fact, it wasn't that Yenzhua didn't understand this principle. He should have understood it long ago. It was just that some of the estrangement between good friends could be big or small and dispensable. Some unintentional words that hurt others were not willing to be intentionally explained. They would feel that it was too deliberate, or they might feel that they lost face. If they were lucky, it didn't matter. It was just a matter of a lifetime. A small matter was a small matter. If there was something more important to do to make up for it, it didn't matter. If they were unlucky, they would no longer be friends. If they were unlucky, they wouldn't say anything. Everyone, including Ning Yao, had their own barriers to overcome. It wasn't just Stackshong who was born in a shabby alley among all their friends. Qin Pingon was just taking advantage of the opportunity to speak tactfully. As a bystander, he helped the two see through and say it out loud. If it was too early, it wouldn't work. If it was too late, for example, Yenzhua and Stackshong each felt that Qin Pingon was their best friend. It wouldn't be too appropriate. These thoughts couldn't be said. If they were said, there would be less wine and only water left. Therefore, Qin Pingon could only think about it himself. It might even make Qin Pingon feel that he was too calculating. In the past, Qin Pingon would feel guilty and full of self-denial. Now he wouldn't. Every bit of kindness needed to be protected with even greater kindness. Qin Pingon believed in the phrase, "Good people will be rewarded." Moreover, it was a kind of sincere belief. However, he couldn't only expect God to reward him. In life he had to deal with people everywhere. In fact, everyone was God. There was no need to blindly ask for external help. He only knew how to ask for higher things. No matter how much he thought about the affairs of the world, it seemed that he wasn't sincere enough. However, if he followed the rules, what he did in the end would not harm others. In fact, whether it was big or small, it would indeed benefit the world. Then he shouldn't be restrained because of this. After doing something, he should ask himself and slowly sharpen his conscience. This was the cultivation of the heart. This was what his teacher, the literary sage, meant when he said that there was no harm in thinking more. Even if he later realized that he was just going around in circles and returning to his original place, it was still the best effort. He didn't ask for anything from heaven and earth. Heaven and earth could have another person who sought to do good. Not only could he be self-sufficient, but he could also benefit others. Wasn't that wonderful? Wasn't that good? The one in heaven and earth would never change. Only the human heart could be increased or decreased. The 3 schools of knowledge and the hundreds of schools of thought, in the end all of them put effort into this matter. After chatting, they just drank with friends. Xianxia told them a piece of news. Recently, there would be a sword immortal from the North Continent rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It seemed that he had already arrived at the inverted mountain. However, there were sword immortals here who were returning home. The sword immortals of the North Continent were usually like this. Usually they would return after a big battle. However, the 2 big battles in the past 10 years had caught them off guard. Most of the sword immortals of the North Continent had taken the initiative to stay here and fight another battle. However, there were still some sword immortals and earth immortals who had no choice but to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After all, they still had their sex to worry about. Regarding this, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would not say anything. Not only would there be no complaints, every time a sword immortal from a foreign land prepared to leave, there would be an unwritten rule. The few local sword immortals who were familiar with him would have to treat him to a drink and send him off. It was considered a return gift from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon and Ning Yao turned to look at the main street almost at the same time. 6 people walked over. They were all sword immortals. One of them was a female sword immortal. Not only did Qin Pingon recognize her, but he was also quite familiar with her. She was the sect leader of the North Continent's Fuping Sword Lake, Li Kai. She had once said that after the newly ascended sword immortal Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect, he would come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to fight. Besides fulfilling his promise with his good friend Li Yu of the Taixia Peak, he would also kill another great demon for the latter who had failed to break through and had passed away. Qin Pingon only recognized one of the other 5. He was a tall old man with snow-white hair and a beard who was walking at the front. He had a bad temper. Back then, Qin Pingon had seen and heard with his own eyes that this old man had called the old sword immortal by his name and loudly questioned why Qin Pingon had killed Dong Guanpu. This old master of the Dong family had almost fought with the old sword immortal. He had said, "Others are afraid of you, Qin Pingon, but I'm not." Therefore Qin Pingon had a deep impression of this old man. He was also curious about Dong Guanpu, who had been casually killed by the old sword immortal. This was because according to Ning Yao, Dong Guanpu's little grandpa Dong was actually a very nice person. It could only be said that this was the so-called, every family has its own difficulties. In a Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were too many talented sword immortals and even more disturbances. Dong Senging and Li Kai, who had just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, seemed to have come for this small wine shop. Qin Pingon looked at the other 4 sword immortals and guessed the identities of 2 of them. They were the sect master of the Taihui sword sect Han Huizi, and the patriarch of the ancestral hall Huang Tong. Qin Pingon and the others had already stood up. Dong Huafu called Dong Senging old ancestor, and then said something fair, "The shop doesn't keep records." Dong Senging stared and said, "Don't you have money on you?" Dong Huafu shook his head and said, "I never spend money when I drink." Dong Senging laughed heartily and said, as expected of a descendant of the Dong family. In the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi, only the sons of the Dong family would do such a shameless thing. Stack Mountain could not help but tremble. This old man was the head of the Dong family, Dong Senging. He was the old sword immortal who carved the word Dong on the city wall. The most annoying thing for Alliance in the past was to spar with Dong Senging. If he could dodge, he would. If he could not, he would ask Dong Senging to pay. If he did not pay, he, Alliance, would obediently stand beside the thatched cottage on the city wall and take a beating. He would not go to the city wall and disturb the sword immortal's rest. Fine, he would lie on the roof of the Dong family's ancestral hall. Dong Senging waved his hand and put 2 tables together. He said to the juniors, "Don't talk nonsense. Just bring the wine to the table." Qin Pingon took the initiative to nod to Li Kai. Li Kai smiled and also nodded. Unexpectedly, the Taihui sword sect's patriarch Huang Tong took the initiative to smile at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon could only cup his fists and bow. He did not say anything. After Dong Senging sat down, he glanced at the couplet at the entrance of the shop and said, "He really dares to write. Fortunately, the words are written well. Liang is much better at crawling than an earthworm." Beads of sweat had already involuntarily seeped out of his forehead. Qin Sanqiu and Yan Zhuo were also a little uneasy. They had no choice. When they came to Dong Sengjing's side, they could not even get scolded. Most of their family clan's sword immortal elders had been beaten up. The only ones who could be considered calm were probably Ning Yao and Qin Pingon. Dong Senging drank a pot of wine and stood up to leave. The other 2 sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Qi bade farewell and left as well. Han Huizi, Huang Tong and Li Kai, who were also from the North Continent, stayed behind. Qin Pingon got Stacked Mountain to bring another pot of good wine from the shop. He carried it and walked over. Junior Qin Pingon greets Sect Master Han, Sect Master Li and Sword Immortal Huang. Li Kai smiled and said, "Huang Tong, listen. I'm in front of you. This is the consequence of not being a Sect Master." Qin Pingon was a little helpless. This was Sword Immortal Li Kai not following the rules of the pugilistic world. Unexpectedly, Huang Tong smiled and said, "I'm behind Sect Master Li. That's great. It doesn't matter if I'm above or below you." Qin Pingon, who had just sat down, nearly fell over. He could not care less about etiquette. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. When he was roaming the North Continent, he had never heard of this sword immortal from the Taihui sword sect being such a sentimental person. Why did Qi Jinglong not say anything about it? Was it a taboo for a supremacy? It seemed like Huang Tong's swordsmanship was not weak. Li Kai sneered and said, "I hope you drown and feed the fishes on this intercontinental ferry." Huang Tong laughed out loud. He was not angry at all. Instead, he was delighted. Han Huizi, on the other hand, was an extremely steady elder with the demeanor of a sword immortal. He smiled at Qin Pingon and said, "Ignore their nonsense." Huang Tong's smile disappeared, and he no longer looked like a disrespectful old man. Now the flying sword messages from the inverted hanging mountain are closely monitored, and many of them have even been sealed without authorization. There's no way to reason with them. Fortunately, our Qi Jinglong's letter was cleverly written, so it wasn't blocked and sealed. Since Qin Pingon and our Lu Jinglong are close friends and Li Kai, you're a sword cultivator from our hometown, then the 4 of us here can be considered as family members. First of all, I would like to thank you, Li Kai, for taking the initiative to ask for the sword and helping Qi Jinglong get off to a good start. The one who is on good terms with the academy followed closely behind and forced that old man, Bai Chong, to take care of his reputation. That is why Qi Jinglong not only gained a foothold in the North Continent as a sword immortal, but also gained benefits from the sword Dao 3 times in a row. Our Taihui sword sect owes you a huge favor for this matter. At this point, Huang Tong smiled slightly. "So, if Sect Master Li wants to choose from the front and back, you can choose from the back. If I, Huang Tong, say no or frown, then I am not manly enough." Li Kai pursed her lips and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Xianxia is already in the immortal realm." Huang Tong immediately said, "I, Huang Tong, am a sword immortal. That is enough." "So what if I am not manly?" That B***starred Jiang Shangzhen was the common nightmare of both male and female cultivators in the North Continent. Back then, his golden core could be used as a nascent soul. In the future, he was also famous for being able to be used as an immortal in the unpolished Jade realm. What about the immortal realm now? Even if they did not talk about this guy's cultivation level, Who would be willing to be involved with a guy who was running around while carrying a dung pit? If they punched Xianxia or swung their sword, they would really be excreted. The key was that this person was vengeful and good at running away, so even Huang Tong was not willing to provoke him. In the history of the North Continent, there was once an old nascent soul cultivator who did not believe in heresy. He did not hesitate to spend 20 years to kill this scourge who was hated by everyone but could not be killed. In the end, he did not earn much and his sect ended up in a terrible state. Jiang Shangzhen made up a lot of stories about the love and hate entanglement of the entire sect. He wrote a few big books about the love and hate of the entire sect, the kind with pictures. Moreover, Jiang Shangzhen liked to give free gifts to everyone he met. If you don't accept it, I, Jiang Shangzhen, will give you money. Are you going to accept it or not? If you accept it, can you at least flip through a few pages? Han Huizi smiled and said, Senior brother, there is still a junior here. Even if you don't care about your own identity, you should at least help Jing Long make a good impression. Huang Tong coughed and took a sip of wine. He continued, Li Kai, let's get down to business. The customs of the Great Wall of Sword Qi seem similar to those of the North Continent, but they are very different. The battle on the southern side of the city wall is very different from the catch and kill that we are familiar with. Many cultivators from other continents often die in the first few days of the battle. If they are not careful, they will die. Don't think that you can do anything just because you are a sword cultivator in the pure Jade realm. On the battlefield, when you fight, you scheme against each other. There are also extremely sinister existences among the demon clan. Huang Tong twisted his wrist and took out 3 books from the items in front of him. 2 of them were old and 1 was new. He pushed them towards Li Kai, who was sitting opposite him. These 2 books are engraved from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. One is an introduction to the demon clan, the other is similar to a military book. The last one is my experience after experiencing 2 great battles. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't memorize these 3 books by heart, then I will propose a toast to you. When we reach the North Continent's Tai Hui sword sect in the future, I will not sacrifice Li Kai for your death in battle. This is because Li Kai is asking for death. You are not worthy of me, Huang Tong, sacrificing my sword for you. Li Kai kept the 3 books and nodded. This is a matter of life and death. I don't dare to be arrogant. Huang Tong sighed and turned to look at his junior brother, who was also the sect master of the Tai Hui sword sect. Miss Li, there are no experts in the sect, so she has to do it herself. Don't we still have me, Huang Tong, to support the Tai Hui sword sect? Junior brother, you know that I am not good at handling affairs. I have no patience when it comes to teaching disciples. You also know that when you return to the North Continent, you can help Jing Long ascend and escort him. Isn't that good? The Great Wall of Sword Qi is not without Tai Hui sword sect's sword immortals. I am there. Han Huizi shook his head. You and I have already agreed on this. You don't have to persuade me to change my mind. Huang Tong said angrily, agreed my ass. I can't beat you, so I can only scram back to the North Continent. Han Huizi said indifferently, when you return to the Tai Hui sword sect, just practice your swordsmanship well. Huang Tong was very worried. He drank a big bowl of wine. But you are still the sect master. If you leave and leave Huang Tong behind, the Tai Hui sword sect will have a clear conscience. Han Huizi said, I am guilty. Since the establishment of the Tai Hui sword sect, no sect master has died in battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, nor has there been any Ascendant Realm sword immortals. As for the latter, there is hope with Lu Jinglong around. So I can rest assured that I will do the former. Huang Tong left dejectedly. However, before going to the inverted hanging mountain, Huang Tong went to the wine shop and wrote his name with sword energy. He also wrote a sentence on the back. When the old man left, he was desolate and did not have the slightest aura of a sword immortal. After Li Kai heard about the wine shop's rules, she was also very excited. She only wrote her name but did not write anything on the back of the nameplate. She only said that she would write it after she killed 2 upper 5 realms monsters. Han Huizi also wrote his name in words. Tai Hui Sword Sect's 4th generation sect master Han Huizi. I have no regrets in this life. During this period, Qin Pingon had been drinking quietly. When Li Kai and Han Huizi, the 2 sect masters of the North Continent, left side by side, they walked on the lonely street in the dead of night. Qin Pingon stood up and shouted, Sect masters. Han Huizi laughed softly and said, Don't look back. Unexpectedly, Li Kai had already turned her head and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Money for the drinks." Li Kai asked Han Huizi, puzzled, "Do we have to pay to drink in the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Han Huizi said with a calm expression, "I don't know." Li Kai frowned. "Just put it on Jiang Shangzhen's tab. If a piece of snow costs money, then put it on the tab." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. The two sword immortals walked slowly. Li Kai felt that it was a little strange. Logically speaking, with Qin Pingon's temper, he should not be like this. She turned her head to look. The young man had his hands in his sleeves and was looking at the two of them. When he saw Li Kai turn her head, he sat back down at the table. Han Huizi laughed in his mind and said, "This young man is just looking for something to talk about. He probably thinks that it's good to talk more." Li Kai said helplessly, "What's this about?" Han Huizi thought for a moment and actually gave an answer. "Sword cultivators and sword cultivators." 582. When Ning Yao and Diao Zhang returned to the shop, Diao Zhang suddenly stopped, not daring to go forward. Because Diao Zhang was in awe of the man who suddenly appeared in front of his shop. The other party was a famous great sword immortal left and right. Ordinary sword cultivators from other continents, no matter how bad their temper was in their hometown, had to restrain themselves at the Great Sword Qi Wall. Senior left and right was different. As soon as they arrived at the Great Sword Qi Wall, a local immortal realm sword immortal stationed at the top of the city wall tried to ask senior left and right who was regarded as the best swordsman in the vast world. In the end, senior left and right only replied, "You can't learn my swordsmanship, but there is one thing you can learn from me. If you can't win a fight, just don't fight." At that time, the hidden official also said, "Seems like it." The highly anticipated spar on top of the city wall didn't happen. After the shock, Diao Zhang was full of curiosity. Why did the other party restrain his sword qi? The whole city knew that sword immortal left and right always had sword qi lingering around them. During the war, they used sword qi to open a path deep into the demon army's hinterland. It was also the same when they tempered their sword qi alone on top of the city wall. But today, the best swordsman in the vast world restrained his sword qi and for the first time didn't reveal any. Ning Yao took Diao Zhang to go shopping again. Ning Yao knew that old master Wen Xing had left, so she returned. She didn't expect that left and right was still there. Before the old man left, he even made a special trip to greet her and thank her. Ning Yao was actually a bit confused at this moment. She didn't know what matter she had to be thanked by an old sage of literature. As for the subtle relationship between Qin Pingon and left and right, it wasn't hard for Ning Yao to understand what they were thinking, so she didn't say anything to Qin Pingon. What she said was not appropriate. Besides, Qin Pingon had his own opinions on important matters in life. He didn't need Ning Yao to tell him what to do. Diao Zhang couldn't hold back his curiosity. After walking far away, he asked Ning Yao with the ripples of the heart lake, "Qin Pingon knows left and right sword immortal left?" Ning Yao nodded. They have known each other for a long time. They were all written in Qin Pingon's travel notes on mountains and rivers, and the length was not small. Diao Zhang smiled. "Can you tell me more?" Ning Yao shook her head. "No." Diao Zhang pulled on Ning Yao's sleeve, gently swaying it. It was clear that she was about to act spoiled. She pitifully said, "Big sister Ning, you can talk about anything. There's always something to talk about." Ning Yao thought for a moment. "You should ask Qin Pingon yourself. He plans to open a shop with you. You can use this as a condition. Don't agree yet." Di Zhang quickly figured out the meaning behind Ning Yao's words. Ning Yao had clearly dug a trap for him. Di Zhang angrily smiled and said, "I never intended to do business with him. Ning Yao, you should know when to stop." Ning Yao smiled and said, "It's really not that I'm siding with an outsider, but Qin Pingon is right. You're not smart enough when it comes to doing business. If it's him, I guarantee that you'll have a steady flow of money." Ning Yao frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ning Yao glanced at her, immediately knowing what she was thinking. She explained, "Qin Pingon has a square-inch object and 2 near objects on him. Besides the common wine from his hometown and a pile of bamboo leaves, he doesn't have anything else. If he really wanted to learn from the many merchants that crossed continents on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, selling all sorts of things to earn immortal money from us sword cultivators, then Qin Pingon wouldn't waste God's gifts like this. He would have stuffed them to the brim long ago. So, Qin Pingon wants to do business with you. Earning money from his conscience is a habit. Qin Pingon has liked to earn money since he was young, not just because he likes money. For this I must speak up for him. Diao Zhang was relieved, a smile returning to her face. That's good. Otherwise, I would have scolded him in front of his face for being blinded by lard. I don't want to be a new friend. Not long after the old scholar left, she gently placed the wine jug in her hand on a chair. She didn't like drinking to begin with, and suppressing her sword qi was troublesome. She was the only one in the world who disliked having too much sword qi in her body. Qin Pingon was still taking small sips of wine, looking quite carefree. Suiyu sneered. Without teacher's favoritism, pretending to be calm and composed, isn't it tiring? Qin Pingon was determined not to speak. Suiyu asked, previously I didn't know that teacher would come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was no problem in inviting Qin Qingdou out. Now that teacher is here, why don't you take the initiative to ask? Whether he agrees or not is teacher's business. Whether you ask or not is your etiquette as a student. Qin Pingon also put down the wine jug and sat on the chair. He folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned forward, looking at the street that was being renovated. He said softly, "It's not like I don't know teacher's current situation. Would I make things difficult for teacher by asking? If teacher doesn't make things difficult, wouldn't this student feel uneasy? Even if I feel guilty if I bring trouble to the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi, pulling one hair will affect the whole body, directly leading to a war between the two sides. When teacher leaves, would he really not feel difficult?" Suiyu nodded, agreeing with this answer. Teacher worries too much, disciple should share his worries. Suiyu remembered the tall and big Mao Xiaodong, but his memory was a little fuzzy. He only remembered that he was a young man who studied seriously all year round. Among the many registered disciples, he was not the smartest. He studied slowly, liked to ask people questions, and was slow to understand. Cui Dong often teased Mao Xiaodong for being a blockhead who only gave answers but was never willing to explain in detail. Only Shaoqi would be patient and talk more with Mao Xiaodong. Suiyu said slowly, in the early years, Mao Xiaodong was unwilling to seek refuge in Liji Academy and insisted on being tied to the Sage of Literature. He also accompanied Shaoqi to Aquarius Continent to establish Cliff Academy. At that time, teacher actually said very serious words, saying that Mao Xiaodong should not be so selfish and only seek peace of conscience. Why not raise his ambition to a higher level and should not have such sectarian views? If he could use greater knowledge to benefit the world, it was not important whether he was in the Sage of Literature or not. Then Mao Xiaodong, who I had never looked up to in my entire life, said something that made me admire him. Mao Xiaodong opened his mouth and shouted at the teacher. He said that his disciple Mao Xiaodong was slow-witted and only knew to respect his teacher first. Only then would he have a clear conscience. The order of the two couldn't be wrong. After teacher heard this, he was happy and sad, but he did not force Mao Xiaodong to join the Sage of Rites anymore. Qin Pingon picked up the wine pot again and drank a mouthful. I went to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy twice, and senior brother Mao was very concerned, afraid that I would go astray. When senior brother Mao was reasonable, he had the demeanor of the Confucian sage and the headmaster. Suiyu smiled. That's because you didn't see him being strangled by me and unable to speak. When talking to teacher, no matter how good the reason is, you can't spit on teacher's face. What do you think, junior brother? Qin Pingon quietly put the wine pot back on the chair and only dared to make a sound, still not saying a word. Suiyu stood up, grabbed the wine pot on the chair with one hand, and then looked at the food box at his feet. Qin Pingon stood up and said, "I'll pay for it myself." Suiyu looked at Qin Pingon again. Qin Pingon had to continue, "It will be the same in the future." Suiyu was ready to leave. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "I hope I didn't let senior brother down." Suiyu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "It's okay." Qin Pingon was relieved and said with a smile, "That's good." Suiyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "From today on, if someone says something weird to you, saying that you only have today's achievements because you are born in the Sage of Literature, you don't have to talk nonsense with them. Directly send a message to the top of the city wall with your flying sword. I will teach them a lesson." Qin Pingon was speechless. He was really not used to it. Sui Yu paused for a moment then added, teach them even their parents and elders. Qin Pingon saw that Sui Yu seemed to be a little impatient. It seemed that he was going to teach him swordsmanship first. He thought of the widespread saying among wild cultivators, a dead friend is not a dead friend. He quickly nodded and said, I'll remember it. Sui Yu no longer suppressed his sword chi and turned into a rainbow to go to the top of the city wall. From the city to the top of the city wall, wherever Sui Yu's sword chi passed, the abundant ancient sword will between heaven and earth, made a fleeting path. When he reached the top of the city wall, Sui Yu's sword chi gently rolled up his sleeve. There was a bound book inside. It was given to teacher by Qin Pingon, but teacher had secretly left it to him for some reason. He even hid it from his most beloved disciple Qin Pingon. Sui Yu used sword chi to isolate a small world then drank and read. He placed the book on the top of the city wall in front of him. With a thought the sword chi would open the book. Sui Yu unknowingly finished the wine in the pot and turned to look at the sky. Teacher had left. Ever since teacher became the most down-and-out Confucian sage in the world, he had always been smiling. Sui Yu knew that it was not true happiness. His disciples were scattered and wandering and teacher was feeling guilty. Only after seeing the arrogant junior brother who was willing to recognize him as teacher, even if teacher did not smile much or speak much, even if they had already separated, he was destined to be smiling at this moment. That Qin Pingon might not know that if he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and heard that Sui Yu was at the top of the city wall, he would rush to him and call him senior brother. Sui Yu would be disappointed. Why did little Chi choose such a junior brother? If he secretly built the ancestral hall in his hometown and hung teacher's portrait, he would take the initiative to ask for credit, and Sui Yu would be even more disappointed. Why did teacher choose such a disciple? If he felt that this person's swordsmanship was not low, he wanted to learn the sword. Sui Yu would be the most disappointed. Why did you recognize such a junior brother? But there was nothing. That was the junior brother that Sui Yu had been looking forward to for 100 years. In fact, it was even better than the image of the little junior brother that only existed in his imagination. That year when they parted at the Flood Dragon Ravine, Sui Yu had not said anything, hoping that Qin Pingon could do one thing. Unexpectedly, not only did Qin Pingon do it, but he did it very well. Traversing the 3 continents and seeing the mountains and rivers. So after Sui Yu read the contents of the book, he understood why teacher deliberately left this book to him. So at this moment, Sui Yu felt that when he said, "It's okay" at the door of the shop earlier, would it make junior brother sad? If teacher was there at that time, he would probably beat him up again. Sui Yu did not look away for a long time. The way of heaven and earth is broad and deep, high and bright and long. Pity the worries in my heart, the sun and moon pass by, like clouds coming. After Sui Yu left without drawing his sword, Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. If he said he was not nervous, he would be deceiving himself. He quickly packed up the chairs and put them back in the shop, and then he sat on the threshold waiting for Ning Yao and Dizhang to return. When Sui Yu came, he did not make a sound, but when he left, he did not deliberately hide the traces of the sword aura. So most of the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Aura should be aware of Sui Yu's movement when he left the city. Moreover, Sui Yu sitting openly at the door of the shop was in itself a kind of silent message. Before the old scholar appeared on his disciples' left and right, he actually used a magical power to cover the heaven and earth, so that only the shop would know. After Sui Yu arrived, the old scholar removed the spell. The sage of literature always thought too much, and after thinking too much they always acted decisively, so they seemed to be the most unreasonable. When Ning Yao and Dizhang returned, Qin Pingon stood up and said with a smile, "I'm here to entertain guests, Miss Dizhang." Dizhang smiled and asked, "I won't ask about your identity, but why did the great sword immortals would take the initiative to come here and drink with you? I have to ask, lest I lose all my belongings in the future and I don't know who I can complain to." Qin Pingon said, "To my left and right are my eldest senior apprentice brothers. The one who sat in the middle was our teacher, the sage of literature of the Confucian school." In the Great Wall of Sword Aura, there was no meaning in having a backer. There would be no shortage of fights that needed to be fought, and there would be battlefields that needed to be fought. Moreover, his student Cui Dongshan was right. There was no need to deliberately hide the teacher and senior apprentice brothers that he had earned with his own abilities. Dizhang silently walked into the shop. There was no way to chat. Ning Yao and Qin Pingon sat together on the doorsill. Ning Yao said softly, "Fortunately, the boss sword Immortal is personally watching over the city, not allowing anyone to go south for any reason. Otherwise, you will be in danger in the next battle. The monster race is scheming a lot." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Teacher and senior apprentice brothers will both know what to do." Ning Yao nodded. "What should we do next?" Qin Pingon said, "Cultivate diligently and refine more qi. Strive to enter the abode realm as soon as possible and refine it into a natal item on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar year. At the same time, hone the golden body realm. Once you enter the remote wandering realm, it will be much easier to fight. However, these two things are difficult to achieve for the time being. Among them, it is said that gathering enough natal items of the 5 elements is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The 2 natal items of metal and fire can only be found by chance. If it is really impossible, don't deliberately pursue too high a grade. You must first build a growth and life bridge to deal with the next battle. Ning Yao, you don't have to persuade me on this matter. I have carefully weighed the pros and cons based on the grade of the 3 natal items. Let's not talk about other matters on the path of cultivation. Just the natal items alone are enough to support me until I reach the Earth Immortal or even the Jade Unyielding realm. I can't be too demanding on perfection. On the path of cultivation, I really can't be too slow. Otherwise, I won't be able to enter the middle 5 realms of qi refinement. It is inevitable that my spirit qi will be scattered and my martial arts realm will reach the 7th realm. When I circulate pure vital qi, it will more or less clash with spirit qi, which will actually drag down my combat power. During this period... Speaking of this, Qin Pingon frowned and sighed. I still have to learn swordsmanship from senior brother. Ning Yao said, "Isn't that good? Senior Zhou is the most suitable and the most qualified person to teach you swordsmanship. Don't forget your senior brother is not a connate sword embryo." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "I can't lie down in the Ning mansion and drink medicine every few days." Ning Yao said with a smile, "It's okay. When I was at the Lizhu Grotto Heaven, I learned how to brew medicine from you, but I never had a chance to put it to use." Qin Pingon tried to hold back, but in the end he couldn't. "It's not like I haven't seen you brew medicine personally. Even if you dare to do it, I don't dare to drink it." Ning Yao said, "Now that you have acknowledged senior brother, your words have become tougher." Qin Pingon immediately said bitterly, "I will drink it like wine." Dizhang looked at the two at the door and shook her head. She was so jealous. Qin Pingon thought of something. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Miss Dizhang, as long as I can help the shop earn money, how about we split it 40-60? Dizhang smiled and said, "Isn't it a bit too little?" Qin Pingon said, "Then it's only 30-70? Miss Dizhang, your business is really a bit unconventional. No wonder your business is so good." Dizhang was so angry that she couldn't speak. Ning Yao was somewhat gloating. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Even immortals can't earn extra money from this grocery shop. I know I'm going to stay at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a long time, so I brought some ordinary wine from my hometown. How about we open a small wine shop together? We only need to put some tables and chairs outside the shop, and we won't have to worry about not having enough seats. As long as the wine is good, squatting on the ground and drinking it is also good." Dizhang curiously said, "You said it yourself that it's ordinary wine from the market. Even if we have a lot of drunkards here, even if the shop can sell it, there will be a time when it's sold out. Besides, if the price is too high, it's easy to ruin people's character. I don't have that kind of face to cheat people." Qin Pingon took out a green bamboo leaf. It was full of spiritual energy, verdant and glistening. "Throw it into the wine pot and the price will soar. But this is the best wine we sell in our shop. For the second best wine, buy that big wine jar and put a few more bamboo leaves in it. I still have this." Qin Pingon opened his palm. It was a liquor worm borrowed from Wei Pai. Talking about business would hurt their relationship. This liquor worm, even in the vast world, was considered a rare thing that could only be found by chance. Wei Pai had also held 3 gods' night touring banquets. In addition, he had hinted that a certain mountain and river god would reluctantly part with it. In addition, Wei Pai had hinted that this god could be absent from the 4th night touring banquet as compensation. Only then was he willing to offer a liquor worm as a tribute. Qin Pingon said with confidence, "I've tried it. Just the liquor worm alone is still not considered a good wine. Compared to the extremely expensive Immortal wine, it's really a lot inferior. With the addition of bamboo leaves, the taste of the wine is like the difference between cloud and mud. So before our shop opens for business, we need to collect as much cheap and common wine as possible. The more the better. First hoard it, and when we have enough, we'll open the door to welcome customers. If we buy our own wine, we probably won't be able to keep the price down. If we buy too much, it will arouse suspicion. So we can give Xianxia and Xianxia some dividends. It's just a token of appreciation, but there's no need to give them too much. They have money while we two don't. Ning Yao leaned against the door of the shop, looking at the guy who was particularly spirited when talking about business. Dui Zhang was a bit hesitant. She wasn't hesitant about whether or not to sell the wine. She already felt that there was no doubt about this matter. They could definitely make money. It was just a matter of how much they earned. Moreover, it would be the money of a rich sword immortal and sword cultivator. Dui Zhang didn't have the slightest bit of unease in her conscience. It didn't matter whose wine she drank. What truly made Dui Zhang hesitate was this matter. If she wanted to have a relationship with Fatty Yen and Xianxia, according to her original intentions, she would rather make less money and increase the cost than let her friends help her. If it weren't for Qin Pingon mentioning that she could give them dividends, Dui Zhang would definitely have directly rejected this proposal. Qin Pingon wasn't in a hurry. He put away the liquor worm into his sleeves and put away the bamboo leaves into things near hand. There was a large pile of bamboo leaves and bamboo branches, all of which had been brought to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He smiled and said, "Miss Dui Zhang, I'll take the liberty to say something. Your business temperament really needs to be changed. Business is business. If you feel that it's a business that's unsure of profits and losses, it's best not to pull in friends. This is the right thing to do. But this is a business that's sure to be profitable and doesn't bring in friends. But it doesn't matter. If Miss Dui Zhang feels that it's really inappropriate, then we'll open a smaller wine shop. It's just that the cost is a bit higher. At the beginning we'll stock up less wine and earn less money. Once we have a lot of money in our pockets, we can discuss this matter again. There's no need to worry at all." Dui Zhang seemed to have fallen into a new tangled situation. She was worried that if she refused the other party's genuine good intentions, Qin Pingon would hold a grudge in his heart. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Then we'll consider it a done deal. 370? Dui Zhang smiled and said, 50-50. Wine and a wine shop, both are indispensable. But Qin Pingon said, "If I carry tables and chairs and casually set them up in an empty space on the street, wouldn't it also be a wine shop?" Dui Zhang said, "I don't believe that Ning Yao can afford to lose face like this. Even if Ning Yao doesn't care, can you, Qin Pingon, really bear to do it?" Qin Pingon was somewhat speechless. Ning Yao was just about to speak. Dui Zhang hurriedly said, "Ning Yao, we've been friends for so many years, you can't forget your friends just because you have a man." Ning Yao originally wanted to say that she didn't even care about helping to sell wine, so why would she care about this? But since Dui Zhang had already said so, Ning Yao couldn't bear to do it. So in the end, after bargaining, they saw a 40-60 split. The reason was that Qin Pingon said that he had won 4 matches in a row, making this street famous. If he came to sell wine, it would be a golden signboard that didn't cost money, and would be able to attract more customers. Dui Zhang really somewhat admired this guy's money-making skills and shamelessness. But in the end, Dui Zhang still asked, "Qin Pingon, do you really not mind selling wine and earning this trivial money? Will it damage the face of the Ning mansion and the Yao family's elders?" Qin Pingon smiled and asked in reply, "Miss Dui Zhang, have you forgotten my background? I don't steal, I don't rob, I don't swindle, I only earn a copper coin. That's all my ability." Ning Yao suppressed a smile. She reckoned that this guy who only cared about money, once the shop opened and there was no market and no one was willing to buy wine at first, he could sell his wine to the boss, the sword immortal. Dui Zhang was silent for a long time, then said in a small voice, "I think this wine shop of ours is quite deceptive." Qin Pingon waved his hand, shamelessly boasting, "The price is written there. If you want to buy it or not, when the time comes, there will be no need to worry about sales. Whether we sell or not depends on our mood." Only then did Dui Zhang feel a little relieved. Earning enough money to buy a house had always been Dui Zhang's wish. But Dui Zhang also knew that as to how to earn money, he really wasn't good at it. Dui Zhang thought that after the negotiation Qin Pingon and Ning Yao would return to the Ning mansion, but he didn't think that Qin Pingon would already be standing at the counter, taking the abacus. Dui Zhang doubtfully said, "Isn't it just buying wine and hoarding it? It's a very simple matter, I can still do it." Qin Pingon's face was full of shock. This time he really wasn't pretending. He angrily laughed. "Is there such an easy business in this world? Miss Dui Zhang, I regret partnering up with you. Think about it, who do you want to buy wine with? You have to choose some deserted restaurant or wine shop, right? When the time comes, how do we bargain? How do we reduce the price if we buy too much? How do we talk to people? How do we talk to ghosts? How do we talk to people first? How do we fix the contract first so that when our shop's business is good, the other party doesn't want to sell wine? Even if they don't sell, how do they compensate our shop according to the contract? If there are too many people, I don't think you can do it alone. There's no other way, I'll go back and cover the face. You just watch from the side, I'll show you first. What's more, these are just the rough details of buying wine from others. Moreover, when the shop opens, we'll first invite some passers-by to boost our reputation. What realm of sword cultivator are they? We'll have to secretly promise to give them a few pots of rare bamboo leaf wine for free. It'll be more appropriate to let a sword immortal be responsible for shouting that he wants to book the entire shop's wine. That way we won't be able to leave any traces behind, unlike that shill who can't be calculative. After we earn money, how are we going to settle accounts with our drunkards like Fatty Yen and Xianxia? We're just a small business, so we definitely can't keep accounts. We'll have to have a plan early on." Dui Zhang's imposing manner was completely gone, and she became more and more guilty. Listening to Qin Pingon's endless chatter across the counter, Dui Zhang began to wonder if she was really not suitable for doing business. Why did she suddenly feel that it was much more difficult than practicing swordsmanship? Ning Yao stood next to the counter with a smile on her face, eating melon seeds. So in the end Dui Zhang timidly said, "Qin Pingon, let's split it 30-70. You take 70 and I take 30. Qin Pingon was just about to nod in agreement. But he was immediately elbowed by Ning Yao. Qin Pingon immediately smiled and said, no need, we'll split it 50-50. We've already agreed, doing business still needs to be honest." Qin Pingon turned sideways, throwing a meaningful glance at Dui Zhang. "I talk about honesty, Miss Dui Zhang, you have to talk about sincerity. Why don't we both take a step back and split it 40-60? Dui Zhang nodded, then said to Ning Yao with an innocent expression, "Ning Yao, Qin Pingon is secretly winking at me. I don't know what he means." Qin Pingon suffered another elbow. He grinned and gave Dui Zhang a thumbs up. "Miss Dui Zhang, you're quite perceptive when it comes to doing business." They talked about many more details. Dui Zhang carefully noted them down. Qin Pingon and Ning Yao left the small grocery store, walking along the edge of the main street. As they passed by the restaurants and taverns, Qin Pingon smiled and said, "In the future we'll all be enemies in the same line of business." Ning Yao softly said, "Thanks." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's what I should do." Ning Yao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Dui Zhang likes a gentleman of the Central Plains Academy. Can you talk some sense into her?" Qin Pingon bitterly smiled and said, "There are some things I can help with, but this kind of thing I really can't do it." Ning Yao clasped her hands behind her back, leisurely praising, "Don't you know a lot about love?" Qin Pingon resolutely said, "In all honesty, what the hell do I know?" Dui Zhang's small house hidden in a shabby alley was filled with large jars of wine. She didn't have enough capital. Qin Pingon actually still had 10 grain rain coins as his personal savings, but he couldn't foolishly take out 1 grain rain coin to buy something. It would be easy for people to raise the price to death. So he asked Ning Yao for a pile of scattered snow coins. All the restaurants and shops that could buy cheap and inferior wine were all visited by Qin Pingon and Dui Zhang. These wines wouldn't sell very well in the city streets of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was the strange part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sword cultivators who could afford wine were not willing to drink these. Only those drunkards who couldn't pay off their debts would pinch their noses and drink these. But the real immortal wine in the big and small restaurants was really as expensive as flying swords, far higher than that of the inverted hanging mountain, which was only one door away. Even sword immortals would feel the pinch. Now that the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi were strictly controlled, their days were getting more and more difficult. Qin Pingon stooped down and opened a wine jar. The wine worm was soaking in it leisurely like a small fish. It was drunk and knew how to enjoy itself. Each jar of wine had to be soaked in the wine worm for 3 days before it could be considered a good wine. There were a few bamboo leaves and a bamboo branch inside. It was not named bamboo leaf green, which was first suggested by Dui Zhang, or bamboo branch wine, which was suggested by Ning Yao. Instead it was named Bamboo Sea Wonderland Wine by Qin Pingon, which was also called Green Immortal Mountain Wine. Dui Zhang, who was used to making money from his conscience, was so shocked that he was stunned. At that time Qin Ping and spoke earnestly, saying that his bamboo leaves and branches were really produced by the Bamboo Sea Grotto. As for whether they were from the Azure Immortal Mountain, he would ask later when he had the chance. If they weren't, then he wouldn't mention the alias when selling the wine. Except for preparing to open a wine shop and sell wine to make money. Every day at the Ning Mansion, Qin Pingon still practiced qi for 12 hours, sometimes as long as 14 or 16 hours. Ning Yao gave up the pavilion on Dragon Beheading Cliff, and spent most of his time practicing swordsmanship on the martial arts practice field in the small mustard seed world. When Qin Pingon was resting, he squatted at the foot of the hill with the sword Immortal, concentrating on sharpening the edge of the sword. Occasionally, Fatty Yen, Dong Haitan, and the others would come over to sit for a while. Fatty Yen would seize the opportunity to make Qin Pingon observe his crazy demon fist technique, and ask him if he was a martial arts prodigy that had been delayed by practicing swordsmanship. Of course, Qin Pingon would nod and say yes. Every time he spoke, the words and reasons he gave were never the same. Xianxia felt that it was more unbearable than Fatty Yan's fist technique. Once even Dong Haitan couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the disgusting Fatty Yan on the martial arts practice field, he asked Qin Pingon, "Are you telling the truth? Is Yanzhou really a martial arts prodigy?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Of course not." Only then did Dong Haitan feel a little better. After Xianxia heard this, he let out a long sigh, covered his forehead and lay down on the bench. During this period, almost every day, a little girl with a sleeve full of pastries would come to the entrance of the Ning Mansion, clamoring to be apprenticed to a master. Once she was dragged into the mansion by Ning Yao and beaten up. With great difficulty she finally had a day to rest, but unexpectedly the little girl came again the next day. But this time she was smarter. She would run away as soon as she was called. She would run back and forth several times a day since she had nothing to do anyway. Then she would block Ning Yao's way and drag her into the mansion by the ear. She would let the little girl admire Fatty Yen, who was practicing martial arts on the martial arts practice field. She said that this was the fist technique that Qin Pingon had taught her. Did she still want to learn it? The little girl's eyes were brimming with tears and her lips trembled. She said that even so she still wanted to learn the fist technique. The little girl silently wiped her tears and choked with sobs. It turned out that this was the truth that her mother had said. Only those who suffered the most hardship would become the best. Ning Yao had no choice but to let Qin Pingon personally go. At that time, Qin Pingon was discussing a top priority with Bai Mama and Grandpa Nalen. Ning Yao didn't say anything, so Qin Pingon had to follow them to the martial arts practice field in confusion. As a result, he saw the little girl who kowtowed to him as soon as she saw him. He wasn't unfamiliar with her. There were 4 fights on the street and the little girl was the most noisy one. It was hard for him not to notice her. Qin Pingon couldn't help a little girl casually, so he quickly moved away and said helplessly, "Don't kowtow first, what's your name?" The little girl quickly got up and said loudly, "Guozhujio." Qin Pingon nodded, raised his left hand, pinched his fingers and sighed. "Unfortunately, the name doesn't match, so I can't accept you as a disciple for the time being. We'll talk about it later." Guozhujio said sincerely, "Master, then I'll go back and ask my parents to help me change my name? I also don't think this name is good, so I've endured it for many years." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "No, I accept disciples based on fate. For the first time I look at the name first. If it doesn't work, then you have to wait for another 3 years. For the second time I don't look at the name but the time. You still have a chance at that time." Guozhujio was very annoyed. She stomped her feet heavily and ran away. She shouted that she wanted to look through the lunar calendar and choose an auspicious day for herself 3 years later. Yan Zhujiu and Qin Sanqiu stood aside and their eyes almost popped out. Guizhujiu was a little weirdo. Her mind wasn't clear since she was a child. He was definitely not stupid. She was an excellent innate sword embryo and was praised as the future pillar of the Guo family. She couldn't be said to be smart. The little girl made a lot of jokes. She was simply the happy fruit of Qin Sanqiu's street. When she was a child, she liked to run around blindly with a blanket draped over her. She never went through the main door and would just wander around on the roofs and walls. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been beaten by Dong Budu so many times and had a good memory, she would probably still be like this now. There were also rumors that the hidden official had actually chosen 2 candidates. Besides Peng Yuanji, it was Guizhujiu. Qin Pingon obviously also didn't dare to believe it. That's possible? Qin Sanqiu smiled bitterly. Whether it's possible or not, it probably depends on whether Guizhujiu comes tomorrow or not. Qin Pingon looked at Ning Yao. Ning Yao said, "It's hard to say." Qin Pingon didn't think much about it and continued to discuss with the 2 seniors. Regarding the matter of the sword Immortal boss going to the Yao family to propose marriage as a matchmaker, Qin Pingon naturally wouldn't urge him. In Qin Pingon's room, Bai Mama asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Qin Pingon smiled. "It's still that little girl Guizhujiu. She wants to be apprenticed to a master and was fooled by me." Nailin Yeshing joked. "It's actually not bad to have another registered disciple for nothing." Qin Pingon shook his head with a wry smile. "Such a big matter can't be taken lightly." Bai Mama said, "The Guo family and our Ning mansion have been friends for generations and have never broken off." Qin Pingon froze for a moment and looked at Bai Mama's eyes with some questioning meaning. Bai Mama nodded. "It's the only one." After Master passed away, the entire Guo family came to the Ning mansion to pay their respects. Later on, the Guo family's head directly confronted the sword Immortal Qi about the dragon beheading cliff incident. Otherwise, if it was another little girl who fooled around like this, our miss wouldn't have dragged her home twice. But the matter of accepting a disciple really doesn't need to be too serious. Qin Pingon said in a deep voice. "Then about Guizhujiu, I will think about it seriously." Nailin Yeshing smiled. "These things are not urgent. Let's talk about young Master Chen's 4th natal item. Once the longevity bridge is built, young Master Chen will truly understand what cultivation is. After that, even if you are not an innate sword embryo, you can still barely become a sword cultivator. Don't underestimate the word barely. As a Qi cultivator, the biggest difference between being a sword cultivator and not being a sword cultivator is the difference between heaven and earth. As for the reason, young Master Chen can privately ask Sword Immortal boss." One morning, a shabby wine shop opened on the Great Wall of Sword Energy. The shopkeeper was the young one-armed female sword cultivator, Dui Zhang. Beside her stood the young man in blue. After personally setting off a string of noisy firecrackers, he smiled brightly and cupped his fists in all directions. If Dui Zhang wasn't the nominal shopkeeper of the wine shop, there would be no turning back. She had spent all her capital. In fact, she also wanted to stay in the shop and pretend that this wine shop had nothing to do with her. Tables and stools were placed in front of the 2 of them. Ning Yao, Yanzhua, and the others hid in the store filled with large and small wine jars and jugs. Even someone as thick-skinned as Fatty Yen and someone as shameless as Dong Haitan didn't have the face to walk out of the store. On the main street, the road had just been repaired. The shopkeepers and waiters of wine shops of all sizes stood at their respective doors, cursing and swearing. Outside the door of the shabby little shop hung a couplet. It was said that the young martial artist had personally written it. "The sword Immortal's 3-foot sword looks around in a daze. Whereas the enemy, the hero, is lonely. 2 tales of wine in a cup, with you we can share the sorrow of eternity. Once drunk, what is money? Good fellow, you pure martial artist Chen Pingon, can't you, a foreigner, have some face? That's nothing. I heard that this little shop sells wine that has something to do with the Bamboo Sea Paradise and the Azure Immortal Mountain. What is money? If it really isn't anything, why the hell are you opening a shop to earn money?" Whistles rang out on both sides of the street. In the end, Dijong was thin-skinned. His forehead was already dripping with sweat and his face was tense. He tried his best not to show his fear, but he couldn't help but ask softly, Qin Pingon, can we really sell half a jar of wine? Qin Pingon smiled. Even if no one really supports us, we'll still have nothing to worry about, and we won't have to worry about making money if we follow my established rules. Before that, if someone comes to buy wine, that's even better. It's normal for there to be fewer customers so early in the morning. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, there was still no customer. Dizhang became more and more worried. Qin Pingon yelled at the top of his lungs, "Open the door, one jar 50% off. There's only one jar, first come first served." And then someone really did come. Dizhang asked doubtfully, "Is he also someone you invited?" Qin Pingon was also a little surprised. He shook his head, "Of course not. The person who came was Peng Yuanji." He sat on a bench and said with a smile, "Give me the cheapest jar. Don't forget to give me another 50% off." Qin Pingon turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Dizhang and laughed softly. "What are you staring at? The head shopkeeper is personally bringing the wine to the table." Dizhang hurriedly took a jar of bamboo sea paradise wine and a large white bowl, placing them on the table in front of Peng Yuanji. She helped unseal the jar of wine that hadn't been used for many days and poured a bowl of wine for Peng Yuanji. She really felt that her conscience wasn't at ease. She squeezed out a smile and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, "Dear customer, please enjoy." Then Qin Pingon took an extra bowl and sat at Peng Yuanji's table. He picked up the jar and poured a bowl of wine for himself, saying with a smile, "Brother Yunji, thank you for your support. I must give you a toast." With Brother Yuanji's magnanimity as a prime minister, there's no escaping the title of Sword Immortal. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Dizhang wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and crawl into it. What kind of wine seller would freeload off his own customers' wine? Peng Yuanji waited for Qin Pingon to finish drinking before pouring another bowl of wine for Qin Pingon. However, it wasn't full. It was only a small jar of wine. How many bowls could he drink? Fortunately, the white bowl carefully chosen by this shop wasn't big, so the amount of wine seemed to be sufficient. Peng Yuanji somewhat regretted coming here. It would be fine if business was slow in the future, but if there were more people drinking, he would be cursed to death. Holding the bowl in his hand, he lowered his head and sniffed. It really did have the taste of immortal wine. It was better than he had imagined. However, this jar of wine was only sold for 1 snow coin. Wasn't the price a little too low? This kind of taste would be at least a few snow coins in other restaurants at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Peng Yuanji only knew one thing. Not to mention his own Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were no wine sellers in the world that would lose money. Qin Pingon and Peng Yuanji clinked their bowls together and drank their wine in one gulp. Then Qin Pingon brought out a jar of wine and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, "Half price 2 jars of wine. I'll only charge Brother Yuanji 1 snow coin." Peng Yuanji drank the wine in his bowl. The taste of the wine was not bad, so he endured it. Peng Yuanji drank a jar of wine and picked up the jar of wine that was almost helped open by Qin Pingon. He slapped down a snow coin and got up to leave, saying that he would come back next time. Dizhang wiped her forehead and took the snow coin from Qin Pingon's hand. She smiled brightly. Then about an hour later, when Dizhang began to worry about the shop's money again, she saw another customer who landed on the wind. She couldn't help but turn to look at Qin Pingon. She realized that after Qin Pingon said, "It was an accident," he was actually a little nervous. The visitor was the Sword Immortal of Snow Wind Temple, Wei Jin, who came from the Aquarius continent like Qin Pingon. Wei Jin ordered the most expensive jar of wine, 5 snow coins for a small jar, and there was a bamboo leaf in the jar. Wei Jin didn't rush to drink the wine. He asked with a smile, "How is she?" Qin Pingon felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, but he couldn't pretend to be stupid. After all, the other party was Wei Jin. He could only smile bitterly and say, "She should be very good. Now she has become the master of a sect, but I was almost killed by her in the Ghost Valley." "Wei Jin, are you here to make a scene?" Qin Pingon didn't hide anything from Ning Yao about Xiaoyang, the first female Taoist nun of the Divine Warning sect and later the sect master of the Qingliang sect. He told her everything. Fortunately, Ning Yao didn't show any anger. She only said that Xiaoyang had gone too far and that he should meet her in the future. But today Wei Jin touched the sore spot. Qin Pingon still felt a chill down his spine. He always felt that the shop was full of sword qi. Wei Jin drank a bowl of wine and asked again, "Does she really like you?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I'm not sure." Wei Jin nodded and poured another bowl of wine. After drinking it in one gulp, he said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you can go on with your business. You don't have to entertain the guests." In the end, Wei Jin sat there alone. He drank a little slower, but he didn't stop. Most infatuated men in the world like to drink the heartbreaking wine. The person who really cut their intestines with a knife was always the lover who wasn't beside the wine bowl. Qin Pingon squatted at the door with his back to the shop. Ning Yao said, "How is that possible?" Qin Pingon said with a sad face, "How is it possible that you're not angry, or how is it possible that you're not angry?" Ning Yao blinked and said, "Guess." Qin Pingon sighed, "I'll open a pot of wine myself. Put it on the bill." Ning Yao suddenly laughed and said, "He Xiaoyong is nothing. Is he worth my anger?" Qin Pingon stood in front of her and asked softly, "Do you know why I'm not depressed at all after losing 3 rounds to Chao Ci?" Ning Yao asked, "Why?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Because Ning Yao doesn't even bother to remember who Chao Ci is." Then Qin Pingon also leaned against the counter and looked at the drinkers at the table outside. "After seeing you, that poor kid who grew up in Mud Bottle Alley has never been short of money." Ning Yao looked at his smiling face, which was becoming more and more obvious. She stopped eating melon seeds and asked, "Are you laughing at me for being stupid now?" Qin Pingon immediately stopped smiling, and then immediately realized that he was not the least bit smarter than the little girl. He was also exposing himself here. However, Ning Yao stretched out her hand and Qin Pingon grabbed some melon seeds. Ning Yao said while eating melon seeds, "I'm not angry that so many women like you." After a pause, Ning Yao said, "But if one day you like a woman other than me, I will be very sad. If that day really comes, you don't have to say sorry to me and you don't have to see me and tell me this kind of thing in person. I don't want to hear it." Qin Pingon reached out and pressed Ning Yao's head, gently shaking it. "Don't let your imagination run wild. It will be very difficult for me to become a person with a high cultivation in this life. There is always a mountain higher than a mountain, and I can only work hard to fulfill the promise step by step. But Qin Pingon is definitely the person who likes Ning Yao the most in the world, so this matter doesn't need to work hard." The wine shop's business was getting better and better. That Qin Pingon, on the other hand, became a shopkeeper who did nothing. Every time he came to the shop, he actually chatted with the group of little kids, holding a small stool and borrowing the children's comic books to read. Occasionally, Qin Pingon would also teach them how to read. Later, that young man in green robes didn't want to earn money. He put aside the dragon beheading platform of the Ning Mansion and didn't seize the opportunity to refine his spiritual energy. He ran to the streets and alleys to make stone tablets and collected a large pile of paper. Then he often sat under the sun and told stories of mountains, rivers, and ghosts with a group of children. He became a storyteller. Later, when some children asked him about a language he didn't know, the young man took out a bamboo stick and wrote on the ground. He only explained the words and didn't say anything else. Even when the children asked more, the young man just smiled and shook his head. After teaching them the words, he talked about the strange things in his hometown and the mountains and rivers he saw. One day, the young man in green robes with a jade hairpin in his hair basked in the warm sunshine of a foreign land. After teaching some words and telling some stories, he put the bamboo stick on his knees and softly recited, "The sun shines brightly, the lamb's coat is wet." Seeing that the man stopped, a child asked curiously, "And then? Is there anything else?" The man put his hands on his knees and looked forward, slowly saying, "At the time of the awakening of insects, the world is born and all things begin to flourish. Sleeping at night and getting up early, walking widely in the courtyard. A gentleman walks slowly so that he can develop his will." The children around the bench and the man didn't understand what he was saying, but they were willing to quietly listen to the man reciting softly. In the remote alleys of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was like there was an additional primary school without a real teacher or real children. 583. Compared to the past, the Ning Mansion was not as lively as it used to be, except for the addition of Qin Pingon. The reason for the silence in the Ning mansion was too heavy. Originally, after the birth of Ning Yao, the Ning mansion had the opportunity to become a top family like the Dong, Qi and Chen families. Now they were all gone, but there was still a haze that lingered. On the other hand, the old sword deity Dong Sanging personally came out to serve the homecoming wine of the Taihui sword sect's sword deity Huang Tong. There were a total of 6 sword deities sharing a table and drinking wine. With the arrival of 3 sword deities carving words on the no matter plate, the small wine shop's business, which was about to go downhill, suddenly flourished after one night. There were many sword deities squatting and drinking wine. At the same time, the wine shop introduced the Yan's restaurant's unique pickles. Every time someone bought a bottle of wine, they would get a free plate. Together with the slightly bland bamboo grotto heaven wine, one could slurp the wine and crunch the pickles. The taste was excellent. Qin Pinggan's daily life in the Ning mansion was very regular. Apart from the 12 hours of refining qi in the pavilion on the dragon-slaying cliff, he usually spent an hour sweeping the courtyard with Grandma Bai in the early morning. During this time he asked about the details of the practice in detail, and Li Er on the Lion Peak helped to feed him. However, different peak grandmasters explained the theory of the fist. Often they were fundamentally similar and their paths were different. The old woman would often talk about the details and then she would practice the moves herself. Qin Pinggan followed suit. The old woman was actually very pleased, because Qin Pinggan had already used her fist in the fight on the street. Bai Lianshuang's fist art was the opposite of most of the fist intent in the world. It focused on withdrawing the fist and restraining the spirit. When it reached a perfect state, only then would it talk about punching the enemy. Every day at noon he and Nalan Yeshing would familiarize themselves with the flying sword of a Jade Realm sword practitioner in the mustard small world. It would take about an hour. At midnight there would be another practice. This was Nalan Yeshing's request. If he wanted to learn the essence of his 2 different sword intents, these 4 hours were the best time. Learning swordsmanship from Nalan Yeshing was not as bad as learning martial arts from Bai Momo. He would often get injured. In fact, Nalan Yeshing had a sense of propriety when it came to swordsmanship. Qin Pinggan's wounds were all minor, but Bai Momo felt distressed every time. Once Qin Pinggan was slightly injured. After practicing swordsmanship at midnight, they drank 2 cups of wine with Grandpa Nalan according to the old rules. As a result, Bai Momo scolded Nalan Yeshing. Nalan Yeshing just reached out his hand to cover his wine cup, not daring to talk back. Actually, Qin Pinggan and Ning Yao had talked about sword practice before, hoping that Grandma Bai would not worry about it. But for some reason the old woman, who could be said to be well-educated and reasonable, was unreasonable on this matter. The one who suffered was Nalan Yeshing. Later, when she heard that Qin Pinggan's bottleneck had loosened and showed signs of breaking through, the old woman endured her heartache and reluctantly let go of Qin Pinggan, who had no merit but only worked hard. Qin Pinggan had privately asked Ning Yao about Alliance's modification of the 18 stops. Why did he only teach so many people? Ning Yao's expression was solemn. She said that it was not that Alliance did not want to teach more people, but that he did not dare to. Qin Pinggan was sitting in the pavilion at that time. He woke up with a start and broke out in cold sweat for the first time. If he taught enough, all the young demon sword practitioners in the desolate world would be able to reach a higher level in the way of the sword. Ning Yao looked at Qin Pinggan. Qin Pinggan said, "Up until now the only person I have taught is Pei Qian." Ning Yao nodded. "Then it's fine." After that, Qin Pinggan asked the city if there were any other sword immortals' writings in the city other than the 2 engraved books. Regardless of whether they were written by local or foreign sword immortals, whether they were written about the battles at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or travel notes about the mountains and rivers of the wilderness, they were all available. Ning Yao said that the Ning mansion did not have many of these miscellaneous books. Most of the books in the library were from the 100 schools of thought. But they could try their luck at the Mirage in the northern part of the city. Qin Pinggan hesitated. That market was very strange. Its foundation was a mirage in name only, but it did not dissipate after a long time. It was magnificent, like the residence of an immortal. There were more than 40 buildings of various colors and it could accommodate thousands of people. The city itself was heavily guarded. For outsiders it was not easy to enter and leave. Hence, the vast world's merchants who had long been trading with the Great Wall of Sword Qi were all doing business there. They had all sorts of items, antiques, treasures, and heavy weapons. Every 100 years the Mirage Tower would turn illusory. The cultivators who lived there would have to leave once. They would have to wait for the Mirage Tower to materialize again before moving in. Ning Yao had once encountered an assassination attempt there. Grandma Bai had also fallen from the 10th realm to the peak realm there. A pure martial artist was not a common chi refinement warrior. From this, one could see how dangerous and tragic the assassination attempt was. Qin Pingon did not agree to go there with Ning Yao. He only wanted to get people to help him collect books and spend money. Otherwise, what was the point of earning money? If one did not use all means to kill, one could only talk about the speed of cultivation. Even if Qin Pingon did not compare himself to Ning Yao and only compared himself to Stack Cliff, Xianxia and the others, he would still feel inferior. Once, Yen's was said that he would pass on the skills of his master to the little girl Guizhujiu. Qin Pingon squatted at the side, ignoring the nonsense of the adult and the child. He only raised his head and glanced at Qin Sanqiu and Dong Huafu, who were practicing qi in the pavilion. With the longevity bridge as the bridge between the big and small worlds, the flow of aura was so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Qin Pingon felt a little worried when he looked at it. He always felt that he was not worthy of the feng shui treasure land of the dragon beheading cliff. Ning Yao stood at the side and comforted him. Your longevity bridge has not been completed yet. They are both golden core cultivators, so you will feel the difference. When you gather 5 natal items, the 5 elements will complement each other. Now you have 3 natal items: the water word seal, the soil of the Aquarius continent, and the wood embryo statue. These 3 items are of good quality and already have the embryonic form of a small world. Even in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, most of the Earth Immortal sword cultivators do not have such a complicated elixir room. Qin Pingon said with a smile, a sword cultivator just needs a good intrinsic sword. There's no need for so many intrinsic items to support it. Ning Yao said, aren't I just saying some words of comfort to you? Qin Pingon smiled, I appreciate it. Qin Pingon remembered something. Stack Cliff is busy with the shop business every day. Will it really not affect her cultivation? Ning Yao shook her head, it won't. Other than entering the cave-dwelling realm in the lower 5 realms and entering the Golden Core realm, both of which were in the Ning residence, Stack Cliff has relied on herself for the rest of her breakthroughs. Every time she experiences a battle, Stack Cliff will be able to break through very quickly. She is a genius born for large-scale battles. Last time when she sparred with Dong Huafu, you did not see everything. When you are on the battlefield and fight side by side with Stack Cliff, you will understand why Stack Cliff is Qin Sanqiu's best friend. Other than me, every time Qin Sanqiu finishes a battle, he will ask Fatty Yen and Dong Haitan if they saw the back of Stack Cliff's head clearly and if she is beautiful. Ning Yao said, therefore the elders of the Dong and Qin clans have always looked at Stack Cliff in a different light. Especially the Qin clan, they even wanted to let a young talent marry Stack Cliff. Qin Sanqiu's elder brother nodded in agreement, but Stack Cliff did not agree. Grandpa Dong is willing to send off the Tai Hui sword sex sword Immortal Huang Tong at Stack Cliff's shop. This has nothing to do with you. It is only because Stack Cliff saved Dong Haitan's life. Stack Cliff once said, if I must die, there is no need to save me. Grandpa Dong especially admires this saying. Ning Yao smiled and said, I did not tell Stack Cliff too much about these things. She is meticulous and will always overthink things. I am afraid that she will be distracted. She admires those sword immortals too much. Going too far is as bad as falling short. You should have noticed at the shop that whether it is Swazwa, Grandpa Dong, or Han Huizi and Hu Kai, when Stack Cliff sees them, they will all be very nervous. Qin Pingon nodded. I did notice. If you agree, I can talk to her later. I have more experience in this matter. Ning Yao stared at Qin Pingon and asked, why not? Or do you think I am unreasonable? Qin Pingon stretched out his hands and pinched Ning Yao's cheeks. How is that possible? Fatty Yen, who had been watching and listening to all directions, was careless and was kicked in the face by the little girl who had learned his martial arts. Yenzwa didn't notice and winked at Guizhujiu. The little girl turned her head and took a look. She gasped. Her master was so bold. It was true that the skilled were bold. She was also very smart and lucky. This time she was learning from her master. It was a sure win. Ning Yao stood still and let that guy pinch her cheeks. Since you are so skilled, Why don't we go to the mustard seed world to practice with you? Qin Pingon quickly stopped, but with one hand behind his back he opened his palm and extended it to the martial arts arena. He smiled and said, "Please." Ning Yao raised her eyebrows and swept into the mustard seed world near the south of the martial arts arena. She stood still and gently twisted her wrist. Qin Pingon ran away and disappeared. Ning Yao did not chase after him. She just took out her flying sword and strolled in the mustard seed world. It was not even sword practice. It was just that she had not let her flying sword see the world for a long time. The matter of cultivation was not worth mentioning to Ning Yao. Guizhuzhou said in a daze, judging the situation and being able to adapt. "My master is really a man." Yanzhou asked, "Lu Duan, I will teach you the fist technique and you will teach me the art of flattery. How about that?" The little girl imitated the green-robed swordsman master. Before the battle on the street, she posed with one hand clenched in front of her and the other hand behind her back. She shook her head and said, "Your heart is not sincere and your aptitude is even worse." Yanzhou was a little confused. Ning Yao waved her hand and said, "Lu Duan, come here and take a beating." Guizhuzhou shouted and then began to run. She was a sword cultivator of the middle 5 states. It was not difficult for her to escape by riding the wind. She was just not as smooth as her future master. The disciple was not as good as her master. There was no need to be ashamed. Unfortunately, Ning Yao reached out and grabbed Guizhuzhou. A fine sword aura wrapped around Guizhuzhou and pulled her to her side. Guizhuzhou staggered and stood still. She shouted softly and put her palms together. Then she intertwined her fingers and made a gesture. "Spirit of the sky and spirit of the earth. Sister Ning can't see and it won't hurt even if I hit her." Yanzhou covered his face with both hands and rubbed it hard. He said to himself, "If you want me to take a disciple like Lu Duan, I would rather take her as my master." If Guizhuzhou thought that she could escape with this, she was underestimating Ning Yao too much. The little girl left the Ning residence with a bloody nose and a swollen face. She bounced around and asked elder sister Ning if she wanted to eat some pastries. She also patted her chest and promised that she had tripped and fallen because she was careless. In the end, elder sister Ning grabbed her little head and knocked on the door. Guizhuzhou, who was a little dizzy, left the holy ground of martial arts by herself. She walked pitifully on the streets. She touched her face and her hand was full of nosebleeds. She casually wiped the blood on her body. The little girl raised her head high and slowly walked forward. She thought that practicing martial arts was really not easy, but this was a good thing. How could there be a peerless fist technique that could be learned so easily? Once she learned 70 to 80% of the skill, she could forget about Sister Ning. Master's wife was the most important and Master might not be willing to favor her. She could just endure it. But Dong Bud was an old girl who couldn't get married. She would have to take it easy when walking at night. The little girl, who had a jade green inkstone hanging from her waist, had been looking up at the cloudless blue sky. She nodded gently. Today was a good day. On this day, Qin Pingon and Ning Yao went for a stroll to the wine shop in Stack Cliff. In the past, when the two of them were refining energy, they each had their own time to rest. They didn't always go together. Often, Qin Pingon would go to Stack Cliff alone. Today, Ning Yao had clearly interrupted her cultivation and wanted to walk with Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon didn't think too much about it. When they passed by the wine shop on the main street, whose business was far less prosperous than his shop, Qin Pingon looked at the large and small horizontal couplets and whispered to Ning Yao, "Your handwriting is not as good as mine and the meaning is far worse, right?" Ning Yao said, "There is a big restaurant that invited a registered disciple of the scholarly sage. He is a gentleman from the academy and wrote the horizontal couplets himself." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "This is a clumsy business that has only learned a little. It won't succeed. I bet that if the restaurant's business doesn't get worse, the shopkeeper will be thanking the gods. Don't expect the customers to appreciate it. There are more than 70 big and small wine shops here. Everyone sells wine. There are more than 100 kinds of immortal wine in the world. It's not difficult to drink any kind of wine. But in the end, what are they selling?" Ning Yao asked, "What is it?" Qin Pingon smiled and didn't speak. He continued to look around at the content of the couplets that seemed to be shy and blushing. Ning Yao said, "Forget it if you don't want to say." Qin Pingon hurriedly said, "Of course it's for those who buy wine. Those who drink my wine are either sword immortals or sword immortals who are better than sword immortals. In a small shop there are crude tables and stools, but there are no restrictions. The small wine cup is big." So Stack Zhang said that if he made money he would have to change the tables and stools. He would have to learn from those big restaurants and make them new and shiny. This is absolutely impossible. Fatty Yen suggested that he use his private money to join us. He took out a large silk shop under his name that was not doing well, but I directly rejected him. First of all, it would ruin the feng shui and ruin the unique style of the wine shop. Second of all, our city is not small. There are tens of thousands of people, including half of his women. How can we not sell silk and satin? So I plan to talk to Fatty Yen and tell him not to add money to join our shop. We will pay to join his silk shop. Here the only people who are willing to pay are the sword cultivators who like to drink and the women who like to dress up for their lovers. I already have a draft for the silk shop's new couplet. Ning Yao slowly said, "Alliance said that men who practice the sword can become sword immortals based on talent alone. But if you want to become a good and considerate man like him, you have to suffer the pain of a woman's words piercing your heart like flying swords. You have to endure the pain of a woman leaving and never looking back. You have to drink thousands of pounds of wine that yearns for your soul." Qin Pingon turned to look at Ning Yao and blinked. "You're right. For the past 10 years I've been thinking about someone. Even though we're far away from home, the flying swords of immortals can't reach us. I can only practice martial arts and drink wine to ease my sorrows." In the next moment Qin Pingon suddenly panicked. Ning Yao's face was somewhat undisguised gloomy. That pair of eyes seemed to want to say something. She was not good with words, so she never said anything. Because she never knew how to say words of love. In the past, the youth in straw sandals who took 1,000,000 to reach the inverted hanging mountain was also as clumsy with words as he was. "Go away." Then Qin Pingon took out a piece of paper from the tablet rubbing and gently unfolded it. "Are there any words you don't know on this? Is there anything you want to learn?" A teenager said sullenly, "There are so many words I don't know. What's the use of learning these? So boring. I don't want to listen to this. Continue the story or I'm leaving." Qin Pingon looked around. More or less everyone was the same. He was not interested in children who grew up in the shabby alleys. Once the novelty wore off, it would be hard for them to last. Literacy was not useless in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was useful for those lucky ones who could become sword cultivators. But in the poor families on the streets and alleys, it was just something to relieve boredom. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to know what the characters in the picture books said, everyone would have thought that it had nothing to do with those crooked words on the stone tablets. From childhood to old age until death, the two sides didn't know each other and they didn't know each other. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "There's no hurry. I'll only explain one word to you today. After that I'll continue the story." Qin Pingon picked up the bamboo branch on his knee and wrote a word on the ground. "Steady." Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Does anyone know it?" Someone said. Then Qin Pingon raised the verdant bamboo branch in his hand. It was faintly lingering with spiritual energy. He said, "I'll give this bamboo branch to whoever can help me solve the word today. Of course you have to solve it well. For example, at the very least you have to tell me why the word steady has the word urgent, when it clearly means unhurried. Isn't that contradictory? Could it be that when the saint created the word, he dozed off and made up this word for us in a daze?" The large group of children stared at each other helplessly. It was already very impressive to be able to recognize the word steady. Who would know this? A little girl hiding sneakily among the crowd whispered, "Future master, I know what it means." Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. "No, you've been studying since you were young. It's unfair to others if you solve the word." Guizhujia was a little envious of the bamboo branch in her master's hand. If she got it and returned to her home street, wouldn't she be able to show off? The little girl was a little annoyed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have studied." When the crowd noticed Guizhujia, they intentionally moved away and distanced themselves from her. It wasn't just fear and envy. There was also inferiority as well as the self-esteem that often coexisted with inferiority. The little girl squatting alone didn't feel anything. The small inkstone hanging from her waist didn't even matter if it touched the mud. A poor boy with delicate features but with mended clothes gathered his courage. His face was slightly red as he pointed at the word on the ground in front of Qin Pingon. His voice trembled as he said softly, "Haste is steadiness. Haste is actually a fast but slow seedling. There's a small stone tablet in my home's Lingxi alley. There's a saying on it, rice and weeds gather rich and powerful emperors and marquises. I've asked Sister Daizhong about it. She knows what it means, but Sister Daizhong said that she's actually never seen any rice and weeds. I feel that the word, stable, has the meaning of using resources as the foundation and urgency as the expression. It's just like the new wine shop that you and Sister Daizhong opened. It earns money quickly but it spends money slowly. With enough money, Sister Daizhong can buy a bigger house." Qin Pingon had long noticed this boy. He was the one who listened to stories and explained words the most seriously. The boy was also one of the craftsman's apprentices who had renovated the street. "584. Qin Pingon put away the talisman boat and landed on the city wall. Left and right intentionally retracted his sword aura. Therefore the two of them were less than 10 steps apart. Left and right looked at the vast world outside the city wall and asked a question, "Have you thought about some things that are bound to happen?" North of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the city with a bottomless foundation and secrets gave people a feeling of strict rules, but also seemed to have no rules at all. There was a sword immortal who killed countless enemies in the war. In between the wars he lived a muddle-headed life as an emperor of the human world. There was a special cross-continent ferry that sold female Qi cultivators from the continent for this sword immortal. Those who caught his eye would be taken in as maids in the magnificent palace. Those who did not catch his eye would be beheaded with a flying sword and still be paid. There were sword immortals who liked to guard a few small vegetable gardens and an orchard. Year after year they lived the life of a farmer. There were sword immortals who liked to hang out in the streets and use camouflage techniques to hang out with the rascals in the alleys all year round. There were disciples of big clans who yearned to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and go to the academy to study. There were also rich young masters who were unruly and temperamental. They spent a lot of money and liked to torture and kill their servants. The scholarly sage who was previously in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi felt injustice because of this. However, the eldest sword immortal Qin Qingdu only said to fight first. That sage fought 3 battles in a row. He won 2 and lost 1. He left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and returned to the world. He won 2 local sword immortals and lost to the hidden official. Right and wrong in this world were not as simple as imagined. Left and right, even if they only heard about it after the event, they knew that it was full of murderous intent. The scariest thing in the world was that there were no standpoints and right and wrong were mixed up. The scariest thing was that there were only standpoints in black and white. Left and right were most afraid of smart people who believed that there were only standpoints and no reason in the world. Qin Pingon asked, "Is it near or far?" Left and right put away their scattered thoughts and said, "It's about the things in front of them and the things around them." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Senior Martial Brother has reminded me before. And I am also clear about the general atmosphere in the city. People speak and act without restraint, so there will soon be undercurrents surging. After a while, those gossips will gradually become clear. The reason is that I have won 4 matches in a row. The reason is that I am in the Ning Mansion. The reason is that I am Mr.'s disciple and Senior Martial Brother's junior martial brother. The reason why it hasn't happened yet is because Elder Sword Immortal Dong has brought people to the Stacked Peak store for drinks. That's why many people have no choice but to shut their mouths." Zhuo said, "Just talk about the consequences." Qin Pingon said, "Many people are afraid that the Ning Mansion's matter will bring up old scores, so they don't want the Ning Mansion and the Yao family to be harmonious again. With me around, the pure relationships between Ning Yao, Qin Sanqiu Dong Huafu, and Yenzhou would become muddy in the eyes of some people. In the past they might not have cared, but now they wouldn't be too willing. The Guo family might be added to the mix as well, so the situation would be very complicated. It's very likely that Guizhuzhou will be grounded at home in the near future. This is because very soon unpleasant words will spread to the Guo family. For example, they will say that the Guo family's ability to treat others coldly is not small. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to get out of it after reading it. If you can understand a fundamental principle from a book of the 100 schools of thought, it's already a great harvest. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and bowed. I've learned something. Zhou stood up. Unless it's to see the fighting in the northern cities, sword immortals won't use the mountain-controlling divine power to investigate the movements in the cities. This is an unwritten rule. There are some things that you need to resolve yourself and bear the consequences. However, there is one thing that I can help you take a few more glances at. Which one do you think it is? Which one do you hope it is the most? Qin Pingon said without hesitation, I hope that senior apprentice brother can help take care of the children in the shabby alleys near the wine shop so that they don't die because of me. Zhou didn't comment and asked another question. Isn't this the most trivial thing? Is it worth me taking a few more glances? Qin Pingon smiled. In the eyes of a scholar, there are no trivial things in the world. Zhou sighed with emotion. Qin Pingon, if you had become Mr.'s disciple earlier, it would have been great. Mr. wouldn't have been troubled for 100 years. You can take care of Mr.'s money in my place. You can chat with Mr. a lot. I'm not good at either. Qin Pingon absolutely wouldn't respond to such a topic. Zhou suddenly said, when Mr. became a saint, there were still people who called him an old fox. They said that Mr. was like a cultivator who had cultivated into a spirit and that his Tao was soaked in ink. When Mr. heard about it, he said 2 words. Wonderful. Qin Pingon said, after the Gao Emperor signed the Mountain Alliance with the Dali dynasty, the people of the Great Sui Kingdom were furious. Among them, there were people who called senior apprentice brother Mao a literary monster. Now it seems that senior apprentice brother Mao must have been happy at that time. Zhou stopped talking. Qin Pingon also fell silent. The matter of sword practice should be delayed as much as possible. Anyway, he would definitely eat too much. Qin Pingon suddenly wanted to say something but stopped. He looked around. Zhou nodded, indicating that Qin Pingon could speak freely. Qin Pingon said in his mind, Senior apprentice brother, could there be sword immortals in the city secretly spying on Ning Mansion? Zhou thought about it. Even if there is, it won't last long. It can only be done occasionally. After all, Nalin Yexing is not a decoration. Nalin Yexing is an expert in assassination. He is also one of the most underestimated sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He can assassinate others, so naturally he is good at concealment and investigation. Qin Pingon looked serious and said, Alliance imparted the 18-stop sword Qi to me. I not only taught it to my disciple Pei Qian, I also taught it to an ordinary youth from the Aquarius continent. His name is Zhao Gaoshu. His character is very good, there is no problem. But the youth has not gone to Luopa Mountain yet. I am afraid, what if? Zhou said, I will take care of this. Qin Pingon felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. With senior apprentice brother it was indeed different. Then Zhou said, after talking so much, it is not a reason for you to delay sword practice. Qin Pingon was speechless. That bastard Wei Jin tricked him, it was not a reason. With senior apprentice brother's temper he would not think that it was a reason. If he really said it, the matter of sword practice would only be worse. If he was not a literary saint he would not be able to understand the reason. Zhou returned to the city wall and sat down, continuing to nurture his sword concept. The youth probably saw that Guizhuzhou did not look like a sword cultivator, and was probably from a rich family on the streets. He had nothing better to do, so he came here for a stroll. The youth was a little anxious and waved at Guizhuzhou, indicating for her to leave the alley quickly. Guizhuzhou scratched her head, stopped, turned around and ran. She was good at running and she liked it. It was a pity that the youth was delayed by Guizhuzhou, and he was quickly caught up by the people of the same age who were holding the clubs. They hit the skinny youth's head with the clubs without any strength. The youth had just dodged it, but another club came down on him. He could only use his hands to protect his head, dodging and retreating. A club hit his arm and the youth's face turned pale from the pain. He was kicked in the chest by a tall youth. The skinny and sallow youth took a few steps back, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He held onto the wall with one hand, tilted his head and dodged the club. He turned around and ran. Guizhuzhou was at the corner of the alley and she poked her head out. She felt that she should be chivalrous or else it would look like someone was going to die. Usually no one in the Great Wall of Sword Chi would care about fights, even if they were crippled. However, it was rare for someone to die. Guizhuzhou heard from the elders in her family that the fiercest fighters were not sword immortals, but hot-blooded youths from the streets. This was one of them. This would not do. Guizhuzhou had learned martial arts and was a member of the pugilistic world. Guizhuzhou walked into the alley again. The skinny youth received another flying kick and Guizhuzhou reached out to press down on his shoulder. The youth's eyes were indifferent and he instantly twisted his body. At the same time he flicked his wrist and a short knife slid out from his sleeve. He stabbed out with a backhand. Guizhuzhou gently raised her elbow and directly broke the arm that held the knife. The youth's other hand clenched into a fist and he instantly punched out. His fist trembled and his momentum was like thunder. The people of the same age who had beaten up the youth like a drowning dog were all scared out of their wits, and they leaned against the wall. Guizhuzhou was no different from the assassin. She had the same indifferent expression and similarly punched out. Fist against fist, the assassin's entire hand was shattered, and the two of them slumped to the ground. Guizhuzhou slightly leaned to the side, and she pressed her shoulder against the youth's chest. The assassin died on the spot and he was sent flying backward. However, a firefly flashed past the assassin's ear and it rapidly approached. It was a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword, and it stabbed towards Guizhuzhou's glabella. Guizhuzhou slightly turned her head, and there was a deep blood groove on her forehead. "585. When Ning Yao saw Qin Pingon returning from the city wall, she didn't say much. The old woman was hurt again. She caught Qin Pingon and scolded him. Nalan Yexing didn't talk back. He had to accept his fate. It was rare to see a sword immortal being wronged like this. The old man went to drink alone. Qin Pingon was familiar with applying medicine to heal his wounds. Grandma Bai had already given him the key to the Ning Mansion's elixir room. On the way, Qin Pingon told Ning Yao and Grandma Bai about the assassination of Guizhuzhou, the cause and effect. The old woman murmured. This group of insidious things like to bully children. They really didn't deserve to die. Ning Yao didn't care too much about it. The little girl was fine. Ning Yao didn't want to think about other things. Anyway, Qin Pingon liked to think about things. Since Ning Yao was with the future son-in-law, Bai Lianshuang didn't want to get involved. She found a chance to scold Nalan Yexing again. Previously, Miss and son-in-law were present, so she didn't scold him to her heart's content. Qin Pingon was very familiar with the process. His arms were badly mangled and most of the bones in his hands were exposed, but he still didn't realize it. He picked 3 porcelain bottles and smeared various colored plasters on his wounds. The 3 colors were different from each other. When he was bandaging his wounds, he still had the mood to tease himself. According to the way we make porcelain in the dragon kiln, this is called the 3 colors of glaze. It's not a precious glaze color. Few of the emperors of the Great Li dynasty really used it. Most of them were used to reward meritorious ministers. Before the late emperor of the Great Li dynasty, the old emperor was fond of a kind of blue and white underglaze with small dokai and gold painting. Only then could it be called beautiful. The process is complicated and it's extremely difficult to make it into a weapon, but it's a bit gaudy. We don't even have the chance to see the complete wear. At first, Qin Pingon was afraid that Ning Yao would be annoyed by these trivial things. He didn't expect that Ning Yao would listen so attentively. Qin Pingon then told her more interesting stories about his life in the dragon kiln. When I was an apprentice, Lu Xianyang often dragged me to the old porcelain mountain. When we were there, he treated it as if it was his own home. He would pick and choose the items as if they were his family's treasures. The old and new porcelain of the past dynasties, what kind of utensils they used to be, and what kind of value they should have, were all similar to him personally making them. under the premise that everyone was not a qi refinement warrior. Making porcelain indeed required talent. After becoming a cultivator, the 4 arts of the mortal world were naturally different. At a glance, there were too many flaws and careless mistakes. They could not stand up to careful scrutiny. What a great saying, becoming a mountain guest. I'm a seer in a big dream, I only know that it's ordinary. Song Jisun's father was much simpler and more elegant. Our kilns specialized in making large utensils for the imperial court. In private, us apprentices secretly made many of the characteristics of the heavy utensils used by the imperial court. Privately, we named them as loachbacks, grass roots, and cat whiskers. At that time, we even guessed that the richest old emperor in the world didn't know about these. I heard that the current young emperor's preference has turned to rich colors. However, compared to his grandfather, he is much more restrained. Ning Yao smiled and said, "How can you remember so many things but I can't?" Qin Pingon said, "Why are you scolding me in such a roundabout way?" Ning Yao was confused. After all, the future son-in-law was still injured. He was afraid that the old woman would have an excuse to scold him again. Qin Pingon's arms were bandaged like dumplings. In fact, it was difficult for him to move. But as a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, he had learned some spells. With a slight thought, he controlled the wine in the bowl and pulled the white bowl in front of him. Like Xianxia, he lowered his head and bit the white bowl. Then he lifted the bowl slightly and drank a mouthful of wine. Nalan Yeshing smiled. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." "Very good." Qin Pingon complained, "Grandpa Nalan, why isn't this the Bamboo Sea Wonderland wine from our wine shop?" Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, "It's all from the Ning Mansion's treasury left behind this year. At the beginning of every year, your grandma Bai will set a quota for drinking. It's almost the end of the year and there are only a few jars left at home. Next year she will go to help your business. I don't need to say anything." Qin Pingon said, "Grandpa Nalan, are you a little curious why the progress of my 18-halt sword chi is so slow?" Nalan Yeshing nodded and said, "Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so slow. It's just that young Master Qin doesn't want to say, so I don't want to ask more." Qin Pingon explained, "One of the chi dwellings of the sword chi pathway, like the wine on the table, once had an old treasure." Nalan Yeshing asked curiously, "Is it the life-flying sword of a sword immortal that was temporarily put aside by young master?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "It's a wisp of sword chi." Nalan Yeshing was surprised. "A wisp of sword chi?" Qin Pingon smiled brightly and said, "It's a very small wisp of sword chi. It's not appropriate to say more." Anyway, with Nalan Yeshing beside him, he could speak freely. Even if the sword immortals in the city spied on the Ning Mansion with the divine power of controlling mountains and rivers, they would deliberately avoid Nalan Yeshing, who was an immortal in the past. Nalan Yeshing was shocked, but he didn't ask much. He raised the wine bowl and said, "Let's stop talking and drink." Qin Pingon didn't have much etiquette in front of Nalan Yeshing. His drinking posture was not elegant, but he didn't feel burdened in his heart. Nalan Yeshing of course didn't care. His son-in-law was pleasing to the eye. His fist technique was high, he was not slow to learn the sword, his ideas were comprehensive, he was handsome, and the key was that he was educated, which was rare in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He and his miss were a match made in heaven. No wonder Bai Lianshuang's wife always protected him. While the old man and the young man were drinking wine, Ning Yao also sat with Bai Mama and whispered to each other. The old woman saw her miss and said with a smile, "It's a good thing that our son-in-law suffers more when practicing the sword with his senior brother. Don't be too sad. Not everyone can be taught swordsmanship wholeheartedly by Zhou." Over the years there were many smart people who tried to get close to the great sword immortal, but Zhou was arrogant and ignored them. In my opinion, it's not because he recognized our son-in-law as the disciple of the sage of literature, but because he recognized a junior brother. That's why he is willing to do this. Ning Yao shook her head and leaned on the table. "It's not that." The old woman smiled and said nothing. Ning Yao sat up. "He can say a lot of nice things." The old woman asked, "Miss, you don't like it?" Ning Yao shook her head and said, "No, I don't like it." The old woman asked again, "Miss, are you worried that he will like someone else?" Ning Yao shook her head again. "I'm not worried." The old woman finally couldn't help but laugh. Only this old man could say to the hidden official, "You're still young, so I'll tolerate it." Qin Qingdou said, "When all the big and small troubles in the city are over, ask Qin Pingon to stay at the thatched cottage. He needs to focus on his sword practice. When he becomes a true sword cultivator, I'll leave the city wall and help him propose marriage. Otherwise I won't have the face to ask." A boss made an exception for a sword immortal. He can't afford a store of alcohol and an elementary school. Left and right said, "It's up to him. When the time comes, if you don't go to the Yao family, I'll go." Qin Qingdou laughed, "That's very unkind of you. Whether it's your teacher or your junior here, they wouldn't say such things." Left and right frowned. "You're also eyeing the children in the shabby alley near the wine shop? Qin Qingdou doesn't care about so many things, but you care about this? Otherwise?" Qin Qingdou asked, "My swordsmanship is better than yours, my sword will is better than yours, my way of the sword is better than yours, and my knowledge is better than yours. You're always paying attention to them, can't I take a few more glances?" Left and right said expressionlessly, "I've already tolerated you twice." Qin Qingdou smiled, "You're still inferior to humans in the aspect of sword aura. Then bear with it obediently." Left and right sneered, 3 times. Qin Qingdou asked, "Do you know why I'm willing to take a look at the children in the shabby alley?" Left and right looked indifferent. "This is the biggest problem involving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sword cultivators have been using their swords for 10,000 years and killing enemies for 10,000 years. There are more and more people who don't know why. Why they live and why they die." Qin Qingdou nodded and looked at the lights in the north of the city. The rich family's mansions were brightly lit, as bright as day. The shabby alleys in the city were dark, and the places where the two bordered were dotted with stars. Why they live and die is easy to talk about. After all, they're full of selfishness and it's hard to really feel anything. Qin Qingdou looked lonely. "I've always hoped that there would be someone who would do it himself, think about it himself and feel it himself. Knowing the cause and effect, knowing all the historical origins, knowing what price he and his ancestors had to pay, they were still able to make the sword cultivators of the world draw their swords even if they were filled with resentment, grievance and anger. Both men and swords headed south. So what if they die?" The old man stretched out a palm and slowly raised it. "The lights of the human world, first there's a speck. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets a bright galaxy." Left and right shook his head. "It's too late. We've lost." Qin Qingdou smiled. "Left and right, you're not as good as your junior brother." Although he knows it's useless and it's hard to change the outcome, he's still patient. Left and right were silent. Qin Qingdou smiled and asked, 4 times. Left and right said, "No." Qin Qingdou nodded. "Then I won't hit you. I'll leave you some face so that you won't feel uncomfortable teaching your junior brother swordsmanship in the future." Left and right said, "It's 4 times now." Qin Qingdou put his hands behind his back and left, leaving only 1 sentence. "Compared to chatting with you, I prefer listening to Qin Pingon." In the night, Qin Pingon strolled to the dragon beheading platform. Ning Yao was still cultivating, so Qin Pingon walked to the martial arts practice field. It was just a stroll. He walked in a circle. When he was about to complete the circle, his footsteps slightly deviated and then drew a bigger circle. Qin Pingon didn't know when Ning Yao had come to his side. He wasn't surprised. Ning Yao had long learned Nalan Yeshing's stealth. For so many years, the thing Ning Yao had refined wasn't the high-grade connate natal flying sword, but something else. However, even if Ning Yao only used her natal flying sword, it was enough for her to kill Pang Yuanji, Qishou and the others. This was what she said casually when Qin Pingon and Ning Yao were chatting. She said it casually and naturally, but she stared at Qin Pingon. At that time, Qin Pingon was about to reach out and put his hand on the back of her hand, but he quietly withdrew his hand. Then he raised his hand with a smile and fanned the breeze. The two strolled up to the pavilion. Qin Pingon sat cross-legged beside Ning Yao. Ning Yao continued the topic from the day. In Wang Zongping's generation, there were about 10 people at the beginning. Compared to us, both the number of people and cultivation aptitude are too inferior. Among them, Mi Quan's attainment in the Great Wall of Sword Qi was originally the highest, but Mi Quan died in the first battle after leaving the city. Now there are only 3 people left. Apart from Wang Zongping, who was heavily injured and was affected by the battle between the 2 immortal realm cultivators, She has been stuck at the nascent soul bottleneck for many years. There's also Wang Wei and Su Yong. Su Yong's innate aptitude was actually better than Wang Zongping's when she was at the bottom. However, his sword heart wasn't firm and clear enough. He participated in the great battle, but he deliberately played small fights and didn't dare to risk his life. He always thought that if he cultivated quietly and lived to 100 years old, he could steadily ascend to the upper 5 realms and then fight with all his might. In the end, in the most dangerous battle of breaking through the nascent soul bottleneck at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, not only did Su Yong fail to ascend to the upper 5 realms, but he was rejected by the sword intent of heaven and earth and became a golden core sword cultivator with a broken elixir chamber. After many years of silence, he mingled in the streets and became a gambling addict. He reneged on countless debts and lived a life worse than a street rat. Qi Shou and the others loved to treat Su Yong to drinks when they were young. As long as Su Yong could drink, he didn't mind being treated as a joke. He lived like a half-human, half-ghost. When Qi Shou and the others' realms grew higher, they felt that it was meaningless to laugh at Su Yong. Su Yong became an errand boy between the cities and the mirage. If he earned a small amount of money, he would buy wine. If he earned a large amount of money, he would gamble. She had asked Nanny Bai about these things at the last minute and had done some last-minute research. Qin Pingon asked straightforwardly, would Su Yong hold a grudge against the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi? Ning Yao thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't think so. Ning Yao shook her head. There's nothing to be sad about. Qin Pingon nodded. That's good. Otherwise, I won't go out except for practicing my sword at the top of the Great Wall. Ning Yao was puzzled. Other than that last Lu Duan being assassinated, what else is going to happen? Qin Pingon smiled. That's for sure. Someone wants to test me and isolate the Ning residents as much as possible. In the end, they just want to distract you and delay your breakthrough. In the past, they didn't have the chance. After the incident at the Mirage and Dongguanpu, they provoked the eldest sword Immortal to attack personally. No one dares to attack the Ning residents openly. Now that I'm here, there's an opening. Ning Yao asked, why do I feel that you aren't bothered at all? I'm actually bothered, but I know that it's useless. So I don't care and don't think about it. Qin Pingon extended his hand to ask for the wine flask. Ning Yao subconsciously wanted to hand it over, but she quickly glared at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon didn't get his way, so he continued with his hands in his sleeves. Outsider Qin Pingon, how good I am depends on my cultivation and my heart. Rin Yi, Puyu, Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji have already helped me prove the strength of a martial artist. As for the heart, one is high and the other is low. If the other party is good at scheming, they will test me. For example, once Guozhujia was assassinated, the Ning residents and the Guo family that Sword Immortal Guojia presided over would be completely estranged. This has nothing to do with how righteous Sword Immortal Guojia is. Everyone in the Guo family already has a thorn in their heart. Of course, now that the young lady is fine, it's a different story. How to test a person's heart? It's simple. If a child dies in a shabby alley, Stacked Mountains wine shop's business will soon be closed. I won't be going there to be a storyteller. If I go, it's destined that no one will listen to my stories. Killing Guozhujia requires a considerable price. Who would care about killing a commoner's child? But if I don't care, how will the many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi view me, Qin Pingon? If I care, how should I care? Ning Yao frowned when she heard this. Listen, what Nanny Bai said was wrong. This guy was obviously meticulous and had thought of everything. Qin Pingon laughed. What's there to worry about? If I've thought of everything, their chances will be small. However, there are some things that can only wait for the other party to make a move. Ning Yao asked, for example? For example, wantonly announcing that I'm the disciple of the literary sage, the Left and Right Junior brothers. This is fine, it's just scratching an itch. The sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi are more focused on their own cultivation. Qin Pingon said, or for example, a young sword cultivator with no background. In front of me, he speaks drunkenly and brings up old matters of Ning Mansion. Most likely his words won't be too extreme. Otherwise, it'll be too unreasonable and it'll only cause public anger. Perhaps even the guests who are drinking will help him. Thus, the other party's words will have to be carefully thought out. If he provokes me to attack in anger, it won't be considered him sowing discord, but purely speaking out of his own feelings. In the end I'll punch him. Whether or not I kill him it'll be a loss. He's young and impetuous and he's too shrewd. He's not a sword cultivator. Ning Yao thought for a moment. Then we shouldn't go to Stacked Mountain's wine shop in the future. If you only go back and forth between the city walls and Ning Mansion, no one will deliberately stop you. That'll be too obvious. The Great Wall of Sword Qi has many sword cultivators but not many fools. Qin Pingon shook his head. You have to go. Ning Yao didn't understand. The accountant likes to use the abacus, but he also has his own life to live. Qin Pingon took a sip of wine and gently placed his chopsticks on the plate. Stacked Zhang threw away the piece of paper and took out another from his sleeve. He shook it open. Those who talk about Ning Yao's parents eat my fist. Begging for mercy is useless. That person glanced at him and laughed. You're truly worthy of being a scholar of the literary saint's lineage. You're so knowledgeable that you can even guess this. What, do you want to kill me with a single punch? That person lifted his arm and smashed the wine bowl to pieces. Even I find your Ning family's wine disgusting. Qin Pingon slowly stood up, holding a white bowl that was still half filled with wine. That young man stretched his neck and pointed at his head. Come, give me a punch. If you have the ability, hit me here. He sneered. I wonder if the literary saint's disciple had already guessed that you came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi twice during the intervals of the Great Battle? Anyway, it's all about ability. You won 4 battles and killed me, a sword cultivator of the Viewing Sea realm. How is that not an ability? It's not that Qin Pingon didn't want to kill demons, but that the demons didn't dare to attack the city after seeing Qin Pingon. I think your ability is almost greater than all the sword immortals combined. Don't you think so, Qin Pingon? Qin Pingon glanced at the broken pieces of the white bowl on the ground. That young sword cultivator widened his eyes. Money for the wine? I went to the city once and went to the south once. I didn't earn much, but it's enough to buy a few bowls of your lousy wine. He was about to take out the immortal money from his sleeve when he suddenly heard the guy in the green robe say, You don't have to pay for the wine. This sword cultivator of the Viewing Sea realm laughed. He was sure that the guy didn't dare to punch and was about to say a few more words. It was only for a moment. This young sword cultivator's head was punched. His body flipped upside down. His head was facing the ground and his legs were facing the sky. He died on the spot, paralyzed on the ground. Not only that, his soul was shattered. He couldn't be more dead. Qin Pingon held the bowl in his left hand and pointed at the corpse with his right hand. He smiled and said, You owe me a bowl of wine for the sake of the demons. In the next great battle in the south, the wilderness will have to return it to me, Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon raised the wine bowl in his hand high and looked around. He laughed and said, Small cups and big bowls of wine, drinking all the dirty things in the world. Future sword immortals, before we go to the south, who is willing to drink with me, Qin Pingon? The seated guests and the squatting sword cultivators all stood up when someone stood up first. They all stood up with their bowls full of wine. Qin Pingon looked into the distance and said loudly, My Great Wall of Sword Qi. Those sword immortals who hate not killing enough enemies can also drink. Today there were especially many sword cultivators and sword immortals who drank wine. Qin Pingon nodded and said softly, Yes, this is also the intention of the person behind the scenes. First, it is to first confirm whether or not the newcomer Qin Pingon, the disciple of the literary sage and the son-in-law of the Ning Mansion, will really ascend the city wall and fight side by side with the sword immortals. Second, whether or not he dares to leave the city and go to the south battlefield to kill demons. Third, after leaving the city wall, what should he choose between protecting his own life and fighting with all his strength? Should he try to survive first and talk about other things later? Or should he try to save his face? For himself and for the Ning Mansion, he would not hesitate to die to prove himself. Of course, the best result would be for that Qin Pingon to die heroically on the southern battlefield. If the person behind the scenes is good, he will probably have someone say a few good words for me afterwards. Qin Pingon joked. You treat the chair my master used to sit on as a family heirloom and put it away in the side room of your little house. Then do you think that the two little stools on the left and right of Mr. Wensheng are places that anyone can sit on as they wish? Stack Zhang's mood was heavy. He picked up a jar of wine and opened the mud seal. He poured 2 bowls of wine and drank a large mouthful, gloomy and silent. Qin Pingon raised his bowl and took a sip. He smiled and said, Don't drink so much. Although the two of us are shopkeepers, we still have to spend money to drink. Stack Zhang held the wine bowl, wanting to say something but hesitated. Qin Pingon asked, Any more questions? Just ask. Stack Zhang asked softly, The first person to stand up with the bowl? Was it a shill? Qin Pingon was grinning from ear to ear. He waved his hand and said, No. Then Qin Pingon pointed at Stack Zhang. Head shopkeeper, just be at ease and be a businessman. You really aren't suited to do such scheming things. If I were to do that, wouldn't I be treating all the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially those sword immortals who watch from the sidelines, as fools who only know how to practice the sword and not the heart? Some things may seem perfect and benefit the most, but in fact they definitely can't be done. If it's too deliberate, it won't be beautiful. For example, my initial plan was to not lose. If I beat that person to death, it's already not a loss. If I'm still not satisfied, I'll draw legs on a snake and be looked down upon for nothing. Stack Zhang sighed heavily with a complicated expression. He raised his wine bowl and imitated Qin Pingon's words, Drink up all the pickles in the world. Qin Pingon smiled and raised his wine bowl, clinking it with Stack Zhang. Thank you, head shopkeeper, for treating me to a drink. To the west of the city, there was the hidden official's winter palace. To the east there was also a summer palace. They weren't big, but they cost a lot of money. Today they were hiding in the winter palace. In the main hall, the hidden official stood on an exquisitely crafted wooden armchair. It was a celestial artifact from the vast world of Flowing Clouds continent. It was made of red wood and the lines were like water. In the main hall, there were 2 local sword immortals who assisted the hidden official. The man's name was Zhou Xian and the woman's name was Zhou Xian. Both of them were old and in the unpolished jade realm. Other than that, there was also a nascent soul cultivator who was in charge of gathering intelligence. He was reporting everything, no matter how big or small, about the incident at the wine shop. He investigated the 18 generations of the sea-viewing realm sword cultivator Huang Zhou's ancestors, including his master, family, friends, and earth immortal elders he was familiar with. He reported everything to Zhou Xian in detail. As for the hidden official, he was never interested in these. His mind was clear and sweat seeped out of his forehead. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon laughed and said, Don't worry. Who hasn't been drunk before? Remember to pay the bill. Xianxia was very regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Fan Dash ask Qin Pingon to sit down and drink. Now he had to drag Fan Dash home with him. If Ning Yao knew about this, he would be done for. He might not even be able to visit Ning Mansion in the future. Stacked Mountains came to Qin Pingon and asked, Aren't you angry? Qin Pingon squatted on the ground and picked up the broken pieces of the white bowl. He smiled and said, What should I do if I'm angry? This happens every time. Stacked Mountains also squatted down and cleaned up the mess together. However, he found that there was no follow-up. He turned his head and was a little curious. Qin Pingon smiled and said, As long as the speaker has a good intention, there is no bad word in the world. If there is, it's because you don't cultivate your mind enough. Stacked Mountains held back his laughter and said, What about the one you killed with one punch? Qin Pingon said with a look of righteousness, Not to mention that the man had evil intentions. Besides, I didn't say that cultivating my mind is enough. After cleaning up the broken pieces on the ground, Qin Pingon continued to clean up the mess on the table. Except for the half jar of wine that had not been finished, the other jar of wine that he had brought with him was still sealed. However, Qin Pingon and the others paid the bill together. It was very generous. Qin Pingon was in a good mood. He poured himself a bowl of wine and planned to take the remaining jar to Ning Mansion and give it to Senior Nalan. The shopkeeper Stacked Mountains pretended not to see it. Qin Pingon sat alone at the table and drank wine. A year passed and another year came. Year after year, years after years, peace. No matter how meticulous Xianxia was, she wouldn't be coy. If she was coy, then she had a guilty conscience. Moreover, when it came to propriety, Xianxia had never seen someone his age better than Qin Pingon. In fact, even a blind person could see the relationship between Qin Pingon and Ning Yao, whether it was a friend or a foe. He came all the way from vast heaven, and this was the second time. Then he had to wait for the curtains of the next battle to open and leave the city with her to kill the enemy side by side. Perhaps some people would gossip behind their backs and deliberately say unpleasant things, but most people knew the truth. Qin Pingon really drank a lot today. We are ignorant of people, things, and the ways of the world. We think too highly of ourselves. Often it's difficult to save ourselves and the joys and sorrows around us. You're young, so you can learn. You don't have to be afraid of making mistakes time and time again. If you're wrong, you can change it. If you're good, you can become better. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be afraid of is Fan Dechay being hit in the heart by the heavens. He's stunned and then starts to blame the heavens and others. Do you know why Fan Dechay insisted that I sit down and drink and say a few more words? And not Xianxia and the others? Because deep in his heart, Fan Dechay knows that he can stop coming to this wine shop to drink in the future, but he can't lose Xianxia and the others, his true friends. Hearing this, Stackcliffe asked, "You have a bad impression of Fan Dechay, don't you?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "You're wrong. Fan Dechay, who can love a woman so much, can't be hated. It's because of this that I'm willing to be a bad person. Otherwise, do you think I'm so free that I don't know what to say?" Scrutinizing people's hearts in detail isn't a comfortable thing. It'll only make people feel more and more uncomfortable. But if this initial uneasiness can make the people around you live better and more stable, you'll also feel more relaxed in the end. So, it's very important to be responsible for yourself first. In this process, respect for each enemy is also a kind of responsibility to yourself. Stackcliffe agreed, but he said, Okay, I'll treat you to a drink." Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily. He put the bowl and chopsticks beside the dishes and left with the wine jar. As Qin Pingon walked, he suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Great Wall of Sorchi. It was just a strange feeling that flashed past, but he didn't think much of it. Qin Qingdou frowned. He walked out of the hut slowly and stomped his feet heavily. The strength of his stomp was even greater than when Scholar Wenxing visited the Great Wall of Sorchi. On the city wall, a white robe was fluttering. An extremely tall woman stood with her back to the north and her face to the south. She was holding a sword with one hand. Qin Qingdou looked at the other person's faintly discernible figure and knew that she wouldn't be here for long. He sighed in relief. But this big boss sword immortal who had guarded the city wall for 10,000 years revealed an extremely solemn and nostalgic expression for the first time. He walked slowly to the city wall beside her feet and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" She said indifferently, "To see my master." Qin Qingdou was stunned for a long time. "What?" Then she said, "So, get away from me." Is it up to you to decide whether I am worthy or not? Nailan Yexing's forehead was full of sweat. Bai Lianshuang's body was tense and nervous. The sword spirit smiled and said, "It doesn't count. Is it okay?" Ning Yao chuckled. Qin Pingon looked down and didn't use any of his martial arts skills. It would be wrong to say another word. The sword spirit yawned and said, "Let's go." His figure, which was already faintly discernible, gradually dissipated. Finally, under the escort of Qin Qing, they broke through the sky curtain of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and arrived at the vast world. The old scholar helped to cover their tracks and went to the Aquarius continent. On the way, the old scholar asked with a smile, "What do you think?" The sword spirit said, "She is not a beautiful woman." The old scholar rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "I'm not talking about that." The sword spirit said, "You mean Qin Qing. It has been 10,000 years. They have a good chat." The old scholar frowned and thought it was not the right time to ask. The sword spirit looked down at the inverted mountain and said casually, "Qin Qing agreed to let one more person go. There are 3 people in total. You can answer to the Confucian temple." The old scholar said angrily, "What? Senior's great face was only worth 1 person. Is Qin Qing trying to rebel? What a disgrace. How impudent." The sword spirit said, "I can make Qin Qing not let a single person pass. Now that I've gone back and forth, does that mean my reputation is worth 4 people?" The old scholar said righteously, "How can I ask you to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi again? So be it if there are 3 of them. Even Qin Qing isn't being honest. We are all scholars and are filled with righteousness. We still have to talk about propriety, justice, integrity and shame." The sword spirit looked down again. The old scholar glanced at Jiao Long Gully and said angrily, "There are only some small fishes and shrimps left. I think we should forget about it." Between the inverted mountain Jiao Long Gully and the Aquarius continent, the white rainbow and green smoke flashed and disappeared. They were thousands of miles away in an instant. Not to mention a sword immortal, even a cross-continent messenger flying sword would not be able to travel at such a speed. The sword spirit raised one hand and moved his fingers slightly. The old scholar stretched his neck to take a look. He was a little uneasy and asked tentatively, "What are you doing?" The sword spirit said indifferently, "Recording." The old scholar asked carefully, "Recording? Recording who? Or that old Daoist from the temple?" The sword spirit smiled and said, "Recording how many times you called me senior." The old scholar said bitterly, "How can I do that? Think about how old I am and how many old fellows call me old scholar. When have I ever cared? Senior is an honorific. Old Xuecai and Sour Xuecai are just joking titles. There are a few people who respectfully call me Lord Wensheng. This anxiety, this distress, who can I find to complain?" The sword spirit retracted his hand and looked at the sect on the sea where the first god of the Rain Master and the divine general of the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court were standing. He asked, "What did Bai Zhe choose?" The old scholar smiled and said, "He made a good choice. He wants to wait and see." The sword spirit asked, "What about this merit?" The old scholar shook his head and said, "It doesn't count. How can it be counted? Whoever it is will be gone." The sword spirit sneered and said, "Scholars are really good at counting." The old scholar nodded and said, "That's right. It's really tiring." The sword spirit turned his head and said, "No." The old scholar said angrily, "It's too risky for you to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I can guarantee it with my life, but the Confucian temple is so sneaky that they won't agree no matter what. Therefore, a portion of the merit that was allocated to my disciple in seclusion has been used up. There aren't many in the line of the secondary saints who are heroic. They are stingy. If they are not heroic, how can they be called true sages? If my statue is still in the Confucian temple with the old man, I would have long talked some sense into the line of the secondary saints. It's also my fault. When I was in the prime of my life, the 3 schools and all the academies racked their brains to invite me to give lectures. In the end, I was too shy and put on airs. In the end, I didn't give enough lectures. Otherwise, I would have carried a small hoe and gone to those schools and academies. Now little Ping In isn't my senior brother and is a scholar better than him. The sword spirit didn't seem to be affected by the fact that the old scholar used up her master's merit without permission. It was as if such an action was to her liking. As for what the old scholar said about using his life as a guarantee, she felt embarrassed for the sour scholar beside her. How could he not know that she was neither human nor ghost? Who in the world could kill you now? The sage of rites would never do it. The secondary saint only had a dispute with the sage of literature and had no personal grudges. The old scholar nodded and said, "It's a waste not to use it. It's better to use it up early so that my disciple won't be worried when he finds out. It's not a good thing to be implicated. In my line, I'm not trying to flatter myself. Everyone is ambitious, knowledgeable, and a true hero. Little Ping and has been to the 3 continents and traveled around, but he didn't go to any of the academies. You can tell how he feels about the Confucian temple, the schools, and the academies. He's holding back his anger. I think he's doing well." The sword spirit smiled and said, "Cui Dong." The old scholar looked confused and said, "Have I ever accepted this disciple? I remember that I only have one disciple, Cui Dong Shan." The sword spirit said, "I think Cui Dong has the bearing of a predecessor." "That's right." The old scholar looked absent-minded and murmured, "I'm also wrong. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to correct my mistakes. Life is like this. If you know you're wrong and can't change, there's no greater regret and pain." However, the old scholar quickly swept away the haze in his heart and smiled while pulling his beard. Those who leave can't be chased, but those who come can be chased. He had accepted a disciple who was in seclusion. What generation? I'm young, but we're of the same generation. Dusk Xianxia was puzzled. Why did Qin Pingon come to drink again not long after he left during the day? The business of the wine shop was good. There were no empty tables or even seats. This made Qin Pingon feel a little better when he bought wine. Xianxia handed over a pot of the cheapest wine and asked, "What's this?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "When something happened, Ning Yao told me that she wasn't angry. She said with certainty that she really wasn't angry. But I don't think that's the case." Xianxia didn't gloat and comforted him. Ning Yao never beat around the bush. If she says she's not angry, then she's definitely not angry. You're thinking too much. Qin Pingon replied and said sullenly, "Head shopkeeper, you tell me, am I a better judge of character or are you?" Xianxia could now gloat with a clear conscience. "Then you should drink a few more jugs. We have enough wine in our shop. Old rules, familiar faces. Except for those who have just broken through, we don't allow anyone to buy on credit." Qin Pingon squatted by the side of the road with a pot of wine, chopsticks, and plates in hand. Beside him was a drunkard sword cultivator who often came to his shop. He was the kind of person who would die if he didn't drink. He was in the Dragon Gate realm. His name was Han Rong. Just like Qin Pingon, he only drank 1 drop of Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine. Earlier, Qin Pingon had told Xianxia that this kind of customer needed to be won over with a smile. At that time, Xianxia was a little stunned. Qin Pingon could only patiently explain that drunkards were all drunkards, and they liked to squat together and drink until they died. Compared to those who drank a pot of good wine every few days, drunkards were good customers who couldn't wait to return to their seats after taking a few steps away from the table. All the one-shot businesses in the world weren't good businesses. At that time, Xianxia even seriously recorded these words that he thought were priceless advice in the account book. This made Qin Pingon, who was watching from the side, extremely worried. Our head shopkeeper really doesn't know how to do business. How did he manage to run this shop for more than 10 years? How many years have I been a bundle shop? Could it be that I really have some talent in doing business? Han Rong asked with a smile. "Second shopkeeper, are you drinking to drown your sorrows? What's wrong? Did you get kicked out? Don't worry. I, Brother Han, am a veteran in the field of flowers. I'll teach you a trick. Just treat it as payment for the wine. What do you think? This is a good deal." Qin Pingon chewed on the pickled vegetables and took a sip of wine. He leisurely said, "Only after listening to you will I be unlucky. What's more, I just came out to drink a little wine. Besides, don't you know who taught who the trick is? What did Brother Han write on the nameplate on the shop's wall? Did you forget it after drinking? I don't understand. There are so many nameplates in the shop and there's only one nameplate. The nameplate is pasted on the wall. Brother Han, do you think our shop is a place where you can confess your love? That girl still dares to come to my shop to drink? You'll have to pay double the price for today's wine." "Don't. Brothers talking about money will hurt our friendship." Han Rong held the bowl with his 5 fingers and slowly drank a mouthful. He then sighed and said, "Here there are countless bachelors, but infatuated men like me are rare. In the future, if I really succeed and bring home a beauty, I'll treat it as your shop's spirit manifesting. In the future I'll make sure to repay my vow. When the time comes, just give me 2 pots of wine that cost 5 snowflakes." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Well said. When the time comes, I'll give you another pot." Han Rong asked, "Really?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It's just a snowflake that costs money." Han Rong said disappointedly, "You're too careless. You're a dignified second shopkeeper, young and promising, outstanding like a dragon or phoenix among men." Qin Pingon laughed and scolded, Hold on. Brother Han, I spat out wine." When a man is drunk and calls a woman's name, he must really like her. As for scolding when he's drunk, you don't have to take it seriously. "Thank you, Child Qin." Wuxia curtsied and said, "Then I won't disturb Child Qin from drinking with your friends." After Wuxia left, Qin Pingon returned to the shop and continued to drink. Han Rong had already left, but she didn't forget to pay the bill. Stack Zhang approached and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's about Fan Dach." Wuxia came to apologize. Stack Zhang twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "He's afraid of angering Qin Sanqiu. Qin Sanqiu is the head of Fan Dach's clique. If Qin Sanqiu really said something harsh, Wuxia wouldn't be able to survive there in the future." Qin Pingon smiled and didn't say much. It wasn't that simple. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Let's make a bet. Will Fan Dach show up?" Stack Zhang nodded and said, "I bet he will." Qin Pingon smiled and was about to nod. Stack Zhang changed his words and said, "I won't bet." Qin Pingon looked a little regretful. Stack Zhang felt that he was right not to bet. He didn't expect that Fan Dach would come half an hour later. Stack Zhang rolled his eyes. Fan Dach came to the wine shop and hesitated. In the end, he still asked for a pot of wine and squatted beside Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Miss, you said that she let you down." Fan Dach lowered his head, his face full of tears. He didn't drink, just held the wine bowl. Qin Pingon raised his wine bowl and gently touched the white bowl in Fan Dach's hand. Then he said, "Don't take things too hard. You can't wait to fight tomorrow and think that it's enough to die on the south side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Fan Dach finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp and asked, "How did you know?" Qin Pingon said, "I guessed." Fan Dach said, "Don't let me stop you from being friends with Sanqiu. Or you can still be friends, but there's a grudge in your heart." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You think too much." Fan Dach nodded and said, "That's good." Qin Pingon said, "Even if you didn't come to find me today, I would have gone to find you." Fan Dach smiled bitterly and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but it's useless." Qin Pingon said, "You must be feeling terrible right now. The buzzing of mosquitoes and flies is like thunder, and the passing of ants is like a mountain. I have an idea. Do you want to give it a try?" Fan Dach was puzzled and asked, "What idea?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Fight. You'll feel as painful as your heart. You'll feel better." Fan Dach was skeptical and said, "You're not just looking for an opportunity to beat me up, are you? I just broke your wine bowl. Do you hold a grudge?" Qin Pingon said, "Forget it if you don't believe me." But in the end, Fan Dach still followed Qin Pingon to the corner of the street. Without waiting for Fan Dach to get into a fighting stance, he was knocked down with a punch. After falling down several times, Fan Dach finally stood up with a face full of blood and dirt and staggered back to the street. Qin Pingon finished his work and was still calm and composed. He walked to the side and turned his head and asked with a smile, "How was it?" Fan Dach wiped his face and spread out his hands. He looked up and cursed, "How was it good? If I go back like this, Sanqiu and the others will think that I've really taken things too hard." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's nothing for a man to vomit a little blood. Otherwise you'll have drunk my bamboo sea paradise wine for nothing. Remember to pay for the wine before you go. As for the white bowl, forget it. I'm not the kind of person who haggles over every ounce. I won't remember such a small thing." Qin Pingon stopped and said, "I have something to do." Fan Dach walked to the shop alone. Qin Pingon turned around and smiled. I didn't scare you, did I? It was the teenager Zhang Jiazhen. Zhang Jiazhen shook her head and said, I wanted to ask you about the word steady. According to Mr. Chen's original meaning, what should it mean? Qin Pingon said, there's another word for steady. It means people are not in a hurry. The meaning is similar to slow. But there's nothing wrong with being slow. In the end, you want to be fast, so you're in a hurry. Zhang Jiazhen thought for a moment and smiled. She raised her head and looked at Qin Pingon, who had his hands in his sleeves, and asked, Mr. Qin, I can't even practice martial arts or swordsmanship. If I have time in the future and you happen to be near the shop, can I ask Mr. Qin for advice? Qin Pingon smiled and said, Of course. I'll come here often in the future. Zhang Jiazhen blinked. Qin Pingon turned around and saw Ning Yao. Zhang Jiazhen said goodbye and ran away. Qin Pingon walked quickly and asked softly, Why are you here? Ning Yao asked, Drinking again? Qin Pingon was speechless. She reeked of alcohol. If she dared to deny it, she would be beaten half to death. Ning Yao suddenly took his hand. Neither of them spoke. They walked past the shop and onto the street. Ning Yao asked, Why aren't you saying anything? Qin Pingon thought for a while and said, Qin Pingon, even if you're lucky enough to get a wife in the future, she'll probably be a simple-minded one. Ning Yao didn't say anything. She was silent for a while and laughed to herself. She narrowed her eyes and raised her hand, leaving an inch of distance between her thumb and index finger. She seemed to be talking to herself. You don't even like this. Ning Yao was puzzled. She realized that Qin Pingon had stopped walking, but they were still holding hands. Ning Yao turned to look at him. For some reason, Qin Pingon's lips trembled and he said hoarsely, If one day I leave first, what will you do? If we have a child together, what will you do? He was no longer the youth in straw sandals from Clay Bottle Alley. He was no longer the Qin Pingon who carried a basket of herbs on his back. When he thought of this, he felt sad and then very sad. All the pain that could be described in words could be slowly endured. Only the sadness that was secretly hidden away would be broken into pieces and gathered together. Year after year, like a lonely little mute, it would hide in the corner of the heart and curl up. That child would only need to raise his head and silently look at each of his grown-up selves without saying a word. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.